magical energy industrial era. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 451, The Half-Giant Bane. The Ruins of Lion Castle. 100 meters apart, two groups stood silently facing each other. On one side was Roy, led by Oliveira, along with the flame sword Saint Otto and the Iron Knight Phil. On the other side stood a man nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging, his hair and beard bristling, his face rugged. Among humans, there are also races of tall stature, such as the Slavs, each a fierce warrior chasing magical beasts in the icy wilderness. But even among the tallest, they rarely exceed 2.5 meters. This 3-meter height far surpasses the human range. Indeed, he was not purely human, but had awakened half-giant blood. Looking at him, Roy couldn't help but scratch his head. Lord Bane, have you come to the wrong place? The half-giant Bane laughed heartily. Didn't you say you were recruiting talents? I rushed over immediately after hearing Iron Knight Phil's message. Surely no one could have been faster than me, right? Roy couldn't help but turn to look at Iron Knight Phil, saying nothing, but the reproach in his eyes was undeniable. Iron Knight Phil was helpless. He explained, Count, you didn't give any restrictions, did you? Aren't most of the natural disasters we're familiar with mostly from the Duchy of Normandy? Roy slapped his forehead, speechless. The half-giant Bane was now somewhat dissatisfied. He shouted, Count Roy, I was the one who saved you and Olivia back then. What, now that you're successful, you look down on me? Of course not, Roy quickly replied. Lord Bane, let's be frank. My flower territory needs strong protectors, but you are a retainer of the Norman family. If you come here, I really won't be able to explain to Grand Duchess of Fra. Moreover, your daughter is the vice commander of the kingdom's knights, the Grand Knight Commander, and a third-tier Earth Dragon Knight, Estelle. You left the Norman family, how will she cope? Ha 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 ha, you've thought of quite a lot. However, what you've already considered, I've naturally already resolved. I spoke with your mother before I came and dissolved the contract between us. As for Estelle, as long as her father is alive, no one will dare to easily harm her. Whether she's in the Norman family or not makes no difference, Roy asked uncertainly. Have you really agreed with my mother? Definitely. Would she willingly let you leave? Your mother has a much broader vision than you imagine. If it were just about better treatment here, she would definitely advise me against it. But if it's about seeking a step further, she will do everything in her power to support me. A step further, Roy's eyes lit up. You're already taking that step. Bane shook his head decisively. No, then what do you mean? I'm still lacking something, but that doesn't mean I don't want to. After a slight pause, the half-giant Bane said, I can join your Raymond family and be at your beck and call. As for treatment, as long as you don't lack my cultivation resources, that's fine. But I have only one request. What? I heard you commissioned a certain legend to buy up secret holy techniques at high prices on a long-term basis? Yes, Roy nodded slowly, his mind racing, as if he had guessed something, but he still asked, so, what you want is, the secret holy techniques of giants? The half-giant Bane shouted, as long as you have any giant holy techniques when you're buying up secret holy techniques, please keep them for me. I can even pay for the gold required for the exchange myself. Roy frowned slightly and asked, isn't there any Norman family? If so, do I still need to go to such trouble? Then why don't you ask my mother to help you buy it? It shouldn't be difficult, right? You said it shouldn't be difficult. Half-giant Bane's voice was involuntarily amplified by 3 points, and when he looked at Roy, his eyes were a little ferocious. Do you think the secret holy skills are just cabbage? What is held under the legend is either extremely special and cannot be cultivated by non-family blood, or it is kept secret and no one dares to tell the outside world. Therefore, there is no possibility of acquisition at all. To truly possess something and dare to publicize it to the outside world, one must be a legendary powerhouse. Having said that, he glared at Luo Yi again and said, but that is a legendary powerhouse. Why should I, a 4th-level person, come into contact with him? Luo Yi tilted his head and said again, that's not right. Isn't there a legend in the Norman family? Can't you just go to him? This time, Ben almost rolled his eyes to the sky. If I were qualified to contact you, I would still come to you. Count Loy, just tell me if it's okay. It's fine, but how many do you need? How many? Upon hearing this, Bane was first stunned, then looked at Loy with disbelief and asked, wait, you've already seen this kind of holy technique? Loy nodded, of course I've seen it. It's a series, a total of 7 holy techniques pieced together. If you cultivate them successfully, you can transform into the legendary True Thunder Titan body. It's just a pity. It's just a pity about what? Bane was impatient. What's a pity about? Tell me, it's just a pity that it's incomplete. I only have 5, Iron Body, Giant's Grip, Thunderous Fury, Earth's Foot, and Giant's Soul. I don't know where the other 2 are. Loy looked regretful and asked again, can this meet your needs? Can it meet my needs? Is that something that can be met? Give me one, and I'll be satisfied. At this moment, the half-giant Bane stopped wasting words and said directly, give me the sacred technique, and I'll risk my life for you. I'll brave mountains of knives and seas of fire with a single word. By the way, you have some kind of assessment for recruiting worshippers, right? Tell me, Roy asked. Lord Bane, are you sure? Stop talking nonsense. Every minute you delay, I'm a minute late in getting my sacred technique, a minute late in learning it, a minute late in cultivating it. What you're delaying is my life. So, what exactly is the assessment? Tell me quickly. The assessment is a fight. With whom? Phil, Otto, or Olivera. It's me. Very well, since the Earl wants to test my mettle, then let's fight. I also want to know how strong someone can be praised by the Cardinal. Before his booming voice could even echo through the heavens and earth, Bane had already clenched his fists, crossed them over his chest, and started running. His running truly gave the feeling of a giant walking on the earth. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble and rumble endlessly. His fighting techniques were extremely simple and unadorned. He simply clenched his fists and unleashed gusts of wind. Wherever his fists passed, the air distorted, the earth crumbled, and it was as if a tank was crushing everything in its path. No. Even a real tank colliding with him, weighing 50 or 60 tons, would likely be unable to stop him. No aura shone around him, only an invisible aura spread out, protecting him while simultaneously stirring the heavens and earth. Bane's profession, a fighter, was primarily focused on honing his physique, and coupled with his giant bloodline, frankly, he had some confidence in claiming to have broken through to the legendary level. Of course, he would certainly be able to put up a fight against any other 4th-tier opponent. But who told him to attack with Loy? At first, Loy chose to use hit-and-run tactics, creating distance with speed and then unleashing various combat techniques. For example, the Heavenly Hammer he had just learned, which condensed into a giant warhammer in the void and slammed down. Bane showed great toughness, taking the blow with his bare hands and shattering it. Take, for example, the Holy Light Spear. It condenses into a physical spear, then projects a point of holy light onto the enemy. The spear is then thrown, its trajectory guided by the holy light, accelerating and tracking the attack. This tactic is extremely unfriendly to players with maxed out evasion. You'll find the spear relentlessly pursuing you. The faster you run, the faster it gets. The final result is either the spear runs out of energy or you have to take the hit head-on. Of course, Bane didn't choose to dodge. He punched again, smashing everything in his path. However, simply taking hits wasn't enough, so he leaped into the air, his figure shimmering as he approached Loy. Fighting technique footwork, wind step. Then, without hesitation, he delivered a punch. This speed surprised Loy, but his golden red battle aura exploded, revealing a pair of lifelike angel wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, they vanished. Cataclysmic combat technique, divine wings. The speed boost from this combat skill was truly remarkable. Loy then used his speed to roam and unleash a barrage of attacks. He unleashed endless holy light blades, battle aura rays, holy fire shockwaves, and even a pseudo-divine judgment. Bane was undoubtedly the most resilient calamity warrior Lloyd had ever encountered, even stronger than Iron Knight Phil. However, faced with Lloyd's onslaught, he was furious and helpless. He even resorted to his ultimate move, Vajra Hands. His martial arts aura materialized into 2 massive Vajra hands, delivering a relentless, ferocious punch. But once Lloyd activated divine speed, he couldn't keep up. Lloyd then tried various skills on Bane, such as Holy Light Healing, Holy Light Blessing, Holy Light Soothing, and Holy Light Exorcism. By the end, Bane was numb, even giving up entirely. focusing only on defense. Even so, he still looked incredibly disheveled when the battle ended. Because Luo Yi had unleashed a devastating attack, the radiant solar explosion. Her sacred flame battle aura was compressed to the level of flame, imbued with an unstable state of high-speed rotation. Thus, what appeared to be a fireball upon impact turned into a small mushroom cloud. When the half-giant Bane emerged, clad in tattered animal hide clothing, he was utterly dejected. Lost, Bane croaked, his voice hoarse with despair. Luo Yi, however, extended her hand, saying, "Well then, welcome to the flower territory." Chapter 452, Generous Treatment. Bane, I passed the test, Loy, of course. Your defense is astounding. In the Cataclysm, I've never seen anyone more resilient than you. Is that a compliment? Definitely. I thought I'd have to beat you to pass. Ahem, that might not be so easy. So what was the focus of this test? Just to get me beaten up? No, that's definitely not it. The main thing is to determine your actual combat strength and fighting style. That way, I can assign you specific tasks. But why do I feel like you still just want to beat me up? Ha ha ha, Lord Bane, you're quite humorous. Well then, welcome to the Raymond family. We'll discuss your specific benefits on the way. Alright then. Finally, their hands clasped together, one large and one small, equally strong and powerful, signifying that Flower Territory had recruited its first fourth-tier Cataclysm powerhouse. Of course, he certainly wouldn't be the last. On the return journey, due to his size, the magic carriage couldn't accommodate Bane, so he traveled on foot. Luo Yi, riding her horse, was about the same height as him, looking at him with equal eye to eye. As they strolled along the mountain path, Luo Yi explained the benefits expected of a fourth-tier warrior. As fellow calamities, Bane's strength was undoubtedly among the best in the crane industry, so Luo Yi's compensation was quite substantial. His basic salary included all the necessary magical potions for cultivation, and a fixed annual salary of 20,000. Of course, this was just the basic salary. According to Luo Yi's plan, the calamities would also need to be stationed in specific areas. Whether guarding Siren Harbor or overseeing Frost Moon Canyon, there would be an additional performance bonus, approximately one-third of their basic salary. Additional missions would be rewarded based on their danger and completion. Furthermore, there would be a generous year-end bonus depending on the business performance. With longer service, there would also be a seniority-based salary. Business trips to other areas would be covered by food allowances, meal subsidies, and travel expense subsidies. Holidays would also include various daily necessities benefits. Most importantly, fourth-tier calamity experts receive stock options. With significant merit, they can even purchase company shares, enjoying rights equivalent to original shareholders. That's right, what Luo Yi presented was the salary structure system on Blue Star, which, after being refined by countless intelligent individuals, is quite mature. It can be said that everything except the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund is included, and it ensures that the more you work, the more you earn, with a clear alignment of interests. Furthermore, although all of the above is settled with the gold tiers, these gold tiers can also be used to purchase numerous precious resources from the Flower Territory's internal treasury. Potions, items, combat techniques, esoteric knowledge, and even their own unique mage tower are all on the exchange list. Moreover, there's an internal discount, saving a considerable amount of money. To be honest, Bane was already stunned when Luo Yi finished speaking. He wasn't unfamiliar with being a retainer. The reason he worked for the Norman family back then was because they paid well. Moreover, as the head of the Norman duchy, his influence extended to the largest sphere, allowing him to acquire the most cultivation resources. But compared to what Luo Yi presented, there's no comparison. The treatment at Flower Clan is at least 3 times better, and most importantly, they have no shortage of high-end resources. Unlike most families who are lucky to receive 1 or 2 rare magical materials, they have to find ways to exchange for the rest themselves. As for whether all of this is true or false, whether there's any deception or trickery involved, that's even simpler. Loy flicked her wrist, and a thick stack of contracts was handed to Bane, with each clause clearly listed. If there were no problems, he could sign it. If he was still worried, he could even get a certificate from the Temple of the God of Justice, Tom. Of course, Loy also made it clear that Bane was new, with neither merit nor hard work, so he could only take one of the giant's secret holy techniques, and the merit was something she had paid for, which he would have to repay later. As for other holy techniques, he would have to achieve sufficient military merit to exchange for them. Bane agreed to this. He couldn't disagree. When he came, he only wanted to use Loy's channels to buy one. This situation was beyond his wildest dreams. Once he was sure Bane was alright, Roy returned to the carriage and closed his eyes to ponder. As he came back to his senses, he overheard Bane talking to Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto. Bane pressed, "So, is the Raymond family always treated this well, Otto?" The Flame Sword Saint shook his head vigorously. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. That's your treatment, not ours." "What do you mean?" "You and I are treated differently." "Of course we're different. You're a newcomer, you have no merit, no hard work, yet you expect to enjoy the same treatment as us? Are you kidding me?" Bane understood. "So, your treatment is actually better than mine, Otto. Haha, the basic salary and benefits are about the same, but we have company shares, that's the real prize." "Phil, Bane, don't worry, once you truly understand the Flower Territories system, you'll be glad. Glad you made the right decision." "But, Bane, but what?" "But you really dare to dream. To actually dare to dream of defeating the Earl, that's truly wishful thinking. I don't like hearing that. I, Bane, have cultivated for so long, I wouldn't dare say I'm invincible, but I'm not weaker than anyone." "Your claim of being not weaker only applies at the 4th tier. But the Earl can no longer see natural disasters, he only sees legends." "You mean, that Cardinal wasn't just engaging in mutual flattery?" "Mutual flattery? Hell, if you're so capable, why don't you get a Cardinal to flatter you? That's the Earl's prestige earned through his own hard work." The crowd's voices didn't lower, but Luoyi couldn't stand it anymore. The flattery was making him incredibly embarrassed. The half-giant Bane was definitely an unexpected bonus, and a good example. However, his battle with him wasn't just about assessing strength, but also about intimidation. The simplest way to make these arrogant fools submit was to beat them into submission. As long as you're stronger than them, they'll be more attentive to missions and everyday tasks. He even had arrangements for Bane's whereabouts. During this time, he would replace Lady Palacios at Siren Harbor to maintain order there. Although his presence wouldn't allow him to fully utilize the Mage Tower, a 4th-tier fighter's mere presence was enough. As for Lady Palacios, she naturally had other important matters to attend to. Of course, Roy also had to admit that Bane was his test subject, a live target, used to verify the power of the cataclysmic combat techniques taught by the Cardinal. He had already mastered most of these techniques, but to unleash their full potential, he needed someone to practice on. Roy had decided that in the future, anyone willing to serve in the Flower Territory, even a legend, would have to fight him first. His thoughts drifted far away, and in a moment of distraction, the group was back at Lion Manor. Originally, Roy had planned to go directly to the Mechanical Mage Tower, but old Hoover's appearance changed his mind. Then, in the study, he met Commander Sick Francis and Hector Hunter. Their arrival truly surprised Roy. Because, as far as he knew, Sick Francis's affection for the Dragon and Beauty mercenary group ran deep in his bones. He was nurtured by the previous leader, carrying too much emotion and expectation, and naturally, he wanted the mercenary group to be passed down steadily under his leadership. This was probably a kind of inheritance. Even if the mercenary business was difficult, as long as the government didn't ban it, a relatively traditional person like him would continue to persist. For such a person to say he wanted to join him, he was probably driven to desperation. Under Roy's questioning, leader Sick Francis didn't hide anything and explained the whole story clearly. This matter had to start with the composition of the Dragon and Beauty mercenary group. As a long-established mercenary group, they actually had relatively fixed recruitment locations, some within the Habsburg Empire, and many Slavs. This was because the original group that founded the mercenary group included people from the Slavic Empire. It was a small village with few options besides farming. So, after the founders prospered and returned home in glory, they liked to send their children to mercenary groups to earn a living. Especially with the development of the Habs Empire and the expansion of magic-based industries, job opportunities increased, and fewer people were willing to become mercenaries. Consequently, mercenary groups relied more and more on that small village, recruiting more and more Slavs. Now, they make up more than half, including their leader, Sick Francis, who is 3/4 Slavic. This wasn't problematic before, but when the war began, nationalistic sentiment surged within the empire, and even extreme views like Habs are the superior race emerged. Problems arose. Some accused the Dragon and Beauty mercenary group of being biased, and accused leader Francis of being a Slavic spy. Although everyone knew this was a frame-up, in the current situation, any defense was futile. Captain Francis knew perfectly well that the Empire was no longer a place to stay. Despite his reluctance, he decided to disband the mercenary group. The local members were relatively easy to manage, they could find any job. But the Slavic members needed a new path. It was around this time that they received news that Lloyd was openly recruiting, which piqued Captain Six's interest. Then, he and Hector Hunter hurriedly arrived here. Chapter 453, The Hidden Knowledge Library. Inside the study. After listening to Commander Six's account, Roy remained silent for a long time. The series of victories had indeed boosted morale, making the Imperial soldiers fearless and their combat power off the charts. However, when this confidence developed to the point of near blindness and arrogance, it was definitely not a good thing. Roy had a feeling that if things continued this way, it was hard to say whether the advantages the Empire had accumulated over decades would gradually disappear. Roy's silence, however, made Commander Six and Hector Hunter uneasy and anxious. The two men exchanged glances, feeling their trip had been a waste. After a moment of silence, Commander Six spoke first. "Count, we've put you in a difficult position. Hector and I will leave now and won't cause you any trouble." "Trouble? What trouble?" Roy finally snapped out of his daze. He looked up, saw their expressions, and then realized what was going on, laughing out loud. "No trouble at all, just some Slavic mercenaries." "We'll bring them along," Hector Hunter quickly said. "Have you thought this through? If the Empire holds you accountable for this, you won't be able to explain yourself." Roy tilted his head and said, "So many people in the Empire rely on me for their livelihood, earning gold tires. I just gather a few people, and they'll hold me accountable? Don't be ridiculous. Besides, my flower territory and the Empire have a cooperative relationship, with trade and contracts, but that doesn't mean I'm in vassal state of the Empire." After a pause, Roy asked again, "How many people do you have there?" Commander Six said, "There are 203 people left. 33 are Imperials who are unwilling to abandon the mercenary group, and there are 170 Slavs. Among them, about 40 are older and mainly responsible for logistics, procurement, and weapons maintenance. The remaining 163 are all brave warriors. The weakest are all first-tier formal combatants, and even the squad leaders are second-tier. Their professions are mostly rogues, assassins, berserkers, and sharpshooters. However, I am the only third-tier transcendent." Roy asked again, "Then how do you want me to range them?" Commander Six paused for a moment, and finally said, "Since I brought them to flower territory, I will follow the Earl's arrangements. I only hope that you will not use them as cannon fodder and give them a chance to prove themselves." This answer finally made Roy nod in satisfaction. He thought for a moment and then said, "How about this? You go and gather the personnel and meet in Auckland City. I'll have the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group arrange passenger ships. Everyone will board at Fishmanport, cross the Silver Sea, and enter flower territory. As for their future arrangements, I'll give them a chance. The 1st Guard Legion of Flower Territory is currently recruiting and training. I'll arrange for them to join, giving them opportunities to learn and grow. They may be seasoned mercenaries, but they might not be suited to the era of magic energy weapons, so they'll need retraining. Only those who pass this stage can stay in the Legion. If not, I'll arrange for them to go to the security department or the police station. Of course, if they don't want to fight and prefer a peaceful life, I can also arrange for them to go to factories. In short, since you, Commander Six, have spoken, I'll take care of it." This arrangement couldn't be more perfect. But Commander Six wasn't happy at all. Instead, he felt somewhat uneasy. He took a deep breath and asked, "Count, what do I need to give in return? You should understand, I value you, not them. So, if they come, you must stay, that's all. What else do you want?" No, that's enough, Sir Six, thank you, Count." Captain Six stood up solemnly, pounding his chest with his fist, his expression grateful. But at this moment, Hector Hunter couldn't hold back any longer. He said, Count, what about me? What's the arrangement for me?" Roy looked at him, thought for a moment, and then said, "I remember we had a competition back then, and you were already at the peak of the 2nd tier, right?" "Yes." "Then why, after more than 2 years, are you still at the peak of the 2nd tier? Why haven't you broken through?" Just this one sentence left Hector Hunter speechless. His expression was a mixture of laughter and tears, helplessness and heartache. After a long pause, he finally said, "My lord, Your words are too harsh. The problem is, for someone like me, being stuck at a certain level for several years is the norm, Captain Sick interjected to explain. My lord, Hector is actually being dragged down by the mercenary group. In the past 2 years, the group has been poorly managed, business has worsened, and profits have decreased. As a result, he can't afford various cultivation-aiding potions, which has also delayed his breakthrough. Loy then asked, so you're confident you can break through? Of course. Alright, I'll lend you some cultivation resources to help you break through to the transcendent. If you succeed, you'll work for me to pay me back. If you fail, you'll still have to work for me to pay me back. Is there a difference? Of course there is. If you succeed, you'll be a transcendent, with a high salary, and you'll pay me back quickly. If you fail, you'll have to work for me for even longer. How about it? Are you willing to take it? What's there to be afraid of? If you dare to lend, I dare to accept. Then it's settled. With a few words, Loy finalized the matter and then summoned Butler Hoover to make the arrangements. As for Commander Sick and Hector Hunter, they left with a sense of disbelief. This trip had not only achieved its objective but also exceeded expectations. They should have been happy. However, it seemed to have gone too smoothly, far exceeding expectations, leaving them as if sleepwalking. Of course, this was just a minor incident for Loy. He handled these arrangements casually, worrying more about the situation within the Habsburg Empire. However, shaking his head, he dismissed these concerns. He rose, quickly left the study, and hurried to Lelia's mechanical mage tower. The mage tower was no longer as deserted as before. Many mage apprentices were coming and going, busy with their own tasks. Upon seeing Loy, they all stopped, bowed, and paid their respects, but Loy waved them off, ignoring them. However, he had no intention of climbing the stairs. Instead, he summoned a magic carpet, stood on it, and flew directly upwards along the mage tower. The feeling was somewhat like riding an elevator, but with one-way glass, allowing him to see distant scenery through the tower's windows. Reaching the 4th floor, he was above most buildings. Looking out, he could see the city of New Brussels. There, 2 mage towers, far exceeding the size of ordinary buildings, were being raised and perfected at a visible speed thanks to the efforts of a group of mages and construction workers. Indeed, Roy had previously mentioned wanting to buy several mage towers, and now the deal was finalized, and installation was underway. 2 mage towers rose simultaneously, creating a magnificent sight from afar. If the Scourge warriors cared most about their cultivation needs and potions, the Scourge mages yearned most for their own mage tower. Even if it didn't belong to them, having independent usage rights would be acceptable. Just like Lady Palacios, who accepted Count Karl's offer because of the mage tower erected in Siren Harbor, Roy believed that once these 2 mage towers were completed, new 4th-tier mages would come knocking. The magic carpet moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. It was the 6th floor of the mage tower, originally Lelia's bedroom and, for a long time, her love nest with Roy. However, now, in addition to the bedroom, a large room had been partitioned off. The carved door gleamed with a dark metallic luster, indicating that the material of the door was not simple. More importantly, intricate patterns covered almost the entire area, and visible magical ore flowed between the patterns, carrying astonishing elemental fluctuations. This door alone cost Roy full 5,000 gold tires. Of course, there was a reason for the high price. It itself possessed a magical barrier. Once the door was closed, there wasn't even a crack, and entering was a pipe dream. To open the door, one must pass through its verification process, iris scans, fingerprint scans, facial scans, and even a record of one's magical energy fluctuations. Therefore, trying to sneak in is virtually impossible. Even for Loy, it took several minutes to open the door. Once it swung open, a vast space of over 1,000 square meters stretched out before him, filled with 3-meter-high bookshelves. These shelves were already laden with countless ancient books, with winged sprites flitting among them. Some were counting, some moving, some copying, and some even arguing heatedly over the ownership of the books. The one in charge of this affair was none other than Lady Palacios. She sat engrossed in a book in a high-backed chair, completely unaware of Loy's arrival. This was the library he had built, gleaning hidden knowledge from the Kingdom of Sardinia, the Habsburg Empire, the Bonaparte Empire, and even the Slavic Empire. While it might not contain many cultivation methods, the knowledge it contained was undeniably abundant. This was Loy's favorite place, the nourishment for Deep Blue's growth. To be honest, Loy had been thinking for a long time about how to acquire profound, esoteric knowledge. He racked his brains but couldn't come up with a solution. A mere count was nothing more than an ant before these empires. It wasn't until this imperial power struggle, this all-out war, that he saw an opportunity. He believed that the Raymond family might rise and fall in the future, but only this knowledge was the family's true foundation. With this foundation, there were limitless possibilities. Bang! The sound of the door closing finally startled Lady Palacios. This free-spirited, indifferent to others looks at home mage, unusually, greeted him with a hint of embarrassment. "Count, you've arrived, go read your book, don't worry about me," Loy said. Already walking towards the bookshelves. Chapter 454, Deep Blue's Growth. Wandering among the sea of books, Luoyi caught a faint, musty, and old-fashioned scent. It wasn't strong, but it had a calming effect. These were the marks left by time on the books, deeply etched like knife cuts. Of course, there was also a faint sandalwood scent lingering in the corners, wisps of smoke rising and filling the room. This was an insect repellent. It was said to have originated from a recipe by forest hunters and was later improved by potion makers, all to repel insects and ensure the book's integrity. In fact, the room itself contained magical arrays including temperature control, fire extinguishing, and trace-free to ensure the preservation of these ancient texts. Luoyi walked slowly, glancing around to see the various sections. There was the bottomless abyss section, containing ancient texts about the evolution of demons, from the earliest Abyss demons to the Tannery demons. Other texts focused on each level of the bottomless abyss, introducing their characteristics, origins, lords, and main demons. It even offered a bold conjecture: the countless layers of the abyss were originally the fallen prime material plane. The demon's favorite pastime was to conquer each prime material plane and drag them into the abyss. There were also scrolls specifically detailing the demon kings of the abyss, analyzing their growth paths, strengths and weaknesses, styles of action, and most importantly, methods of avoidance. Are you kidding? These demon kings are all comparable to gods. The focus of the research is naturally how to avoid them. In the 9 levels of hell, Loy found an introduction to Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell. In mythology, he deceived the gods on Mount Paradise, fell into the abyss, and tore 9 layers of the bottomless abyss down to become the mighty man of hell. There were also detailed introductions to the lords of the 9 levels of hell and the 8 demon generals, each a powerful figure dominating their respective level, renowned throughout the multiverse. In the boundless astral zone, Luoyi witnessed the conjectures of his predecessors regarding the structure of the universe, descriptions of the astral environment, and records of astral races. Among these, there were even many unimaginably terrifying beings. For example, wandering ancient evil creatures, leaving nothing but desolation wherever they went, fragments of fallen divine kingdoms, treasures coveted by many legendary powerhouses, potentially yielding divine nature and divine fire. There were also void creatures capable of unleashing void storms, and so on. Of course, Luoyi's primary concern was how to navigate the astral zone. For instance, how to orient oneself, how to tear through space, how to traverse the void, how to detect danger, how to avoid it, and so on. Human strength is insignificant. Once in the astral zone, the most important thing is not acquiring resources, but avoiding getting lost. Otherwise, the chances of finding one's way back are pitifully low. In the outer plane zone, Luoyi learned that besides the twin paradise overflowing with positive energy, there were also Elysium, Beastland, Wilderness, Joseph's Garden, and other upper planes. Basically, the good and lawful gods like to locate their divine kingdoms at the boundary between the prime material plane and the upper planes, thereby gaining amplification from the upper planes. Of course, where there are upper planes, there are lower planes. Luoyi had always thought that the bottomless abyss and the 9 levels of hell were all there was, but in fact, ancient texts clearly recorded the Chaos Sea, the Grey Wilderness, the Scorching Hell, the Azure Field, the Mechanical Realm. In addition, there were elemental planes of earth, fire, wind, and water. There were quasi-elemental planes derived from the collision and contact of positive and negative energy planes and earth, fire, wind, and water planes, such as lightning, steam, minerals, vacuum, ash, etc. There were also shadows of the prime material plane, shadow planes, and various strange shadow creatures. To be honest, the more you read and learn about this kind of knowledge, the more you understand the full picture of the multiverse, and your mind naturally broadens, elevating your entire being. At that point, when you look at the intrigue and scheming within a territory, you realize that these trivial matters are truly insignificant. Insignificant, my foot. While a broad mind and a higher perspective are beneficial, being detached from reality is not good. Even those demon kings and devil lords are renowned throughout the universe because they have their own base and strength. If they lose their territories, they would be like rats crossing the street, hated by everyone. Of course, besides these high-level books, the library also has many down-to-earth ones. For example, the Herka history section tells heroic stories and myths from different periods and stages. The underwater creature section records the types of sea monsters, the birth and extinction of underwater races, and the succession and replacement of underwater empires. For example, the travelogue section is mostly written from a personal perspective, recording observations and experiences from various places, as well as the strange beings encountered along the way. There are also sections for warriors, mages, and underworld spirits, and so on. Of course, since the library is relatively new, many books haven't been collected yet, so the elves are quite busy. Furthermore, many books have diverse content and could be categorized into different sections, which led to arguments among the elves, ultimately decided by Lady Palacios. Roy strolled through the sea of books, his expression casual, his gaze wandering, reaching out to take anything that interested him. He looked at everything, not caring about categorization. He simply picked up a book whenever he felt like it. Of course, to be precise, it wasn't him reading, but rather Deep Blue recording information. In the end, he was carrying a thick stack of more than 10 ancient books, piled high enough to almost block his view. Even then, Deep Blue was still dissatisfied, mentally urging him to take one more. Roy ignored it, carrying the books towards his private reading room. The reading room wasn't large, just a small square table and chairs. One side of the room was by a window, letting in the afternoon sun and filling the room with light. Luoyi tossed aside his books, sat down, and casually took out tea and snacks from his dimensional bag, brewing tea while flipping through the books. He moved quickly, spending no more than a second on each page, his eyes flashing with blue light as he reflected the words and images. Deep Blue, on the other hand, absorbed this ancient knowledge almost insatiably. For it was already a mature supergene manager. And performance upgrades were no longer possible. Luoyi wasn't an editor either, lacking the ability to modify the underlying logic at the gene level. However, this didn't mean Deep Blue couldn't upgrade. In fact, the more complete the database, the more profound the knowledge it contained, and the more fields it covered, the greater the role Deep Blue could play. For example, Divine Sigh, Dragon's Might Bloom, a sacred technique primarily focused on the soul, had become significantly different after Deep Blue collected enough information about the soul and compared and fused it with Giant Soul. Not only did his cultivation speed increase, but his power also grew significantly, and he even gained a variation similar to a finishing move. The overall power of his holy techniques more than tripled. Then there were the calamity combat techniques taught by the Cardinal. Some were easy enough for Luoyi to pick up quickly, but others gave him a real headache. For example, the Divine Judgment required an absurdly high level of character. I'm just learning a combat technique, and you're testing my character? Isn't that a bit much? Then there was Blazing Sun Explosion, a calamity combat technique that required Luoyi to be enraged, furious, and enraged to the point of rage. But he was too calm, more rational than emotional. Even when faced with problems, he was more interested in finding solutions and dealing with the issues. He couldn't handle simply getting angry for the sake of getting angry. Finally, Deep Blue found a solution in the travelogues of many holy knights. In fact, these techniques are mainly driven by boiling emotions, causing one's own battle aura to surge, thereby unleashing various killing moves and generating power far exceeding ordinary levels. This is somewhat troublesome for Luoyi to do, but there are alternatives. For example, using Lion King as a base and directly replacing it with Heart of Courage would achieve the same effect. This is why Luoyi insisted on sparring with Bane after mastering the combat techniques. Only after fighting could he verify the actual power of these optimized natural disaster combat techniques. The results proved remarkable. Therefore, during this period, Luoyi spent almost every day in the library, just to add these books to the database. More than 10 books, each hundreds of pages long. Even if reading one page only takes a second, turning the pages took Luoyi nearly 3 hours, leaving his wrists sore and numb. At this moment, Luo Yi desperately wished he could learn some magic, even just mage's hand, something that could automatically turn the pages. Unfortunately, looking at the intricate magic runes, he was truly exasperated. After finally finishing over a dozen ancient books, Luo Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He tossed the book aside and thought to himself, "That's it for today, master, just one more book, please. Deep Blue, don't go too far, otherwise I won't come tomorrow. If you don't come, the loss is yours, not mine." "What did you say?" Muttering like that, "Speak louder." "No, really nothing, nothing at all. Since there's nothing, stop talking nonsense. Have you finished analyzing and optimizing my 3 sacred techniques? Take them out, especially that special sacred technique, Sea God's Protection." Chapter 455, Sacred Technique, Sea God's Protection. Previously, the Allied High Command had promised 3 conditions to secure Luo Yi's assistance, based on his needs: 3 custom-made bottles of 4th-tier awakening potions, for use by lower-level extraordinary powerhouses, secret knowledge, which enhanced the Raymond family's foundation and greatly increased Deep Blue's growth and computational power, and finally, 3 secret sacred techniques. However, since Luo Yi had already spoken, Deep Blue didn't press the matter further. A pale blue light screen refreshed in his eyes, and lines of text appeared. The top was an ancient sea creature script, ancient and obscure, even among modern sea creature scholars, few could decipher it. Below was a translation of human script, detailed and with many minor adjustments based on Luo Yi's physique. Simultaneously, the proverb ring on Luo Yi's hand shimmered, and a strange object resembling a ball of yarn appeared out of thin air and floated in midair. This object was oval-shaped, bluish-brown, like a ball of seaweed, with a dozen tentacles extending out, dancing wildly in the void. If you reach out to approach, it will retract and try to escape, albeit slowly, like a tortoise crawling. This is the essential artifact for cultivating the Sea God's Protection technique. It requires cutting open the chest and transplanting it under the sternum. Its tentacles will cling to the sternum, but they have no effect on the human skeleton. Its function is that, upon activation, a gel-like liquid secreted and stored within it flows into the internal organs, filling the cavities of many organs. Its effect is to protect the internal organs and withstand external impacts. Underwater, it can alleviate the immense pressure from deep-sea water, allowing for free movement and deeper exploration. Of course, if it only did this, it wouldn't deserve the title of a secret sacred technique. It can also fill the organs after they are damaged, temporarily replacing their function and sustaining life. Of course, it's only a temporary replacement because both activation and filling of organs consume this gel-like liquid. Therefore, the cultivation process of this sacred technique involves accumulating more gel-like liquid and continuously increasing its quality. At its peak, even if one's internal organs are damaged or hollowed out, they can still be filled with a gel-like liquid, allowing the practitioner to remain lively and energetic. Does the sacred technique seem a bit strange? That's right, it was created by a sea god who fell in love with a human girl, specifically to allow her to live in the ocean for extended periods. In fact, even among secret sacred techniques, there are different levels. Some are incredibly powerful, while others are practically useless. Those with high cultivation difficulty and uncertain usefulness are the least desirable. Indeed, most of the sacred techniques sent by the 3 great empires this time are like this. Either they require almost impossible to find magical materials to cultivate, or they have bloodline requirements, such as the Lion King, making them inaccessible to ordinary people, or their effects are mediocre, with few uses, not worth investing much effort in, or they are incredibly powerful, but with severe side effects, potentially fatal. Clearly, although the 3 great empires presented many of their treasured sacred techniques, their reluctance was evident. But there's a saying, eyes don't recognize gold inlaid with jade. Luo Yi, holding the list, went through it item by item, and when he saw Sea God's Protection, his eyes were glued to it. Having cultivated multiple sacred techniques and even begun to pursue deeper levels, Luo Yi immediately grasped its secret. The simplest principle is that even combatants, cultivating battle ki and strengthening themselves, will have strengths and weaknesses. Take Luo Yi as an example. He's known for his balanced development, but in reality, his agility is always the highest, while his strength is weaker. In battle, he almost never engages in direct combat, but rather leverages his speed and agility to win with minimal cost. In short, strengths determine the upper limit, like Luo Yi, who can fight legends. Weaknesses, on the other hand, determine the lower limit. Luo Yi cultivates many sacred techniques, which are quite diverse, involving his entire skeletal system, cardiovascular system, nervous system, blood circulation, and even his soul and spirit. It could be said that, thanks to these sacred techniques, his physique far surpassed that of his peers, but his weakness was also obvious. The resilience of his internal organs was limited. In his battles against legendary figures, even with all his sacred techniques unleashed, his output was already formidable, but with repeated collisions, his internal organs were the first to succumb. The sheer force of the recoil alone could injure his internal organs. In a prolonged fight, it could literally kill him. It's like bodybuilders, they appear tall and muscular, like gnarled old trees, incredibly exaggerated. But they are all incredibly weak. If their internal organs were impacted in a real fight, they could die instantly. Luo Yi had sensed this weakness before, but not deeply, until his battle with the Cardinal Archbishop revealed it clearly. However, his initial solution was to find the sacred techniques corresponding to the affected organs and cultivate them one by one. Even with Luo Yi's ambition, he felt these sacred techniques were difficult to find, difficult to cultivate even if found, and required careful attention to various issues. What he didn't expect was that a sea god's protection technique solved the problem from another angle. The gel-like liquid flooded into his internal cavities, forming an insulating layer between each organ and his chest and abdomen. Even with huge shocks and impacts, the damage to his body would be minimal after passing through his muscles, bones, and this gel-like insulating layer. This alone could repair Luo Yi's defects and make up for his shortcomings, which would outwardly increase his combat power. Of course, there was another difficulty in cultivating this sacred technique, which was that it required the blood of a five-colored jellyfish as the main material for generating the gel-like liquid. This five-colored jellyfish was umbrella-shaped, completely transparent, and one could see five-colored, ever-flowing blood inside. It had 8 tentacles, all covered with suckers, and when it hunted, it would directly cover the prey, secrete a paralyzing liquid, and then swallow it little by little. To be honest, this five-colored jellyfish wasn't a powerful magical beast, and its attack power wasn't strong either. Its only unique feature was that it lived in the deep ocean. The water pressure there is immense, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Even with thorough preparation and the use of various magical potions, the vastness of the ocean floor makes it impossible to find such jellyfish. Therefore, it's not hard to see that the Kingdom of Sardinia sent this sacred technique with the intention of disgusting Loi. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Loi is on good terms with Prince Iris of the Northeast Province. While the five-colored jellyfish are hard to find, for Prince Iris, it's merely a matter of issuing an order. Thinking this, Loi has another magic bottle in his hand, about the size of an adult's fist, filled with five-colored, misty blood. He has hundreds of such magic bottles, enough to last him a long time. It's worth mentioning that besides sea god's protection, Loi has also carefully selected 2 other sacred techniques and optimized them using deep blue. These are rock kidney and third lung. Rock kidney, meaning as solid as a rock, means making your kidneys as strong as a rock. Its effects are numerous. For example, it automatically regulates fluid balance, reducing urine output and minimizing water loss in critical situations. This means that even in the desert, one can maintain bodily functions for days and nights without water. It also improves and regulates internal circulation, ensuring the body is always on the verge of high-intensity bursts of power, while stimulating red blood cell production. When injured, it accelerates blood regeneration and metabolism, increasing recovery speed. Most importantly, it accelerates blood circulation and eliminates toxins. Luo Yi believes this sacred technique is categorized as mediocre because these effects can be achieved through other means, making it unnecessary to expend time and energy specifically cultivating a sacred technique. Of course, it's not that this sacred technique lacks any explosive power. At a certain level, it can control the burst of power, bringing the body into a critical state and greatly enhancing combat strength. Superficially, it's somewhat similar to Berserk mode, only the name is Kidney Strike. Well, Luo Yi finds the name rather strange. He prefers to call it Adrenaline Burst. As for the sacred technique, third lung, as the name suggests, it involves implanting a third lung into the body. It's a large, tubular organ. To learn it, a portion of a lung lobe must be removed before it's installed. This alone deters many combatants from practicing it, because a mishandling could mean the difference between survival and death on the operating table. Even with a perfect surgery, If the third lung isn't properly activated, it can damage the original lung lobe, causing breathing difficulties and significantly reducing combat effectiveness. So why bother? As for its effects, it can extract energy from the environment in oxygen-deficient or low-oxygen conditions to generate oxygen and replenish the blood's needs. Simultaneously, it has a powerful filtering function, filtering harmful substances and toxins from the air to maintain combat effectiveness. This sacred skill, simply put, is designed for various harsh environments. For example, in the astral plane, where oxygen is scarce, it can sustain life, or in the abyss, an environment filled with sulfur, lava, fire, and toxins, the third lung is essential for survival. In other words, below the legendary level, this sacred skill is not very useful. But Luo Yu was confident enough in herself, so she chose it. Well, there's really not much to choose from. Besides these, the other holy techniques are all pretty useless. As for the muscle-strengthening holy techniques that Luo Yu wants most, there aren't a single one to be found. At this point, Luo Yu now has 4 holy techniques she can cultivate. In addition to these, there's also the dimensional sac, which strengthens the stomach and intestines. Sometime during this time, the ancient books on the table in the reading room had been swept to the floor and replaced with all sorts of strange things. A shrunken stomach sac, dragging a section of intestine, a ball of thread-like seaweed, 5-colored, swirling blood, hollow, shriveled lungs, kidneys like stones, and various concocted magical potions. At this moment, a look of madness flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. If she's going to play, she might as well play big. Now, everything is ready, just waiting for the right opportunity. But Christmas is only a few days away. Chapter 456, Remnants of Time. December 25th, 314 of the new divine calendar, was the Christmas day of the Lord of Light. After a year of hard work, the flower territory finally enjoyed a much-needed break. Although production tasks remained daunting, seemingly endless, Loy still decided to arrange a full 7-day holiday. From Christmas Day on the 25th, through the Festival of Divine Grace, until January 3rd of the new divine calendar, all work was suspended except for essential positions, such as the steel furnace, which required overtime. Everyone was allowed to enjoy the holiday. Of course, all monthly wages, benefits, and year-end bonuses had been settled beforehand. No delays were made, even for some private enterprises. Even with insufficient working capital, the Earl's mansion provided interest-free short-term accommodation, an arrangement that was implemented. As a result, all workers found themselves with an extremely considerable amount of savings this year, even more than they could believe. The positive feedback from this alone was astonishing. After a year of hard work, it would be a lie to say they weren't exhausted, but the substantial profits they had already reaped soothed their physical and mental fatigue. It even gave them hope that hard work would lead to success. With money in hand, even the most frugal would think about spending it. Coupled with the ample preparations within the territory, goods from all over the world practically filled every shop. As a communication center and resource hub for the Alliance, the Empire, and even the Sea Clan, the abundance of goods here was beyond imagination. With these prerequisites, the grandeur of this Christmas was foreseeable. In fact, to ensure the smooth running of the festival, Loy even transferred a full 3,000 men from the 1st Guard Legion, who were training in the military camp. Then there was the police station managed by Leon Vasquez, which was divided into districts down to each street. These police officers, familiar with the roads, along with a squad of guard soldiers, were responsible for the security, sanitation, conflict mediation, and even fire prevention of their respective areas. Despite the numerous projects under his charge, the generous bonuses and benefits distributed in advance by Loy, along with the promised days off, silenced all complaints. And this was only what was outwardly apparent. Behind the scenes, Loy even had mobilized the underground gangs to thoroughly crack down on all criminal establishments and individuals involved in organized crime. Where there's light, there is darkness. Even in flower territory, the dirty dealings lurking in the shadows could not be completely eradicated. However, during this crucial time, anyone who dared to cause trouble would face Loy's swift and decisive action, with heads rolling. Even the hidden spies and moles received warnings. Thus, the festive atmosphere of Christmas reached its zenith. From the first rays of dawn, the siren songs, carried by Lilia's mage tower, resounded throughout Brussels. Their ethereal voices seemed to cleanse the soul and alleviate weariness. The power of the Lion King enveloped the city, and the invisible waves of energy spread, filling everyone's hearts with joy. Men and women, young and old, all came out of their homes. They donned new clothes and tall hats, and danced joyfully to the rhythm of the music. Their movements weren't particularly skillful, their dance wasn't very difficult, and their simple body-twisting motions hardly qualify as dance. However, you couldn't deny the immense vitality they displayed. Humble yet resilient, like wild grass, they endured trampling and ravaging, yet still thrived. Along the way, long tables were set up, laden with wine, drinks, soup, meat, bread, and fruit. This was provided by the shops along the route. Roy had requisitioned all the cooks and kitchens in the city, ordering them to provide ample food and water. Of course, most of the costs were borne by the Lord's manor. Travelers could buy food for just a few copper coins. The reason it wasn't entirely borne by Roy wasn't because he lacked the money, but simply to avoid waste. However, if you wanted something for free, that wasn't out of the question. In the squares of Brussels, free food is provided at bonfire parties. Of course, these places are often crowded, making it difficult to squeeze in. It's worth noting that this year's Christmas celebrations are different. Intricate magic circles, seemingly small but made with many precious materials, are set up in the city squares. Then, at the start of Christmas, image-reflecting crystals are placed in the center. As magic flows through them, a strange buoyancy arises, suspending the crystals in midair, with a beam of light shining upon them. This creates a refraction effect, spreading a huge image across the sky. Amazingly, the same image can be seen from all four directions, even from a distance. This sudden scene attracts countless eyes and gasps of amazement. Of course, most people don't know what image-reflecting crystals are, but that doesn't stop them from paying close attention. The image, appearing from afar, seems to be looking down from the sky, revealing the face of a city. It is the original Brussels, before Roy's arrival, still retaining its original appearance. The Roy River flowed serenely, its 3 floating bridges bustling with people and boats, many of which were being pulled ashore by boatmen. Dock workers were busy at work. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in many eyes. It seemed like a long time ago, yet also like not so long ago. Looking back at the city in their memories, it seemed much smaller, the pedestrians ragged and their faces filled with sorrow. The whole scene was gloomy, lacking any vibrant color. Until one day, on a day when flowers bloomed in profusion, this ancient city welcomed its new master, the new Lion King. When the Count, who looked like a mere youth, stepped onto this land, entered this city, it was as if the world itself gained color, everything changed. At that moment, time seemed to speed up, and everyone witnessed it. They watched as a mage tower appeared from nothing within the Lion Manor, the light of magical crystal lamps dispelling the darkness and illuminating the night sky. In the fields, the land was leveled, and factory buildings rose from nothing, countless people bustling about, working tirelessly. Then, in the steel mill, huge chimneys billowed thick smoke, and under the workers' hands, gleaming pieces of refined steel emerged from the molten iron. In the textile factory, female workers stood beside their spinning machines, their hands moving incessantly, the final product being bolts of cotton cloth rolled into cylinders, sent out of the factory, to become new clothes for people. In the apothecary workshop, countless magical materials were dried and processed, eventually becoming bottles of magical potions, which were then loaded onto carriages or ships and sent to all corners of the world. And the railway tracks, from nothing to something, from broken to complete, finally pulled by locomotives gleaming with magical energy, transporting supplies and goods back and forth time and again. The sheer volume of activity seemed to be a microcosm of the city's transformation. Suddenly, the view broadened again, and everyone saw it all, the transformation of the city. The factory district grew increasingly bustling. High-rise buildings sprang up in the new city, roads widened, and magical crystal lamps illuminated the darkness on both sides. Correspondingly, low-rise buildings were demolished, and countless people moved into their new homes with smiles on their faces. The schools echoed with the sound of students reading aloud, the streets were filled with vendors hawking their wares, pedestrians were dressed in smart suits, and the coins pulled out for purchases gleamed brightly. The scene shifted again, showing many smiling faces. There were elderly people, children, men, women, people eating, receiving wages, working, walking, talking loudly, and confidently holding their heads high. It was as if the entire city had witnessed countless expressions, from furrowed brows to beaming smiles. The entire photograph was played for quite a while, Yet countless people looked up without even blinking. Some smiled, their faces deeply wrinkled, yet their smiles were radiant. Some wept, their eyes brimming with tears, as if recalling past hardships. Many more, however, had eyes that gleamed with understanding and fervor. Only at this moment, at this very moment, did everyone truly feel the immense changes that had taken place in this city in just 2 short years. And they, the people within it, were no longer the same as before. At this moment, the screen suddenly darkened, and when it brightened again, the silhouette of a figure appeared. Light shone down from afar, making his back appear so majestic and towering, like a giant protecting this land. Then, Luo Yi slowly turned around, took a few steps forward, and stood before everyone. He wore a bright red silk robe, a lion emblem embroidered in gold thread on his chest, an ancient golden crown on his head, and a gleaming ring on his right hand. He tilted his head slightly. His face was still young and handsome, but his brows now held the composure and dignity of years gone by. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, looking directly at everyone in the city, meeting their eyes. Until this moment, on the screen of light, like a silent film, Luo Yi spoke, his loud and majestic voice resounding throughout the heavens and earth. This is the era of magical energy industry, and the miracle of mechanical creation. This is also a great upheaval unprecedented in the old continent's millennia-long history. I am honored to be born in this era, to have this territory, and to have you, my hard-working and tireless citizens. You and I, will ultimately stand at the forefront of this era, riding the waves and reaping its rewards. Gentlemen, the future is long, and time is endless. Let us strive together. Chapter 457, The Four-Winged Holy Healing Angel. Meanwhile, inside the Lion Manor, in the luxurious banquet hall, on the second floor, Loy stood with Lilia. He was dressed exactly as in the image crystal, only the real person possessed a far greater presence and majesty than the projection. Beside him, Lilia wasn't wearing a traditional corseted noblewoman's gown, but rather a loose-fitting silk-pleated skirt. Her belly was already protruding, with a noticeable curve, bearing the future mistress of the flower-adorned mansion. She had gained a little weight, but still lacked the affectation of a noblewoman, instead exuding the intellect and composure of a scholar. Of course, whenever her gaze fell upon her belly, a maternal glow would appear on her face, every smile and gesture captivating. Below, in the hall, stood a large crowd. There were former vassals and knights of the Raymond family, officials who had risen through the ranks, factory executives recruited from the empire. All of them were dressed in impeccable gentlemanly attire, accompanied by their wives and children, attending this important banquet. The hall was eerily quiet, no one spoke, and even breathing seemed to slow. They all looked up at the sky, where a crystal projection was playing. Frankly, this was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Luo Yi, inspired by the magic mirror of the Magic Eye Alliance. The purpose was to evoke memories of past hardships and present joys, to make everyone compare their current lives to those of hardship. As the saying goes, comparison is the mother of all suffering. Luo Yi believed that this would make the people of Flower Territory appreciate the preciousness of their current lives. Of course, he had to admit that due to time constraints, the projection crystal was a mix of reality and illusion. Most of it was real footage, but some was magical illusion. Furthermore, the lack of a suitable playback medium meant the clarity wasn't great, but the overall effect was still quite impressive. At this moment, Luo Yi felt a surge of faith power wash over him, and, Lion King, activated almost instinctively, absorbing the extremely dense power of faith. Only when the phrase "let us encourage each other" faded into the distance did a unified exhale echo through the hall, as if everyone had recovered from their shock and become vibrant again. How so? Even for them, the impact of this movie was unparalleled. Moreover, the passage of time and the city's development depicted were things they had personally experienced, making it even more relatable. At that moment, Luo Yi turned slightly, took a glass of red wine from the butler, Hoover, and gently tapped it with a metal spoon. Clink. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the hall, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Luo Yi lowered her head slightly, meeting their gaze, her eyes sharp as she surveyed the room. And so, everyone bowed their heads. After a long pause, he spoke softly. "When I first arrived, I told most of you, give me some time, and I will give you a different Flower Territory. 2 years have passed, and I have fulfilled my promise. Look at Brussels now, look at yourselves, and you should understand, but I want to say that having an early advantage doesn't guarantee victory. The magic era has only just begun, and the future holds infinite possibilities. You are on the same boat as me, sailing towards distant lands. I hope you can keep up with my pace and witness the future glory of this territory. Gentlemen, to this great era." As he said this, Roy raised his glass high, and below, almost everyone raised their glasses simultaneously. However, what they said was, "To the great Lion King." After drinking, Roy waved his hand and said, "Let the music continue, let the dancing continue." Instantly, the entire hall came alive, with clinking glasses and lively conversation. This annual banquet held a different significance, gathering almost all the powerful figures and noble knights under the Flower Territory, making it an ideal venue for socializing. Even Luo Yi, who disliked the chaotic banquet, had to hold a wine glass and receive everyone's greetings. Fortunately, he had Shen Lan with him. Even if he didn't recognize everyone, Shen Lan would remind him, and various information allowed him to quickly find a topic to start a conversation with just a glance. He could ask a few questions about their children's studies, talk about their parents and family, reminisce about their achievements, or offer a few words of encouragement, all of which would make them very happy. The fact that someone of Luo Yi's status could remember their family background, ancestral origins, and life stories was enough to make them feel incredibly valued. Especially for those who rarely saw Luo Yi, these few words were enough to win their hearts. After making his rounds, Luo Yi used Lilia's pregnancy as an excuse to leave the banquet hall with her. After they left, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became several times more lively. Even with him there, everyone was still a little reserved. On the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, Roy escorted Lilia to her room. Just as he was about to leave, Lilia grabbed his hand, their eyes meeting, her gaze filled with worry. "Roy, you must be careful. My child and I are waiting for you." She knew what Roy was going to do, but it was precisely because she knew that she thought he was so reckless. Roy patted her hand confidently. "Lilia, you should know me. I would never take a risk without being absolutely certain, but, no buts. Lilia, just trust me." Roy looked at Lilia earnestly, his eyes full of sincerity. Lilia finally said, "I trust you, trust me." Then rest assured, Roy still laughed. He felt Lilia's resentful gaze, but still didn't turn back, resolutely walking out of the room. He went to his usual training room, where Olivera had been waiting for a long time. Olivera didn't say much. In truth, he had already said what needed to be said. Roy, on the other hand, tossed over the silver angel rapier, then took out all sorts of strange items, materials, and potions. With Deep Blue's help, he meticulously inventoried, organized, and determined the order of their use. Of course, despite his calm demeanor, he was internally struggling with Deep Blue. "Deep Blue, let me tell you, if I die, you die too, so are you sure it's okay, Master? If you're really worried, how about we do it one by one?" "Nonsense, one by one? You want me to be disemboweled 4 times? Could you handle that, Master? You're joking. I'm just a super gene butler, rooted in human genes. I have no physical body and can't be disemboweled." "Then let me put it another way. Format you 4 times, would you be willing?" "I definitely wouldn't. So, for our lives, tell me seriously, is there really no danger this time, Master? I'm telling you for the 99th time, in my calculations. Doing this is fine." "That's good." As he spoke, Luo Yi had already prepared everything he needed. However, he didn't rush to begin, but instead burned a stick of the highest quality calming incense, trying to adjust his body and mind to their best state in meditation. With each long breath, the blue smoke accompanied his breathing, entering his body. Gradually, Luo Yi's breathing became more stable, his body like a dormant beast falling into slumber, and his emotional fluctuations decreased to the slightest level. Time passed slowly as he regulated his breathing, until dusk approached and bonfires were lit, but a new change occurred. At the temple of the sun god, the red dragon Virgil, along with all the church priests, clergy, and choir, had begun the sacrificial ceremony. To be honest, he regretted it halfway through. It was just too damn tiring. The holy power within his body, which was originally quite abundant, had long been poured into the divine magic array beneath him. Although he still had boundless dragon power, he couldn't use it at this time, so he could only consume his physical strength. However, just when he was confident that he would definitely not do this kind of grueling work again, the change occurred. The vibrating divine magic array seemed to be inexplicably stimulated, suddenly operating at its most intense, even critical, state. The holy power in the air suddenly became more than 10 times denser. It was as if you were digging and suddenly unearthed a spring, bubbling water gushing out, almost flooding the area. At that very moment, the red dragon Virgil swiftly raised his head, his eyes transforming completely into dragon eyes, fixed intently on the sky. And so, he saw, in that unknown height, a dazzling, radiant doorway forming and slowly opening. A holy, four-winged angel emerged from the doorway. She was so noble, like the bright moon in the heavens, untouchable. She was so compassionate, as if unable to bear the suffering of the world. She was shrouded in light, obscuring her features, yet giving the impression that she was undeniably breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, even the red dragon Virgil was stunned. He stammered, "A four-winged holy healing angel, the holy healing angel, the most compassionate angel under the throne of the great Lord of Light. I received a reply to my sacrifice. The holy healing angel has descended to earth. Then, this is divine blessing. This year, the Lord of Light actually bestowed flowers as a divine blessing." At this moment, even the mighty red dragon Virgil was dumbfounded, staring straight up. Only when the angel lowered her head slightly and their eyes met did he momentarily lose his composure. Then, he quickly lowered his head. Yes, even the ancient red dragon, who had traversed countless ages, chose to bow his head at this moment. And the believers around him, even those kneeling in prayer, were now engulfed in fervor. Then, the four-winged holy healing angel looked up again with satisfaction. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and countless rays of holy healing light poured down. Like the gentlest spring rain, it fell upon them, bringing a touch of coolness. In this coolness, all sorts of hidden ailments and injuries were healing. Even some of the gloomy, negative emotions in their hearts were extinguished. It was different from the way the seven gods manifested. But this was the divine blessing bestowed by the Lord of Light. Chapter 458, Fellow Cultivators. In the Mage Tower, in the training room, Luo Yi suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze devoid of any warmth. She saw the four-winged angel of holy light spreading divine grace, but before the angel could notice her and look at her, she quickly lowered her head, averting her gaze. If the blessing of the seven gods was the task of the angel of the holy bottle, then the blessing of the Lord of Light was the responsibility of this four-winged angel of healing. Legend has it that she was originally a beautiful human girl, skilled in potion making, adept at concocting various healing and antidote potions. Kind-hearted and unable to bear the suffering of humanity, she traveled the earth, using her potions to heal mortals and dispel disease. Unfortunately, this angered a certain evil god who controlled disease and pain, who cast a terrible curse upon her. Wherever she went, plague and toxins spread, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not solve the problem. The evil god intended to torment the girl's soul, ultimately leading her to fall and become an evil spirit. Unfortunately, the girl's will was incredibly strong, and she persevered through countless setbacks, overcoming many intractable diseases and finding cures for various plagues and antidotes for their toxins. Finally, just as the evil god, enraged, was about to take action himself, the Lord of Light descended. From then on, the mortal realm lost a magical potion-making girl, and the divine kingdom gained a holy angel of healing, who, deeply favored by the Lord of Light, eventually ascended to four wings. According to ancient records, this holy angel of healing appeared quite frequently in ancient times. Mainly, it was this holy angel of healing who appeared to save heroes, kings, or important figures when they were injured or ill. Unfortunately, in modern times, her fame has diminished considerably. This is because the Lord of Light has reduced the frequency of divine favor, not bestowing it for many years, naturally reducing the opportunities for this four-winged holy angel of healing to appear. However, this time, no one expected that she would actually perform a miracle in the flower territory on Christmas Day. Though her head was bowed, Luo Yi's gaze grew increasingly cold and profound. He didn't believe the four-winged holy healing angel had the authority to decide where to bestow divine grace, so this sudden blessing must have come from that being. In other words, Flower Clan, or rather, Loi, had already caught that being's eye. This was not good news. In fact, it was an extremely dangerous signal. He didn't want to get involved in the conflict of faith between the sun god and the seven gods. He didn't want to get involved in any way, in any form. Unfortunately, while he thought this way, it seemed some beings didn't think so. Of course, was there any benefit to the four-winged holy healing angel's bestowal of divine grace? Of course there was. From Loi's perspective, he could see a vast, ocean-like surge of faith power, rising wave after wave, already giving the feeling of a tidal wave. Even if most of this faith power wasn't directed at him, a portion of it benefiting him was still enormous. The divine blessing lasted for about 15 minutes. When the four-winged holy healing angel returned to the divine kingdom through the gate of light, Roy immediately took action. He abruptly looked up, ripped open his clothes, and exposed his chest. "Oliveira, come on, be faster. Be more skillful, and I'll forgive you a bit." Oliveira took a deep breath to ease his tension, then reached for Roy's silver angel rapier. This rapier had no special effects, except for one thing: it was incredibly sharp. Oliveira knelt before Roy, closed his eyes slightly, and regulated his breathing. Subtle lightning crackled around him, then disappeared into the silver angel rapier along the hilt. Then, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, as if a flash of lightning had struck, accompanied by a sharp sword light that left a lingering trail in the air. When the sword light is fast enough, it's possible to feel no pain. Roy only felt a chill run down his chest. With immense willpower, he suppressed his instincts to dodge, and when he looked down slightly, he saw a V-shaped gash in his chest and abdomen. Oliveira's swordsmanship was superb, slicing through skin, muscle, and fascia without damaging internal organs. Through the wounds, writhing organs were clearly visible. Even though Roy was prepared, seeing himself disemboweled still made him pale. Oliveira, however, remained calm and acted swiftly. First, the dimensional sac, that strange object resembling intestines, was removed and infused with a special potion. Immediately, its previously ordinary appearance emanated an indescribable, unique aura. Deep as a valley, still as an abyss, it seemed to connect with the unknown, unfathomable. Oliveira pressed it onto Roy's intestines. The contact between flesh and solidity created ripples that vanished without a trace. Then, Roy felt a terrifying hunger, penetrating to his very bones and soul, unbearable. Next, the rock kidney, soaked in a herb, its originally rock-solid surface seemed to melt, turning into viscous liquid. The basic method for mastering this sacred technique involves using a brush to apply the viscous liquid to the kidneys, ensuring it's evenly distributed and fully absorbed. It's hard to imagine the feeling. It's like an unparalleled weakness emanating from the depths of the body, making even breathing difficult. Then comes the third lung, the most gruesome part, requiring the removal of a portion of the lung lobe. Imagine the horror of having a healthy lung lobe surgically removed. Fortunately, Oliveira swiftly removed a portion of the lung lobe and pressed the strange object to the wound. The object wriggled, sealing the wound almost instantly. A special potion was then applied, and it miraculously merged into one, leaving no visible scar except for a different color. While the most difficult part seemed relatively painless, as the third lung underwent deep fusion, Roy felt breathless. It was as if the oxygen supply was insufficient, with every part of his body issuing warnings, forcing Roy to gasp for air like a dehydrated fish. Finally, with a sea gut's protection, the ball of yarn-like substance was pressed against the sternum, and a few drops of five-colored jellyfish blood were dripped on it. Instantly, it seemed to be activated, its 8 tentacles nimbly clinging to the sternum and spreading along it. It's worth mentioning that due to the cultivation of golden bones, Roy's bones were a pale gold color, as solid as metal, and even a clinking sound could be heard when touched. However, the cool, icy feeling of the tentacles clinging to him sent a chill down one's spine. It was as if you could clearly feel something scraping and scraping against your bones. After doing all this, Oliveira quickly threw away the substance in her hand, took out a porcelain bottle, and poured it directly onto Roy's wound. It was a top-grade magic potion called Angel's Tears, mixed with the life force of Isis's spring of wine, which at this moment displayed an extremely powerful restorative effect. Roy's wounds were healing at an almost visible speed. The granulation tissue seemed to come alive, waving tentacles, combining, intertwining, and sealing the wound. In just a few dozen breaths, the wounds were healed. Oliveira, having done all this, could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead and face, his hands trembling. Roy smiled at him, but only briefly before curling into a ball. Hunger, weakness, shortness of breath, numbness, 4 strange sensations surged through him, tormenting him. Yet, even so, he didn't allow Deep Blue to activate its sensory shielding module, nor did he allow these physical sensations to disturb his mind. Fortunately, the artifacts were all planted, and he could use his own power. First, his golden red battle aura ignited, the holy fire enveloping him, rising and falling with his breath like a beating heart. Then, a dense flow of faith energy emanated from the Lion King's gathering power, pouring into all the wondrous artifacts and activating the 4 sacred techniques to accelerate their fusion. Gradually, Roy finally calmed down, his breathing becoming increasingly steady. He looked at Oliveira and instructed, "I need to sleep for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's absolutely necessary." Yes, with just that, Roy closed his eyes and fell into deep sleep. Oliveira carried Roy to bed, covered him with the blankets, and looked at Roy, whose brows were slightly furrowed even in his sleep, and couldn't help but sigh. "Why push yourself so hard?" But after just a sigh, he shook his head, tidied up the training room, organized the miscellaneous items, and went to the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. He needed to let Lelia and the relevant personnel know he was safe. To be honest, simultaneously cultivating 4 combat techniques was somewhat risky. Even with Deep Blue's multiple optimizations and calculations, it was still just theory. Who knew what changes might occur in actual practice? Roy remained resolute, his determination strengthened even more after the 4-winged holy healing angel bestowed divine grace. By now, his body contained a full 11 secret holy techniques: Divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat, Lion King, Divine Sigh, Dragon's Might Bloom, Ear of Lyman, Golden Bone, Holy Fire, Divine Speed, Sea Guts Protection, Third Lung, Rock Kidney, Dimensional Sac. An ordinary combatant possessing even one of these techniques would be enough to dominate their rank and demonstrate formidable strength. Roy had amassed 11 secret holy techniques. While perhaps unparalleled in the future, this was certainly an unprecedented feat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The First Year of Widespread Mechanical Development. Why was Luo Yi working so hard? A profound sense of crisis was one factor, but more importantly, Luo Yi had seen a path different from traditional combatants. These past few days, Luo Yi had read many books. Although he hadn't finished reading all the books in the hidden library, with the help of Deep Blue's scanning, he could say he had a fairly comprehensive understanding. Then, Luo Yi discovered a chilling fact: beyond the legendary level, there was no longer a clear path. Even if a legendary powerhouse had 1 foot out of the prime material plane and possessed the ability to travel through the astral plane, their future development depended on using the astral plane as their grand stage to seek opportunities. The problem was, even if everything went smoothly and they continued to climb, the peak of legendary was the pinnacle. To break through and become a 6th-tier demigod, one had to acquire divine fire. In other words, the path ahead was to ignite the divine fire, acquire divinity, and condense a divine spark. This was the path to godhood, and the only path. The only difference was whether you wanted to become a lawful god, a chaotic evil god, a killing demon god, or an alien god. Of course, most who embark on the path to godhood don't have the luxury of being picky. Simply reaching the top already surpasses millions of powerful individuals. Luo Yi could also climb this path, but he was well aware of its immense popularity. Over millennia, countless powerful figures had gathered, even legends were merely at the bottom. How many could reach the pinnacle? Moreover, the situation on the old continent was clear: the sun god unified all faiths. How powerful! The 7 gods' ability to snatch food from the jaws of death, how mysterious! It was already crowded enough. Where was there room for his development? Conversely, he saw a unique path in the secret sacred techniques. Perhaps it could allow him to break free from the shackles and create his own world, so naturally, he was unwilling to give it up easily. December 25th, New Divine Calendar 314, Christmas Day. A 4-winged holy healing angel descended upon Brussels, the city of flower territory, spreading the divine blessings of the Lord of Light. The news spread, shaking the old continent. Countless believers were in turmoil, all finding it unbelievable. The reason is simple: apart from the Habs Empire, only the flower territory has progressed extremely far in the development of magic energy industry across the entire old continent. Its political and military systems also differ from those of feudal empires. Such a place is hardly heretical, yet now it has received divine blessing. What is this? Is the great Lord of Light abandoning the existing order and instead supporting magic energy industry? Such speculation is brewing in the minds of countless nobles and causing panic among many rulers. This is the authority of the sun god. Even a small action can cause a storm to rise across the entire continent. Of course, it was at this time that the papal state stepped forward and announced Loy's identity. An ancient Templar knight, a lord who wields the divine fire aura, proficient in various divine combat techniques. Loy, except for not serving in the church, is in every respect a devout believer of the sun god. Such a being cannot be described as having an exaggeration of noble status. As for the magic energy industry of the Flower Territory, what conflict does that have with Loy's Templar Knight status? This was the explanation given by the Papal States. Laymen were confused and bewildered, but those in the know immediately understood. The Church had ultimately chosen to adopt Loy's suggestion, decoupling the magic energy industry from the Seven Gods Church. The Seven Gods were the Seven Gods. Their conflict of faith was a life-or-death struggle, impossible to reconcile. But the magic energy industry was the magic energy industry. Machinery replacing human labor was already a symbol of progress, an inevitable trend in social development, unstoppable. In a sense, the Church was already encouraging industrial development and the widespread adoption of machinery. Of course, on the surface, it seemed that Loy's persuasion had worked, but in reality, the major empires had already begun. Whether the Church agreed or disagreed, it was a done deal. If they agreed, they could still save face. If they disagreed, they would lose all face. This was an established fact, and after the Church's announcement, the three major empires immediately took action. Their industrial zones seemed to spring up overnight, blooming everywhere. Anyone with eyes could see that this had been going on for a while, but they insisted on claiming that they were only now beginning to allocate resources. These truths couldn't be hidden from those in power, but they were very convincing to the common people, and even to the lower-level ruling class, the minor nobles and knights. It was from this moment that the magic energy industry spread throughout the old world. Many years later, historians even regarded the year 315 of the new divine calendar as the beginning of widespread mechanization, another milestone in the development of the magic energy industry. Of course, all of this is hindsight. The arrival of the four-winged holy healing angel brought more than just changes in the continental situation or the healing effects, it also plunged the people of Flower Territory into a state of frenzy. Christmas Day aside, the revelry continued for several days afterward. The fervor of faith was on full display. Butler Hoover knew what Loy wanted, and he almost overruled objections, allowing the revelry to continue, essentially celebrating both holidays together. Only after the Festival of Divine Grace had ended, and the exhaustion following the frenzy subsided, did the entire territory finally quiet down. 2 days later, Flower Territory fully resumed operations, and everyone was back to work, busy as bees. It was now January of the new divine calendar 315. Loy was still asleep, but Flower Territory was already busy with its accounts again. A year had passed, and the accounts needed to be settled again, with profits distributed to everyone. This was mainly the work of Mira Greenman and Butler Hoover. Mira was primarily responsible for the Raymond Magic Energy Group, whose business was quite extensive, even including the current sea creature trade. Butler Hoover oversaw Flower Territory's traditional businesses, such as maritime trade, the perfume business, taxes, and land revenue. Now, an arms dealer had been added, handling military supplies between the Empire and the Allied forces. This was also a major source of profit, so high that it couldn't be disclosed. As a result, Flower Territory's accounts were now far more complex than imagined. Even though Flower Territory's accountants were all professional and capable, it still took time to sort and settle these massive accounts. Of course, even though the specific figures haven't been released yet, everyone knows this year's profits will be astronomical. 10 times more than last year is the bare minimum. And this is all based on the fact that Luoyi never hesitates to spend money. The simultaneous construction of 2 cities is far beyond the imagination of ordinary nobles. But for the Flower Territory now, there's not even the slightest pressure. In fact, because of its control over the arms and machinery trade, the Flower Territory is now qualified to use its connections to make payments to various nobles and empires. These nobles and empires who want to purchase weapons and various mechanical equipment from Luoyi, and who want to ensure subsequent maintenance and repairs, all have to maintain a good relationship with the Flower Territory. Even a small discount, or skipping the queue, or providing some high-quality goods will make them happy. Correspondingly, The flower territory practically begs for credit when purchasing various magical materials, ores, and raw materials from them. However, Luoyi is very strict about deposits, payments, and final payments in the flower territory, and does not allow any fraud. It's worth mentioning that right after the new year, the flower territory experienced a wave of breakthroughs. First Alfonso Zeke, then Thordine, two of the three Grand Knights entered the secluded chambers of the Mage Tower, intending to break through to the fourth tier of the Calamity. They were all wealthy, and the awakening potions they obtained were custom-made, perfectly suited to their physiques. Of the three custom-made potions, the last one was traded for by the female Tarrant Tanya. Grand Knight Vincent Ackerman also wanted it, but Tanya refused to give it up, leading to a battle. The outcome is well known. Tanya won a Pyrrhic victory. In truth, Vincent Ackerman wasn't far behind in strength, but Tanya fought with reckless abandon. The result? She lost, and had to admit defeat. However, Vincent Ackerman didn't suffer a major loss, because the vault already contained a batch of Cretus awakening potions, perfectly suited to his physique. Unfortunately, both were injured in the battle, forcing them to postpone the breakthroughs. They were all like this, and there were even more people who had broken through from the second tier to the extraordinary level. To encourage everyone to cultivate diligently, the Lord's Mansion even opened up a series of high-quality resource exchanges. It was also the annual dividend season, and everyone had money in hand, so naturally they weren't stingy. In fact, everyone could see that the flower territory's growth and expansion were undeniable. The profits were becoming increasingly substantial, and even those they interacted with were princes and princesses from various countries, cabinet officials, and even cardinals and legendary powerhouses. Luoyi had also obtained the title of Templar Knight. This increase in prestige was obvious to everyone. In the past, the Raymond family was known as a 1,000-year-old noble family, but who cared when they went out? Now it was different. But the more the flower territory developed, the higher the expectations placed on them. Luoyi's reprimand of everyone for their lack of ambition in the council hall and his demand that everyone keep up at the Christmas banquet were already expressions of his dissatisfaction. At this time, everyone would definitely seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently and seek breakthroughs. Of course, there was one more thing that really spurred them on. Hector Hunter, an old acquaintance of Loy, was a newly recruited peak second-tier swordsman who, thanks to resources and potions, has already successfully broken through to the third tier. While this was undoubtedly due to his deep cultivation, achieving the third tier at this point in time carries a different significance. As a result, the news spread, spurring everyone on, and their enthusiasm for cultivation increased by a considerable margin. Then there's Sid Francis, the leader of the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Group, a third-tier transcendent who has joined the group. He is now following in Lean Vasquez's footsteps, learning from him. It's clear to everyone that he's about to take over either the security department or the police department, a sure step into the core of power in the flower territory. Chapter 460, Dreams, Sacred Techniques, and Laws. To be honest, it wasn't reasonable for Leon Vasquez to be in charge of all security and the police department in the industrial zone. These were clearly two separate departments, and having one person manage both resulted in an excessive concentration of power. This wasn't just a concern for Roy, even Leon Vasquez himself was unwilling to accept it. He didn't want to cling to power compared to Roy's trust. Furthermore, with industrial development, city expansion, population growth, and frequent trade, both departments were placing immense pressure on Leon Vasquez. The police department's tasks were already tedious and demanding, and he also had to manage the security and environmental protection of the industrial zone. Especially with his spies and agents from various countries always trying to obtain high-value technology and information, even with the help of Aang's brothers, he felt overwhelmed. Therefore, he had discussed with Roy long ago the possibility of delegating some power to others. The problem was, Roy lacked capable subordinates. To maintain that position, one needed cunning, strategy, and magnanimity. Only in this way can he manage his affairs smoothly. Of course, this is the final result. But the prerequisite for taking that position is always strength. This world values strength above all else. With the current size of the flower leader, without extraordinary combat power, he simply cannot control the arrogant and fierce soldiers under his command in this crucial department. But what about Roy's subordinates? Those vassal knights mostly retain the characteristics of feudal nobles. They admire force and despise culture. Many of them can't even do accounting, let alone read and write. and need someone to write for them. Making them practice basic meditation is like a literacy campaign. These brutes might be okay in the army, but they are really bad at management. On the other hand, Captain Sick Francis can manage such a large mercenary group in an orderly manner and strive to maintain it in the face of an increasingly harsh external environment. His ability is truly not bad. Therefore, Roy let him learn from Leon Vasquez, and he will eventually take over the work of the police department. Of course, the reason he was chosen, besides his suitability, was also to establish a reputation for spending a fortune to acquire talent. Captain Sick Francis was the first extraordinary individual to become the police chief. The half-giant Bane was the first calamity to be appointed, stationed at Siren Harbor. Both of them received important responsibilities, and Roy placed great trust in them, setting an example for the previous recruitment. In fact, after the news spread, some people, after careful consideration, rushed here. Of course, for those natives, who had enjoyed the benefits and reaped the rewards, they were naturally unhappy if someone else tried to take a slice of their cake, but they dared not vent their displeasure on Roy, not even uttering a complaint. Roy's current prestige was nothing short of at its zenith, and they didn't dare criticize him, not even privately. But unable to vent, they could only engage in infighting. Ultimately, it's all because they themselves lacked ambition. So, those who should have been cultivated, those who should have been breaking through, broke through, everyone was sidelined. And this was Luo Yi's overall plan and strategy. Now was not the time to rest on their laurels. The tides of time could indeed propel them to great heights, allowing them to admire the magnificent scenery. But if things went wrong, a large number could be swept away when the tide receded. Therefore, he wouldn't let Flower Territory fall into a state of complacency. Instead, he wanted to keep that thread taut, tightened. Everyone would have the motivation to move forward. Of course, all of the above were arrangements made before Luo Yi fell asleep. He hadn't expected to sleep for so long. His simultaneous cultivation of 4 sacred techniques had indeed proceeded as Shin Lan had calculated, without much danger. But, as for unforeseen changes, they still occurred. At this moment, Luo Yi was trapped in countless bizarre and fantastical dreams, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to be running wildly through a desolate wilderness, surrounded by towering trees, and countless terrifying beasts roaring, their fury shaking the heavens and earth. But he felt no fear. Because he was the strongest. With his claws and roars, he crushed countless behemoths, making the world tremble before him. Until one moment, he stood by the water, looking down. He saw a lion standing upright, its mane and whiskers bristling, its eyes filled with ferocity, cunning and cruel. The scene shifted, and he seemed to be submerged in an endless river of blood, surging and rising with the waves. At this moment, he seemed to shrink dozens of times, and upon closer inspection, he appeared to be countless blood spheres surging and darting about. He drifted with the current, traversing great rivers and flowing through narrow paths, even disappearing into the flesh and blood of the earth, until finally, he merged into a vast ocean of blood. Here, he seemed to hear the movement of the ocean of blood, not the ebb and flow of the tides, but its expansion and contraction, each movement like the heartbeat of a behemoth, shaking the world. The dream shifted again, and he seemed to transform into lightning, freely traversing the vast and boundless world. With each leap, each rise and fall, lightning flashed, carrying countless messages to distant lands. The dream shifted again, he sensed an infinite void, seemingly boundless and endless. Yet, he himself was this void, able to feel its writhing and expansion. But that was nothing compared to the astonishing fact that he seemed to control this void. He distorted space, folding 2 points together, bending the void to form loops. He even twisted space into a pretzel, creating an endless Mobius strip. Finally, impatient, he crushed the void with a single, powerful movement, shattering it like a falling mirror. At that moment, he was stunned, as if he had grasped something, yet remained bewildered, as if he had grasped nothing at all. But the dream wouldn't wait. The scene shifted again, the world becoming boundless and desolate, all sound vanished. Yet, the more he couldn't hear, the more he longed to hear. So he pricked up his ears, focused his mind, and tried to listen. And then, it seemed he truly heard it. It was the sound of the world. This dream was about fire, a ball of fire burning fiercely in the void. He seemed to become that fire, yet also seemed to be independent, intently watching the flames burn. He saw so much in that fire. Warmth, scorching heat, burning, destruction. But these were all just appearances. Looking beyond the surface, There seemed to be countless particles in violent motion, creating a new form of high temperature and ripples. At this moment, Luo Yi stared intently, as if trying to see more clearly. Then, he saw a ripple, constantly spreading outwards, seemingly carrying the power of lightning. He saw visible light, visible to the naked eye, captured by his eyes, and thus transformed into light. It was a magical experience. He even felt it might be beneficial to him, but unfortunately, the dream didn't give him the chance to fully experience it. So, he sank into darkness, feeling lonely, unable to breathe, without oxygen, his face turning red. He felt like he was suffocating, his body lost its strength in the darkness, and the fear of death gripped his heart. He even hallucinated, seeing a skeleton in a black cloak, wielding a scythe, ready to reap his soul. But at that moment, something seemed to activate, and his body seemed to improve considerably. Although his limbs were still weak, and he still couldn't breathe, his body seemed to have found a new way out. He transformed into a worker again, diligently filing the cracks in the earth, using his unique methods to mend and patch. But to his surprise, everything he passed seemed to turn golden. He became a tiny person again, traversing long pipes, or struggling to move through a frozen world. The dreams were too numerous and too chaotic, often completely incomprehensible, yet sometimes they seemed to offer him enlightenment. But all of this was like a fleeting glimpse, impossible to delve into deeply. He even knew he was dreaming, but he found it difficult to escape from the dream world. If he hadn't retained some degree of control over his consciousness, he probably would have thought he was being hunted by some nightmare witch again. But Luo Yi knew he should wake up. He had been asleep for too long. It was time to wake up. He tried many things. For example, throwing himself into flames and burning himself, jumping off a cliff and shattering into pieces, using a weapon to slit his own throat. But nothing worked. In the dream, he tried too many things. The dream was unpredictable, deceptively real, and difficult to maintain. Then, at a certain moment, Luo Yi finally remembered something, and he began to shout. Yes, shout. Deep Blue. Let me escape this nightmare. A faint voice seemed to come from within. As you command, Master. At that moment, the dream was shattered into pieces, then transformed into vortex, collapsed, shrank, and finally squeezed into a single point. Luo Yi felt himself being squeezed into a point, thinner than a meat patty. And so, he awoke in terror. In reality, Luo Yi suddenly sat up, his eyes remaining silent for a long time before finally focusing. Before him stood Lilia's face, filled with worry. Luo Yi, you're finally awake. Looking at her, Luo Yi said as if possessed, Lilia, I understand. What do you understand? I understand the source of the power of the secret sacred techniques, because they themselves contain the creator's understanding of the laws of the world. In other words, what a legend can do, once mastered into a sacred technique, has already touched upon. Chapter 461, The Threshold of Legend, The Laws. The Mage Tower, 6th floor. Food was served in a flowing stream. Luo Yi, with both hands moving in unison, maintained an elegant posture as he stuffed the food into his mouth and chewed quickly. Crunch, crunch, his 2 rows of steel teeth were like guillotines. In a few bites, the food was swallowed. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much food he ate, he felt no fullness. Of course, he also felt no hunger. Instead, he could clearly feel the food being absorbed, transformed into bioenergy, and supplied to his entire body through his bloodstream. His cells were awakened, radiating an indescribable vitality, as if keeping his body at its peak at all times. This was the effect of the secret holy technique, dimensional pouch. It seemed to only enhance the digestion and absorption of food, but in reality, it also had a storage function. The inside was like another dimensional space, where the bioenergy gained from digesting food could be stored to its fullest extent. Although Battle Key was magical and could, to a certain extent, replace the body's consumption, it was only a certain degree of replacement. Battle Key was Battle Key, primarily for attack. Bioenergy is bioenergy, providing the energy needed for bodily functions. The two can be converted, but they cannot be confused. In other words, in the future, whether Luo Yi goes to the abyss of hell or the astral plane, he won't have to worry about food. He can prepare in advance. This was Luo Yi's previous viewpoint. It wasn't entirely correct, but it wasn't comprehensive either. This chaotic dream gave him new insights. What is this dimensional pouch? Why can it hold so much bioenergy? Why does it seem limitless? Why is it unfathomably deep? Previously, Luo Yi had never even considered this, but now he had a guess. It was originally an expanded dimensional space, where Luo Yi had experimented. He distorted space, folded the void, and even shattered it directly. Although it was just a fragmented dream, he gained some understanding, a vague yet profound realization. Therefore, secret sacred techniques are never simple. This seemingly unpowerful, dimensional pouch, actually contains the secrets of manipulating space. And this is only a corner of the dream, a chaotic fragment. Of course, for others, even without being immersed in the dream, such fragments would be difficult to remember upon waking. But Luo Yi is different. He possesses Deep Blue, and these dreams are already recorded within Deep Blue. Now, although Luo Yi is busy eating, his eyes are filled with those dream fragments. He intends to find some of his mindset and insights from that time through observation, and to further deepen them. To be honest, he took a risk by simultaneously cultivating 4 sacred techniques this time. Looking back, he was a bit impatient, and he almost didn't wake up, but compared to the gains, these risks are nothing. If Cardinal St. John Stewart filled the last gap in Luo Yi's strength at the 4th tier calamity stage, then this dream opened the threshold to legend for him, the law. As if struck by a sudden thought, Luo Yi abruptly put down his knife and fork, casually grabbed a napkin, wiped his mouth, and magic surged in his hand. His proverb ring shimmered, and paper and pen appeared. Opening his notebook, he dipped the quill in ink, lingering for a long time before finally leaving a mark. What is a law? Yes, this was Luo Yi's question. Always asking why. He directly posed the most fundamental question. What is a law? Previously, Luo Yi thought it was mysterious, something high above, untouchable. But now, he didn't think so. Now, he believed that laws were omnipresent. They penetrated every corner of the world, existed within every substance, limiting the development of all life and non-life, and constraining the flow of different energies. This might sound abstract, but it's easier to understand from another perspective. Luo Yi picked up his pen again, writing a series of words under the law. Physical laws, chemical reactions, truths, hypotheses, formulas, logic. Yes, laws are the synthesis of these things, never lofty and unattainable, but omnipresent yet intangible. Only those who reach the legendary level are qualified to observe and comprehend them. Then, by finding ways to utilize, distort, or even alter them, they can unleash unimaginable power. Like nuclear weapons, a small warhead, yet each detonation releases light, heat, and radiation capable of instantly destroying a city. To draw an analogy, this is a high-level application of laws, a unique combat technique comprehended by legendary powerhouses. At this moment, Luo Yi even understood many principles he hadn't grasped before. For example, the legendary combat technique he possessed originated from the Silver Angel's Holy Light Burst. That was the use of holy light, mixed with certain laws comprehended by the Silver Angel, the two fused to become the legendary combat technique Holy Light Burst. Later learners, if they cannot comprehend the corresponding laws, cannot comprehend them to a sufficient depth, will not be able to use it as Holy Light Burst. And this is why legendary combat techniques are only exclusive to individuals. There was also a concept imparted to him by Cardinal St. John, the mutual transformation of elements of the same element. The fire he saw in his dream, the light, heat, and radiation it released as it burned, wasn't some of that visible to the naked eye holy light? Therefore, once this is understood, holy light and holy fire are essentially one and the same. The so-called transformation is simply taking a portion of it, quite simple. Inspired, Roy could no longer contain himself. He tossed aside his pen and paper, clenched his right fist, and placed it beside him. Then, a ball of golden red battle aura ignited, transforming into a blazing flame, leaping endlessly. This was the conventional way to use battle aura, but Roy clearly wanted to do more than that. He suddenly opened his clenched fist, forming a claw, as if to support himself. Then, the golden red battle aura materialized, like a crystal clear glove, radiating a crystalline brilliance. The scorching heat gathered along the battle aura glove, finally igniting a flame in his palm. Yes, in the form of elemental aura, the fire elemental power was stripped away and condensed into a golden red fireball. Mortals didn't know what this meant, but on the other side of the long table, several calamities were practically bulging their eyes out. The flame sword Saint Otto opened his mouth to say something, but Oliveira quickly covered his mouth. Their eyes met, one with a strong warning, the other with an uncertain expression, and finally, They both tacitly shut up. Even their breathing slowed down considerably. Of course, Roy didn't care about their little actions. He continued his experiment. First, there was the glove formed from the golden red aura. Originally, it was a smooth sheet without any gaps. But under his control, it gradually revealed many facets, like the many facets cut into a diamond, which greatly improved the reflection of light. Thus, the already dazzling aura glove instantly became dazzling and colorful, almost blinding. But while it looked good, its power was limited. And so, with a thought, another transformation began. Starting from his fingertips, his battle aura transformed into scales, layering and accumulating until it finally formed a dragon scale glove. Now, he was immune to both blunt and sharp attacks. But this was merely the transformation of the battle aura glove. The truly dramatic change was in the flame itself. This flame took many forms, sometimes bursting forth with blinding light, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. This was the ultimate technique of the sacred and glorious battle aura, capable of dazzling the eyes. Then, the intense heat softened, spreading outwards with a soothing power. This was holy light soothing the soul. Yet another transformation occurred. The light radiated a warm power, displaying vibrant life force, stimulating the body's potential. This was holy light healing. Then, the golden red holy fire tinged with purple, becoming scorching and aggressive, its rays causing even a slight discomfort to the skin. This was holy light blessing, or, in Luo Yi's words, ultraviolet radiation. Of course, if the output power is increased, making this holy light blessing incredibly intense, transforming into a blazing purple light, then it's like activating ultraviolet radiation at full power, hitting you head-on. Even a vampire Marcus would have to kneel. This is holy light exorcising evil. It seems that, viewed from a different perspective, everything becomes reasonable. Of course, what Luo Yi really wanted to demonstrate was the final move. The light subsided, the flames roared, and the fluctuations of the holy fire battle aura suddenly intensified, as if boiling, transforming into a scorching source of heat, with rolling waves of heat. This is the fiery sunburst. Back then, Luo Yi only used it slightly, yet it left the half-giant Bane in a sorry state. But now, the violent movement of the holy fire battle aura did not stop, but even intensified, until it exceeded a certain limit. Thus, this huge sixth floor of the Mage Tower had transformed into an ocean of heat waves, rolling like a tide, making the space itself seem to distort and melt. It was because magical energy was gathering inside the Mage Tower, forming layers of protective shields that sealed off the heat waves. Upon closer inspection, the source of all this was nothing more than a small ball of sacred fire held in Luo Yi's hand. No, calling it sacred fire is no longer appropriate, even blazing sun explosion underestimates it. Because this is already blazing fire. In other words, the most direct benefit of Luo Yi's dream was actually the evolution of holy fire into holy flame. At a certain moment, the fireball suddenly disappeared, and the battle aura glove also dissipated. Luo Yi sat down again, waved his hand, and the spoiled food under the high temperature was removed, replaced by new food, which he ate and drank again. This time, however, he could no longer suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. He was in a very good mood. Meanwhile, at the other end of the long table, the four calamities finally began to talk. Otto, what is this? Phil's voice was filled with envy. Haven't you noticed? Our Earl has become stronger again. But why? Why do I always feel like a piece of trash when we are both calamity experts? You're right, you're trash, and so am I. All fourth-tier calamities are trash in front of the Earl. But why do I feel like I don't understand what just happened? Lady Palacios finally spoke, her eyes filled with fervor, because it was the threshold to the legendary realm, the laws. Loy finally raised his head, wiped his mouth, looked at everyone, and said, I have some understanding. So, do you want to learn? This short sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing all four of them to raise their heads in shock and look at Loy. Even Olivera couldn't hide her surprise. Can we? Loy remained calm. I have some understanding of the laws, not too profound. If you're willing, I'd like to discuss it with you. Yes, of course we're willing. Chapter 462, Profit Sharing and Talent. Luo Yi's awakening seemed to cause little ripple, and the entire flower territory continued to operate as usual. Those who needed to settle accounts did so, those who needed to distribute dividends did so, those who needed to cultivate cultivated, and those who needed to be busy were busy. Everything seemed normal. But only the higher-ups of the Flower Territory knew how tense the atmosphere had been during Luo Yi's absence. The higher-ups were extremely cautious, and the lower-ranking officials dared not make the slightest mistake. The 3,000 Imperial Guards remained, the police department raised its alert level to the highest, and Aang's intelligence department was fully mobilized, monitoring everything within the territory. Even the several guardians of the Raymond family were working in shifts day and night. That invisible atmosphere was almost solidified, but most people didn't know why. And all of this suddenly relaxed after Luo Yi awakened, appeared, and handled government affairs. Everything returned to normal, as if the previous tension was all an illusion. This was the current state of the Flower Territory. The vast territory developed rapidly, but lacked the stability and order that time had allowed it to settle. The result was that everything depended on Loi. If anything happened to him, the vast territory, which had worked so hard to create such a favorable situation, could easily fall apart. This was also why everyone craved an heir. It was only because Lilia was pregnant, otherwise, countless people would be trying to send women to Loi's bed. In fact, most of the women chosen had already been pregnant and successfully given birth to healthy babies. Even so, you couldn't blame them for their selfishness. Everything they did was for the good of the territory. This is the importance of an heir. Getting a bit off topic, let's get back to the main point. After Loi woke up, Flower Territory returned to normal as quickly as possible. Although the outside world was still chaotic, it didn't affect this territory, so it didn't matter. In January of the new divine calendar 315, Flower Territory's main task was still profit distribution. The accounts for the past year were settled, and the huge profits had to be distributed to everyone according to their shareholdings and the profits of different subsidiaries. Excluding Loi, the largest share went to the Red Dragon Virgil. He already owned nearly 10% of Raymond Magic Industries Group's shares, and not just in a branch company, so naturally he earned the most. Loi made several trips to deliver the gold to him, filling 6 large storage bags in the process. Red Dragon Virgil didn't leave the house for 3 whole days, simply transforming into his original form and rolling around comfortably in the ocean of Virgil. It was only then that Loi realized the dragon's obsession with the gold wasn't just a simple bloodline craving, it was also because this precious metal was the best tonic for them. Red Dragon Virgil was old. To advance further, he needed to transcend the limits of lifespan and become an ancient dragon. And this gold was the best cultivation material, bar none. Of course, during this time, Red Dragon Virgil was quite boastful. In his circle, his catchphrase had become, "I have so much gold that even the labyrinth can't hold it all," attracting countless eye rolls. However, it did have some effect. It's said that 1 or 2 legends were interested in coming to see for themselves. Resources are scarce for those facing natural disasters, but even more so for those in legendary realms, especially high-end resources, which are difficult to acquire. However, gold remains a hard currency regardless of location or world. A sufficient amount can still purchase most necessities. Of course, legendary realms are legendary, each with their own established base, and even if someone wanted to visit, it wouldn't be so quick. Luo Yi was quite pleased about this. His only request was that his treatment upon arrival be negotiable, but everyone had to fight him. Aside from that, everyone else received their share. Some received more, some less, depending on the development of their respective industries. For example, investing in a magic-powered textile factory, while profitable, wasn't as lucrative as other industries. This was unavoidable. As a basic step into mechanics, textiles were almost the starting point for everyone venturing into the magic-powered industry. Currently, the Norman family, the Freud family, the Bonaparte Empire, and the Sardinian Kingdom had all entered this field, creating fierce competition and naturally lower returns. Meanwhile, steel mills, iron foundries, machining plants, and elixir workshops were all operating at full capacity, with demand exceeding supply and profits surging. But there was nothing that could be done. It was a matter of personal judgment, and no one else was to blame. As for the specific accounts, Loi adhered to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency, placing them all in the council hall. Anyone with objections could check the accounts themselves, and any errors found would not need to be overturned. The Lord's mansion would directly rectify them. It's worth mentioning that this time, except for the Red Dragon Virgil, the profit distribution was a combination of specially made magic gold certificates and cash. Cash accounted for 30%, and magic gold certificates accounted for 70%. The reason for this was simple: the amount was simply too large. and distributing it directly would easily lead to problems. In fact, since the Empire and the Allied forces went to war, Roy no longer kept all his money in the Seven Gods Bank. Ultimately, he had his own stance. It was hard to say whether someone would have ulterior motives. If the profit was large enough, credit was worthless. Therefore, the Flower Territory's treasury was already overflowing with gold. Even the Raymond family's treasure vault had been utilized. The territory had money, but the actual amount distributed would be enormous. That's why Roy paid 70% in magic gold certificates. Of course, these certificates could be exchanged for gold tills at the Lord's Manor if needed. In fact, from this perspective, the establishment of a bank was urgent. Roy thought it over, but was still hampered by a lack of funds and professional talent. In the Flower Territory, only Butler Hoover and Lady Mira could oversee the bank's establishment, but both were overwhelmed with other matters. Finally, Roy decided to first recruit a group of bankers and professionals from within the Habsburg Empire through various channels. Frankly, such a high-profile profit-sharing arrangement had its downsides. The Flower Territory was already attracting attention. Even with minimal leaks, such a profit-sharing would cause a sensation. Too much wealth might attract trouble. Of course, there were also advantages. On the one hand, with more money in hand, investment activities increased. Private enterprises in the Flower Territory sprang up like mushrooms after rain. On the other hand, seeing the enormous wealth, those previously hesitant powerful individuals finally began to appear in the Lion Manor of the Flower Territory. February of the new divine calendar 315 can be seen as a month of explosive growth in the Flower Territory's strength. First, those who attempted to break through in seclusion, some failed, while others successfully took a step forward. For example, Grand Knight Commander Thor's second breakthrough, his final gamble, ended in failure again. He was, after all, getting older, his body was declining, and he had also lost his knightly spirit. If mages need talent and wisdom, then warriors often need that fearless, reckless spirit to forge ahead. Unfortunately, Thor's spirit had been almost worn down. Only through thorough preparation, although his strength was severely diminished, his life was preserved. As for Alfonso Zeke, he successfully took that step, becoming a fourth-tier calamity. Before Roy arrived, he was already at the peak of the third tier. In the past 2 years, he had abundant resources and spared no expense in his self-improvement, consuming countless potions to solidify his foundation step by step. Moreover, his battle aura was inherited from the Iron Knight Phil, accumulating rich experience, coupled with a customized awakening potion. These favorable conditions combined made his achievement of becoming a fourth-tier calamity a natural outcome. At this point, Roy had 6 fourth-tier calamities under his command, officially surpassing the 5 under Count Carl Raymond. Of course, this wasn't the end. Vincent Ackerman and the female Tarantonia also began their final adjustments before their breakthroughs, with Roy even having several calamity experts personally instruct them on the key points and experiences of the breakthrough. It wasn't that Roy was unwilling to make the time, but his breakthrough wasn't universally applicable, and teaching it might easily cause problems. As for those breaking through from the second tier to the extraordinary, there were even more. The concentrated surge resulted in 6 more Tier 3 transcendents joining the Flower Territory within a month, 5 of whom were from the Imperial Guard. This was just the beginning. Many more would continue to cultivate and break through. While achieving Tier 4 calamity requires some luck, the chances of becoming a Tier 3 transcendent are quite high with sufficient resources. As for the only non-military individual to break through, it was none other than Luo Yi's intelligence chief, Ankh. Of course, this was only part of the Flower Territory's talent pool. Many more outsiders awaited Luo Yi's assessment. Chapter 463, Greatly Increased Strength. In the study of Lion Manor, Luo Yi was reviewing documents. The first was Silas, the King of Fury, a 4th-tier berserker. His weapon was a bullhorned battle axe, and he excelled at throwing. His throwing weapons included throwing axes, spears, javelins, stones, and more, but in actual combat, his entire body was a weapon. Claws, fangs, head, knees, all could kill. He was arguably the most traditional berserker, his fighting style primal and incompatible with a modern battlefield. Sometimes, primal represents backwardness, but when taken to its extreme, primal can also represent inhuman strength. Most berserkers were lucky to master berserk mode, like Sick Francis, the leader of the Dragon and Beauty mercenary group. But this one, Relying on extreme physical training and a unique bloodline inheritance, mastered 2 levels of autonomous berserk mode while still in the transcendent realm, and at the 4th tier, he even mastered 3 levels of bloodlust berserk mode. Even 1 level of berserk mode was enough to make a berserker stand tall on the battlefield, inspiring fear in all who behold him. One can imagine the overwhelming ferocity that would be after being tripled. He was a madman that no powerful being would want to encounter. The title King of Fury was truly well deserved. It's worth mentioning that he came from the now destroyed Kingdom of Caroline, originally living in a forest, having established a cooperative relationship with the Caroline royal family. One provided cultivation resources, the other protection. They would intervene in crucial moments, a mutually beneficial partnership. Unfortunately, by the time he returned from a hunt deep in the forest, the Kingdom of Caroline was gone. Although he was a berserker, he wasn't stupid, and his relationship with the Caroline royal family was based on mutual benefit. There wasn't much affection involved, and certainly no desire for revenge. He couldn't stay where he originally was, and thus began wandering. While his strength prevented him from suffering losses, his lack of social skills led to numerous instances of being schemed against. His reason for applying for a job in Flower Territory was actually related to Commander Sick. It wasn't because the two were acquainted, but rather because he'd overheard that Commander Sick was also a berserker, that he came knocking on Sick's door. And he didn't even go to the Lion Manor to register. He blocked Sick's path in the street, leaving Sick completely bewildered. However, in the end, he still sent him to Roy. This guy was suitable in every way. His demands weren't high, just a vast forest and plenty of berserker training resources. You could say he was cheap to keep. The only drawback was his untamed nature. You couldn't subdue him, and getting him to obey was no easy feat. The Kingdom of Caroline hadn't succeeded, but Roy loved the challenge. So, on the ruins of Lion Castle, Roy would fight him every day. It must be said, this King of Fury, Silas, was truly tenacious. Although he lost every battle, he would regroup the next day and continue fighting to the death. Triple berserk mode, while greatly increasing his combat power, resulting in unending rage and relentless battles, also caused him to lose his reason. However, despite being brutally beaten back to his senses by Roy's attacks, the ferocity of the battle was evident. Even so, Roy still gave him the best treatment. Using divine magic and potions to ensure he was lively and energetic the next day, still full of fighting power. This guy was stubborn enough to refuse to admit defeat. Roy was happy to use him as a guinea pig, experimenting with various combat techniques. He was far more useful than the half-giant Bane. Their daily battles terrified the newcomers. Those who achieved the 4th tier calamity were all proud and arrogant, arriving with heads held high and faces full of defiance. Then, in the examination hall, on the ruins of the ancient castle, they would witness Roy and Silas's warm-up battle. The earth cracked, the sky trembled, battle auras tore through the void, and holy fire burned everything. It felt like two legends clashing. The outcome was consistent. King Silas of Fury was carried away on a stretcher for treatment, while Roy, unperturbed, faced the next applicant. These applicants all looked strained, unable to unleash even 80% of their full potential. At this moment, they admitted that someone who could build such a vast empire and maintain it couldn't be incompetent. For the first time, Roy's reputation spread among the powerful. The second applicant was the faceless assassin Ulysses, a 4th tier shadow assassin and a 1st tier magic gunslinger. He excelled in assassination, eavesdropping, stealth, and disguise, operating in the shadows and specializing in handling all sorts of shady dealings. He wasn't a rootless drifter, he was a product of the Maurice family of the Kingdom of Sardinia, meticulously trained and cultivated. Basically, all nobles had some shady business or things they couldn't do openly, creating space for assassins. Originally, Ulysses lived a relatively comfortable life. Although he was a swordsman, he still possessed the prestige of a powerful figure from the Calamity realm. He had a wife and children, a warm bed, and a carefree life. However, the family he served was one of the most traditional noble families, proud of its antiquity, and resolutely opposed to the development and promotion of magic energy industry. He even questioned the Sardinian queen's decisions, arguing that the Bonaparte Empire hadn't even started a war with the Sardinian kingdom, so why get involved? And why waste so much manpower and resources? These words were somewhat presumptuous. But there's a saying, you don't know the pain until you've been slapped yourself. He was a prime example. Then, This Grand Duke Morg became the leader of the conservatives and the biggest obstacle to the Sardinian kingdom's development of magic energy industry. As a result, just look at the faceless assassin Ulysses applying for a job in the Flower Territory. The Sardinian royal family displayed swift and decisive action. With a single order from Her Majesty the Queen, like wolves devouring a tiger, the Morwick family was wiped out. Now, even the territories and surnames have been divided up, and various businesses have found new owners. Then, the faceless assassin Ulysses traveled to many places before finally arriving in the Flower Territory seeking employment. To be honest, Lloyd didn't particularly like or trust people whose profession was killing. However, he came with his family of 5, a young, beautiful, and gentle wife from a minor noble family, and 3 children, the eldest being 10 years old. In other words, he had brought hostages. Besides, he also possessed the remaining intelligence network of the Morwick family, centered in the Kingdom of Sardinia, extending to the Bonaparte Empire, the Habsburg Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Radiant Empire of the New World. These deeply embedded spies would continuously transmit information, and even if most of the information wasn't entirely secret, it still allowed him to grasp the overall situation. Undoubtedly, this was extremely valuable, but maintaining such an intelligence network was not easy. He sought out Lloyd because Lloyd was wealthy and had risen to power relatively recently, inevitably needing this intelligence network. And indeed, Lloyd was tempted. Of course, a show of force was still necessary. The faceless assassin Ulysses was incredibly skilled. His shadow walk technique was honed to perfection, allowing him to appear almost anywhere, silently and without the slightest delay. This ability to conceal himself was the envy of countless assassins, yet Roy only twitched her ears slightly before locking onto his location. Then, no matter how he dodged, Roy's sword tip remained at his neck. At this point, the faceless assassin Ulysses decisively chose to submit. The third was Jude Stevens, the Ice Hunter, a 4th-tier calamity demon hunter from the Slavic Empire. The demon hunter profession is quite unique. They developed in ancient times, in an era where gods and humans coexisted and demons roamed freely, possessing characteristics of both warriors and mages. They can kill with swordsmanship and also master some less powerful but instantaneous sign-type magic. After centuries of refinement, their fighting style has achieved a unity of swordsmanship and magic hand gestures, alternating seamlessly and relentlessly, resulting in formidable combat prowess. This profession is dedicated to hunting evil creatures, roaming the continent and growing stronger through battle. However, ultimately, they are merely patching things up, offering temporary fixes but never truly addressing the root cause. Until the sun gods unified the old world and initiated the war to expel the alien races, evil creatures were either killed or fled. Now, there are very few left, and witchers are no longer necessary. It's a nearly obsolete profession. Only the Slavic Empire, with its vast and sparsely populated land, still has a demand for witchers. Of course, modern witchers have changed. They often form agreements with local lords, protecting a territory. If evil creatures appear, they deal with them, and the lords pay them a substantial reward. Unfortunately, Jude Stevens, while slaying a certain evil banshee, discovered some unknown secrets. A certain Grand Duke was actually an evil mage who took pleasure in summoning demons and various wicked creatures to wreak havoc, sacrificing many infants and innocent maidens for this purpose. Jude killed the Grand Duke, but also faced relentless pursuit. Therefore, he sought refuge in the Flower Territory. He could serve Loy, on the sole condition that Loy protect his school. Indeed, he also had a small school of witchers under his command, a rare witcher lineage in the old world. The fourth is the mechanical freak, Nehemiah von Braun, a 4th-tier mechanical archmage, an outstanding graduate of the Imperial Royal Academy, and once a rising star in the field of magical mechanics. However, he is called a mechanical freak because his research direction was truly unconventional. While other mechanical mages shone in the fields of industry or weaponry, he insisted on combining machines and the human body, wanting to replace the human body with machines. This research direction was considered heretical even in the Empire. The Seven Gods doctrine condemned suicide, let alone allowed the voluntary replacement of limbs with machines. Of course, this person's job application at the Flower Lane had nothing to do with his research. He was a victim of political infighting. The Imperial High Command actually acknowledged the failure of the Schlieffen Plan, failing to achieve its intended objectives and dragging the war into protracted conflict, a huge burden on the Empire. Therefore, While external propaganda was one thing, internal accountability was still necessary. Marshal Moltke the Younger became the scapegoat. Well, not exactly a scapegoat, but he bore the majority of the responsibility. It was he who succumbed to pressure from the nobles, withdrawing 2 armies from the Western Front, resulting in insufficient troops there. It was also he who changed the encirclement strategy at crucial moments, even choosing to retreat in several important battles. Although there were frequent reports of victories, no substantial results were achieved. Lutcher was never truly captured. As a result, Moltke the Younger was dismissed from his post as marshal and internally disciplined. His rise to such a position represented more than just himself. A series of forces behind him also faced various forms of suppression. This wasn't even a matter of human will, it was a manifestation of political struggle. Nehemiah von Braun, essentially part of Marshal Moltke's faction, also faced targeting. His research project was halted, the imperial funding was cut off, and an inspection team was stationed to investigate his expenses and income. This greatly displeased Nehemiah von Braun. Of course, as a cataclysmic mage, and specifically a mechanical mage, he still had choices. For example, he could simply switch to another magical school and have his project restarted with a single word. But, people always have their pride. My project, you can stop it and start it again as you please, where's my dignity then? The pride of the cataclysmic made Nehemiah von Braun unwilling to bow down, so he decisively chose to switch sides. In fact, if he went to another country, such as the Kingdom of Sardinia or the Slavic Empire, he would be treated like a national hero. After all, mechanical mages are highly sought after these days, and they are crucial for industrial development. As an imperial citizen, he was unwilling to bow down or serve his enemies, so Flower Territory became his first choice. Of course, the 2 brand new mage towers that had been erected in Flower Territory without any owners were also an important reason. To be honest, Lloyd didn't quite agree with his research direction. If you were disabled, he could accept getting a mechanical prosthetic limb. But actively removing limbs and organs for replacement seemed a bit insane to him. Cyberpunk wasn't the style of this book, but the problem was, he desperately needed such a cataclysmic mechanical mage. His only stubbornness was that he didn't agree to provide live test subjects, not even death row inmates from Flower Territory. Of course, he didn't care about those outside of Flower Territory. The 5th person was the Grand Alchemist Benito Freud, a 4th-tier cataclysmic mage and a classical alchemist. He wasn't good at combat, but crafting various types of magical artifacts was his main profession. Looking at his surname, Freud, it was clear that he came from the Freud family, one of the 4 Norman marquises. His arrival was actually arranged by Marcus Freud. When Freud posted the recruitment notice, naturally, the major families of the Norman Duchy were the first to receive the news. Learning from the example of the half-giant Bane, almost every family's first instinct was to secure their own calamity-level powerhouse based on both profit and sentiment. They feared losing talent. Only Marcus Freud saw an opportunity. He proactively contacted Freud, wanting to send a calamity-level powerhouse to serve him. In return, he would receive greater support from Freud in the magic energy industry. With the current size of the Flower Territory, simply providing more orders, advanced technology, or even sending technicians there permanently would bring enormous benefits in revenue. This was wealth. This was resources. For the Freud family, who were barely better off than impoverished, this would fundamentally solve their problems. Compared to that, a calamity-level powerhouse was nothing. Therefore, Marcus Freud presented all his family's top warriors to Loy. Whoever he fancied, he could choose, and they would never interfere with the people sent, ensuring their loyal service. If loyalty was compromised, the Freud family would even provide after-sales support, making it far safer than hiring unknown outsiders. With Marcus Freud's words so clear, what could Loy say? He agreed. However, he didn't choose the most capable fighters, but instead selected this great alchemist. Although magical machinery claimed to be a system and showed strong development momentum, becoming a trendsetter, it would be an exaggeration to say that traditional alchemy was useless and without merit. Magical industry mainly excelled in large-scale production and widespread adoption, greatly reducing production costs. But for ingenuity and the utilization of material properties, classical alchemy was still the way to go. The Flower Territory was now a hub for trade between the Empire, the Allied forces, and the Undersea Kingdom, possessing all sorts of strange and wonderful materials, including many exquisite ones. If there were a great alchemist here, They could produce and sell a portion of all sorts of magical items themselves. As for whether Benito Freud would work diligently, there's still a mage tower in New Brussels that's unclaimed. Finally, Loy provided the Freud family with the support they wanted, even transferring a bullet production line and the production technology for some small processing machinery. For this, Grand Duchess Afra opened her magic mirror and launched into a tirade of complaints. Even his adopted brother, Dean Norman, wrote a letter specifically asking what he'd been doing. Grand Duchess Afra had been wearing a stern face for days. Even he, in the White Castle, dared not speak loudly, fearing a scolding. What could he do? Loy quickly dispatched another bullet production line and sent many technicians to appease his mother. In his study, Loy carefully reviewed the documents in his hands, filtering, comparing, and considering them one by one. In fact, the number of calamity experts who had applied for the job these past few days was quite considerable. The war between the Empire and the Allied forces disrupted the order of the entire Old World. And the widespread adoption of magic-based industries had a profound impact. Even a force as powerful as the Cataclysm was powerless against the tide of history. As a result, far more people were unemployed than imagined. While ordinary people could find jobs relatively easily, finding equivalent income for high-ranking officials was extremely difficult. Even among them were some powerful figures of darkness. For example, a ghost rider came knocking on his door. Another dragon lich used dream manipulation, hoping to meet Loy in a unique way, showcasing his abilities while ensuring his own safety. However, Loy blocked him at the door, nearly scaring him to death. What left Loy speechless the most was a fallen paladin appearing at his door, ostensibly to pay a visit, but actually to deliver an invitation. He wanted to invite Loy to join a Society of Glory, supposedly an organization within the Holy See that believed the Holy See had strayed from the path guided by the Lord of Light and needed correction. As an ancient Templar knight, Loy was qualified to join. As long as Luo Yi nodded, the security of Flower Territory would be the responsibility of the Glory Society from then on, guaranteeing that no one would dare to trespass. To be honest, Luo Yi couldn't even describe his expression at that moment. He felt like he'd been utterly humiliated. A fallen paladin, just opening his mouth, wanted to take away his Flower Territory? Did such a thing even exist? Besides, what Glory Society? He'd never even heard of it. Even if it did, it was just a cancer. Why would he care? Roy rarely showed anger, but this time, he unleashed a truly furious solar blast, leaving the fallen paladin half-dead before handing him over to the Red Dragon Virgil. Then, he wrote a strongly worded letter to Cardinal St. Jordan Stewart. The rest was up to him, someone else would handle it. In February of the new Divine Calendar 314, Roy expended considerable effort selecting these 5 calamities. Adding them to the 6 already in Flower Territory, even excluding Roy himself, there were a total of 11. Even the Grand Duke's resources were questionable, not to mention the Norman family. They couldn't possibly produce so many powerful individuals. As for those not selected, Roy treated them to a lavish meal and provided a substantial amount of travel expenses. Recruitment, after all, was a two-way selection process. Even those who were unhappy dared not act recklessly after witnessing Roy's strength. As for the third tier under the natural disaster, there were actually even more. Based on the strength and needs of the Flower Territory, Loy kept 10. Then came the specific arrangements for these powerful individuals. Previously, without the necessary resources, these powerful individuals were simply sent wherever needed. Now that there were enough people, tasks naturally needed to be assigned. For example, the King of Fury, Silas, was sent by Loy to the north, to the Griffin Town in the Dome Mountains. In the future, he would be stationed there, responsible for the security of the mines and transportation. Although there was the Karen family and the agreement, it was best to handle things personally. Outsiders couldn't be relied upon. Then there was the Grand Alchemist, Benito Freud, who would go to Siren Harbor to oversee the original Mage Tower, replacing the half-giant Bane. The half-giant Bane, on the other hand, would go to the east of the Flower Territory to oversee Frost Moon Canyon. This arrangement was because only mages could effectively utilize the Mage Tower, and it was a distribution center for various magical materials, providing access to first-hand resources. As for Lady Palacios, she was stationed in one of the Mage Towers in New Brussels, while the other was given to the mechanical monster Nehemiah von Braun. The faceless killer Ulysses was assigned by Lloyd to Aang's side. In the future, Aang would gradually take over the Maurice family's intelligence network and invest heavily in its maintenance and expansion. Intelligence is always the most crucial component of any war, whether it's a business conflict or a real battle. Flame Sword Saint Otto and Iron Knight Phil, deeply trusted by Lloyd, were stationed in the most important secret vault. Guardian Oliveira followed Lloyd. In terms of strength, Lloyd didn't actually need them, but needing them is one thing, having them is another. Finally, there were the arrangements for those Tier 3 extraordinary powerhouses. Even those already in the Flower territory were rearranged and assigned to different departments based on their individual characteristics. Intelligence, security, railways, factories, mining, the military. This time, again, there were enough people involved, and it involved many aspects. Lee didn't need them to take over the work immediately, but rather to have them oversee things. Starting this month, Flower territory has its own rules. Without sufficient strength, it's impossible to ascend to a corresponding position. Strength is fundamental, no matter where you are. Time flies by in this busy world. February has passed, and Flower territory has completed some reforms, with many people taking up new posts and significantly increasing their strength. And the long-dormant war is once again in flux. Chapter 464, The Gallipoli Landings. As the year 315 of the new divine calendar arrived, the battlefield in the northwest of the Bonaparte Empire was locked in a stalemate between the Allied forces and the Empire. The Empire possessed a variety of formidable field artillery and heavy machine guns, while the Allied forces displayed a deep reserve of powerful warriors, with even third-tier transcendents deployed to centurions, and countless magic scrolls distributed to mage corps. Both sides engaged in various forms of artillery barrages across increasingly complex trenches, or engaged in close-quarters combat, charging and counter-charging, fighting to the death amidst a hail of bullets and flashing blades. The result was that neither side could gain the upper hand. Along the long front, the fighting intensified, yet neither side could truly break through the other's defenses, resulting in a complete stalemate. By February of the new divine calendar 315, both the Allied forces and the Empire clearly realized that the Western Front was now utterly hopeless. To win, they needed to find a new breakthrough, exploit the enemy's weaknesses, and open a second, or even a third, front. On the Empire's side, there was no choice, because the Slavic Empire was once again stirring. If the Sardinian kingdom, through maritime trade and shipping, had planted its flag throughout the entire world of Herka, it could be considered a different path taken by a different approach. The Bonaparte Empire, however, was like the sun at its zenith. Although it hadn't escaped the shackles of the feudal system, no one could deny that they had reached its zenith within that system. The fact that they had managed to hold out this long despite the vast difference in technological advancements, relying solely on magic and the sheer number of powerful individuals, was already quite remarkable. As for the Slavic Empire, it was an ancient yet corrupt, dilapidated, and chaotic nation. Located in the far north, although its territory was vast, it was unsuitable for habitation. There was little arable land, no good access to the sea, numerous internal conflicts, a noble family indulging in pleasure and lacking in education, and the lower classes suffering from a lack of even basic human rights. However, you cannot deny that the frigid winds of the far north sculpted the Slavs' robust physique and resilient character. Their martial spirit and the strict implementation of the system of rewarding military merit also instilled in them an extreme thirst for war. Although they suffered a devastating defeat in the previous war, with hundreds of thousands of casualties, this did not prevent them from raising an army and preparing for another battle. In fact, the Empire desperately wanted to avoid fighting on two fronts. While the Empire was powerful, fighting on two fronts was equally stressful. Therefore, the core of the Schlieffen plan was speed, to strike directly into the Bonaparte Empire with lightning speed, advancing step by step before the enemy could muster their forces, capturing the heart of Bonaparte, Lutetia. If they were fast enough, the Bonaparte Empire's powerful forces would be unable to assemble, and the Slavic Empire might not even have its troops deployed from its various territories. If they were fast enough, the war would become one-sided, thus deterring other duchies and even the papacy. Unfortunately, plans, though good and perfect, always encounter various strange and unforeseen problems during implementation. The failure of the plan dragged the empire into protracted war. At this point, the imperial high command was even less willing to fight on two fronts. They ignored the repeated provocations of the Slavic Empire, or at least offered verbal condemnation. The problem was that the Slavic Empire's fervor for war exceeded the empire's expectations. More importantly, the Slavic emperor also wanted to divert domestic conflicts through war. Thus, the Second War mobilization proceeded smoothly. Knights, militia, artillery, and logistical supplies were all converging on this front. It could be said that the Second War was likely to break out soon. All of this was naturally based on intelligence gathered by the empire, and then the imperial cabinet was enraged. Just because I'm not roaring doesn't mean I'm a pushover, they thought. I don't want to deal with you, yet you dare to push your luck? If you want to fight, then I'll fight until you submit. It was under these circumstances that the empire brazenly opened the Eastern Front. Numerous legions in East Peru province began mobilization and deployment, with massive amounts of supplies, artillery, and ammunition being transported by train to the Eastern Front. This time, however, the empire did not intend to place the battlefield in East Peru province. Firstly, this was the empire's birthplace, home to numerous noble estates. Destruction there would result in enormous losses. Secondly, the empire's pride was ingrained. Passive defense was not their style. Proactive attacks were essential to demonstrating imperial power. In this context, fighting on two fronts was insignificant. However, unexpectedly, before the empire could launch its offensive, the Allied forces launched a counter-offensive. The empire was considering opening a second front, and the Allied forces naturally shared this idea. From the beginning of the war, they had been on the defensive, successfully dragging the conflict into a quagmire, but a stalemate alone could not secure victory. Therefore, they were actually more eager than the empire to open a second front, and their chosen target was none other than the Ottoman Kingdom. The Ottoman Kingdom, located in the southeastern corner of the Habsburg Empire, had also enjoyed a glorious past in the history of the Old World. At one point, this was even the heart of the Old World. Legend has it that the great Lord of Light was born here, bestowing upon it the most fertile land, the warmest sunshine, abundant rainfall, and the most suitable environment for survival. Here also lies the renowned city of Istanbul. Even today, it remains a pilgrimage site. Countless people trek here each year just to touch the city's paving stones. They believe that through asceticism and self-discipline, purifying the soul, one can receive divine blessings and guidance. This is also where the miracles of the sun god are most frequently performed. Divine blessings that might not be witnessed elsewhere in a lifetime can be seen here every few years. Therefore, it also boasts the highest average lifespan in the Old World, making it a favorite among nobles who purchased property here. Of course, this historical glory has nothing to do with the present-day Ottoman Empire. Its decay and backwardness are world-renowned, even earning it the title of the sick man of the Old World, a source of ridicule. The only thing other nations could covet here was the ancient holy city of Istanbul. Of course, the Allied forces chose it because it was the weakest point and, more importantly, because of its geographical location. Once they conquered the Ottoman Kingdom, they could advance north and enter the empire's southern provinces. In fact, several similar counter-offensive plans existed, some even involving a direct attack on Auckland, a city in the northern province of the empire, via the Silver Sea. It is said that the Allied forces argued fiercely about this, each with its own reasons, but all were ultimately rejected, with the Ottoman Kingdom being chosen. The specific reasons might be related to the city of Kino in the southern province. While not comparable to the Ruhr region, it was still the empire's second largest industrial new area, its importance self-evident. More likely, it was due to the deep-seated animosity between the Ottoman and Sardinian kingdoms. Therefore, Sardinia's first naval minister, Winston, debated extensively with various advisors before finalizing the plan. Sardinia thus became the main force in this war, deploying over 100 large warships, along with various assault ships, minesweepers, and an army of up to 300,000. And that wasn't all. Since this was an Allied force, Sardinia couldn't be the only contributor. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen invited many powerful nations and sent envoys to various countries. In the end, the Bonaparte Empire, the Tudor dynasty, the Duchy of Joao, the Kingdom of Bourbon, the Kingdom of Cordoba, the Duchy of Fethmer, and many others all contributed troops to varying degrees. The Bonaparte Empire was the most generous, sending a force of 50,000, albeit untrained, soldiers. The other nations sent anywhere from tens of thousands to thousands of men. Did they want to participate? The answer was undoubtedly no. But given the situation, not sending troops would be seen as disloyalty and subject to retaliation. So, sending a few soldiers to represent them was sufficient. This was exactly what the Kingdom of Sardinia needed, as they were already vying for influence within the coalition. Where there are people, there is conflict, and the coalition was rife with infighting. Although they were united under a single banner, the idea of selfless cooperation was a joke. The position of hegemon, previously tacitly acknowledged as belonging to the Bonaparte Empire, was now being challenged by the Kingdom of Sardinia. Even so, the Bonaparte Empire dared not object. Their current dependence on the Sardinian navy was almost universally acknowledged. At the end of February in the new divine calendar 315, the Allied forces dispatched 16 naval warships into the Aegean Sea, attempting to open the Gallipoli Strait. Of course, the Ottoman Kingdom was aware of this large-scale operation and had made preparations. With strong support from the Habsburg Empire, they deployed numerous mines and coastal artillery, sinking 2 ships in a salvo and forcing the rest to retreat. But this was only the beginning. In March of the new divine calendar 315, the Allied forces returned with hundreds of ships and hundreds of thousands of troops. Thus, the Gallipoli landing operation officially began. Flower territory, Golden House. Loy and the Red Dragon Virgil sat together again before the magic mirror, their eyes fixed intently on it. At this moment, the entire magic mirror was divided into 4 scenes. Each a different perspective and a different battlefield. The Allied forces chose 4 locations for their amphibious landings, naturally making these 4 battlefields the most intense. On the battlefield, warships faced the land sideways, their magic-powered cannons extending their barrels, their magical runes flashing and fading. In the blink of an eye, shells were fired amidst smoke and roar, creating clouds of dust and craters on the coastline. Below, small boats, carrying loads of soldiers, struggled forward. Under the cover of artillery fire, they reached the beach, quickly crawling forward to find cover. Once enough men had gathered and the artillery fire ceased, they would launch their assault. This was the first time Loy had witnessed the combined efforts of the army and navy in an amphibious landing operation. Of course, the Ottoman Kingdom wasn't idle either. Heavy machine guns protruding from their constructed trenches and bunkers swept across the area. The bullets, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, swung again and again. Every now and then, bursts of fighting spirit or elemental turmoil could be seen, the battle gradually reaching its climax. However, just as Luo Yu was watching with great interest, the ding-ding-ding of the bells was suddenly broken, the sound waking the focused human and dragon. Chapter 465, Tank Prototype. The Golden House is hidden, seemingly located within a temple, but actually nestled within a spatial rift, extending deep into a dimensional plane. If that's hard to grasp, imagine your balcony constantly expanding outwards, creating new spaces. However, such a place has a significant drawback. Entering it is equivalent to disappearing from the prime material plane. Virgil the Red Dragon is somewhat better off, but the temple still has many matters requiring his oversight, especially the prayers, healings, baptisms, and even atonements of the wealthy. He's incredibly busy. As for Roy, it goes without saying, if it weren't for his mastery of delegation and passing the buck, his daily administrative duties would keep him constantly occupied. Therefore, even if they came to the Golden House, they needed a means of communication. The seemingly simple bell is actually a magical artifact capable of transmitting sound into this dimensional plane. When the magical bell was pulled, a clear ringing sound rang out, and both Roy and Virgil turned their heads to look. Red Dragon Virgil, guess, is this for you? Or for me, Loy? Why don't you go out and see? With that, he stood up, strode out of the Golden House, and opened the outer door. There stood Oliveira, magic surging in one hand, pulling on the rope of a bell, shaking it faster and faster. His usually cold and gaunt face showed a rare expression of anxiety. Loy felt a sudden unease and immediately asked, "What happened, Lelia, Lady Lelia?" "She's in premature labor." "Premature labor? How could this be?" Loy panicked, his mind went blank, and he froze on the spot. "Count, oh, realizing what had happened, Loy hurriedly ran outside. After running more than 10 steps, he remembered he was also a powerful being. Activating divine speed, his figure left a trail of afterimages, his speed suddenly reaching its peak. Upon exiting the temple, his golden red battle aura surged, and his angelic wings unfurled. With a flap of his wings, he vanished from his spot. Only the sacred fire, carrying wind pressure, spread outwards, creating ripples. Only then did Oliveira arrive, also flashing with lightning, and soar into the sky. The Red Dragon Virgil, however, strolled leisurely to the doorway, looked up, and instead of worry, wore a slight smile. It seems the flower territory has a new lion. Time rewinds a little. In the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, in Lady Linda's laboratory. Passing rows of shelves filled with potion ingredients, past desks displaying various containers, he finally stopped at the wall. Using a magical lock, he clicked on the wall, causing it to automatically recede, revealing a passage. Following this passage for several hundred steps, after another verification, a door opened, revealing an even more expansive space. Inside, various processing machines were displayed, gears, connecting rods, screws, springs, and even cannon barrels, shells, specially made heavy machine guns, ammunition belts, and so on. Although everything was neatly arranged on various shelves, the characteristic chaotic feeling of a mechanical workshop was still undeniable. Further in, past the wooden shelves, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a massive iron behemoth in the center of the vast space. Upon closer inspection, the tracked wheel hubs looked like they had barbs, enough to crush any obstacle in the road. Made entirely of steel, its weight reached an astonishing 60 tons. Even a 4th-tier cataclysm, known for its strength, would find it difficult to overturn. It could withstand most artillery fire head-on without fear. Its main weapon was a 120mm magic-powered cannon, possessing terrifying direct-fire firepower, primarily equipped with armor-piercing, high-explosive anti-tank, and high-explosive fragmentation shells. Basically, any defensive fortification in its path couldn't withstand a single shot. If that wasn't enough, another would do the trick. Its secondary armament consists of specially designed Maxim heavy machine guns, using 7.62mm ammunition, mounted side by side. If needed, a machine gunner can sit inside the vehicle, allowing the ammunition belts to sweep away any enemy in its path. The power system remains magic-powered, equipped with 120 non-standard circular crystal holes, capable of holding 120 magic pearl crystals. Moonstone crystals are still insufficient in energy storage and not ideal for driving such a behemoth. Gem crystals used in aircraft would be better. But those are too expensive. Even if Roy wasn't short of money, he had to consider the issue of mass production. Ultimately, he chose magic pearls as the container for magic energy. First, magic pearls are rare on land, but they are a form of hard currency on the seabed, with almost every tribe maintaining their own seashell ranches, resulting in a considerable quantity. Second, Roy's trade with the sea creatures allows him to obtain these magic pearls to the greatest extent possible, and even if he needs pearls of the same size, it's easy to acquire them. Finally, and most importantly, while magic pearls cannot match gem crystals in terms of magic energy capacity, they far exceed those of moonstone crystals. Moreover, because it inherently contains some magic power, its stability is extremely high. In addition, to ensure continuous operation, Lilia even designed a half-fuse mechanism. This means that half of the pearl magic crystals can be shut down, allowing the other half to operate. While this affects speed and projectile firing efficiency, it at least allows for the replacement of the pearl magic crystals while the behemoth continues running. After completion, one side can be started again while the other is shut down, allowing for uninterrupted energy injection. In other words, if both the person and the machine can withstand the strain, it means they can operate simultaneously. With such powerful propulsion, the speed is naturally impressive. The theoretical speed of this land warfare king can reach 70 kilometers per hour. Of course, that's under ideal road conditions. In remote, muddy terrain, the speed will certainly be much lower, maintaining only 40-50 kilometers per hour. As for the control system, it was also designed by Lilia herself, referencing magic-powered heavy trucks, and is primarily manual. This single king of land warfare requires 5 people to operate: a commander, gunner, loader, driver, and machine gunner. Except for the loader, all the others must be at least a magic apprentice with a basic supply of magic power. This is already the result of extreme compression. The internal space is limited, and too many people would only be a hindrance. Currently, surrounding this behemoth are Lilia, Mrs. Linda, and Hill Douglas. Lilia is in charge of the controls and energy system, and despite her large pregnant belly, she's constantly running back and forth. Fortunately, she's a mage. With Featherfall and Mage's hand spells always at her side, allowing her to use them when needed. Mrs. Linda is also there to lend a hand, so things don't seem chaotic. Hill Douglas, on the other hand, is in charge of the overall mechanics, constantly climbing up and down, hammering and tinkering, busy with various tasks. Today, he's wearing a loose white shirt with a black work apron over it, emphasizing a clean and efficient appearance. Indeed, his apron, clothes, and face were covered in machine oil and lubricant, making him look less like a transcendent mage and more like a mechanic. The three of them worked for a long time, completing the final inspection, and finally exchanged glances and nodded. Then, Mrs. Linda and Hill climbed into the machine, while Lelia stepped back and cast a defensive spell on herself. She then took out a scroll, which floated in midair. Her mage hand held a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and dabbed it onto the scroll, as if ready to record something at any moment. Ready, ready, ready. Then, the 138th test of the Land Warfare King prototype officially begins. First item, magic activation. Magic activation. Second item, control system, forward, reverse, left turn, right turn, U-turn. Third item, magic viewing mirror usage. Fourth item, fifth item, 18th item, primary weapon usage. 19th item, secondary weapon usage. This laboratory is actually quite large, with many empty areas, but when this behemoth is in operation, it seems not large enough. Therefore, one must be careful when operating it, and not just floor the throttle and charge straight ahead. However, the performance of this first-generation Land Warfare King is still excellent, and even the subsequent artillery fire test was completed very well. The firing of the 120mm magic energy cannon caused the entire Land Warfare King's fuselage to tremble, but that was all. Of course, blank rounds were fired, without warheads. The various experiments took over 2 hours. Once the 51st test was completed, the internal testing was considered finished. To discover any further problems, they would have to go outside, to the open fields, to the mountains, to various environments, for further testing. Even so, this meant that the tank's development was more than halfway complete. However, even with all the tests finished, the three were still somewhat incredulous. After a long silence, Hill spoke first, asking, "So, we've succeeded, successfully," Mrs. Linda affirmed, but then looked at Lelia with questioning eyes. Lelia, meanwhile, repeatedly flipped through the data and records in her notebook. Finally, she said, "Although some aspects are not yet ideal, basically speaking, our research has been successful." Another silence followed, and then the three realized what was happening. Hill jumped up first, displaying astonishing leaping ability, bouncing incredibly high. Then, he shouted, "Successfully! Successfully! We've finally succeeded." With that, he spun around, dancing, his feet stomping rhythmically on the ground. Mrs. Linda was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Previously, she had been somewhat envious of the status of the mechanical mages. Why did they have to be superior? But after actually participating in the development of a machine, she had to admit she had been narrow-minded. This was inhuman work, so exhausting. But now, enjoying the joy of success, she felt that all the hard work was worthwhile. Lelia was also delighted. She even jumped a few steps, but only a few steps, and her face turned pale. She felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and liquid flowed down her thighs. Hill was the first to notice something was wrong. "Lelia, what's wrong?" Mrs. Linda reacted, her expression freezing for a moment before she screamed loudly, "My water broke? My water broke. The baby is coming. Quick, 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 call someone, get a midwife." And so, at the moment this tank prototype was completed, her child was about to enter this world. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Offspring. On this day, a magnificent rainbow, like a falling meteorite, streaked across the sky with a long, fiery tail, finally crashing into Lion Manor. On this day, the servants and guards of the manor, for the first time ever, witnessed their lord in a state of utter panic. Of course, they themselves were also in a state of panic, a complete mess. Some were boiling water, others carrying basins. They seemed busy, yet they were running around like headless flies. The reason was simple: their mistress, Lady Lelia, was about to give birth. According to the timeline, she wasn't quite due yet, but it wasn't far off. Everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared long ago. A life-saving priest, various magical potions for aiding delivery and recovery, the most experienced midwife. Butler Hoover had already brought all of these, doing nothing but waiting in the manor every day. Moreover, in this world, although medicine was underdeveloped, various magical potions and divine arts had long since replaced the role of medicine. Childbirth, though dangerous, is geared towards the lower classes who lack the money to access quality services. For Luo Yi, it was a sure thing. Of course, that's the rational analysis, but emotions are emotions, and they don't follow logic. After landing, Luo Yi heard Lilia's screams. His face filled with panic, and he almost instinctively tried to rush inside. At that moment, he could have easily killed even a legendary figure in his path, but it was Butler Hoover who stepped forward. He was still dressed in a gentleman's suit, which accentuated his upright posture, and his hair was meticulously combed, not messy even now. Only the graying temples and the deeper wrinkles on his face spoke of the passage of time. Loy stopped abruptly, barely managing to steady himself. "Old Hoover, are you trying to stop me, Your Excellency? You can't go into the delivery room." "But Lilia, don't worry, everything was prepared a month ago. There won't be any problems, everything was fine before. Why is she in premature labor?" "Well, it seems that Madam was too excited, causing your water to break." "Too excited? Why, you can ask Lady Linda." "I'm not quite sure, then what should I do now?" "Wait. Patiently wait for the birth of the little master." Your Excellency, please trust us." All right. Loy knew he shouldn't cause trouble, reason prevailed over impulse, but he still couldn't calm down. Lady Linda was right beside him, but he had no time to care. In the vast courtyard, he paced anxiously in circles. From some unknown point in time, a series of afterimages trailed behind him, circling and circling, until, at a certain moment, it seemed as if countless Luo Yi stood there, causing time to freeze. This scene left the powerful heavenly calamity warriors stationed around him dumbfounded, unsure of what expression to make. At this very moment, Luo Yi actually gained some insight into certain fragments of his dream. The divine speed, holy technique, on the surface, cultivates reflexes, focusing on the simpler and more efficient development and use of bioelectricity flowing throughout the body. However, at a certain level, reflexes seem to represent something different. The reaction speed is so fast that it actually lengthens perception time. In other words, under this holy technique, time itself seems not to be immutable. This thought startled Luo Yi. The laws of time are far more profound than the laws of space. Unexpectedly, he had touched upon only the tip of the iceberg under these circumstances. However, now was not the right time for enlightenment. He simply couldn't calm his mind. In this state, time seemed to drag on endlessly, like an eternity. Until, after an unknown amount of time, the cry of a baby broke Luo Yi's daze. He stared blankly as a maid ran out, shouting, "The lady has given birth. The lady has given birth. It's a boy. A boy." Wow! At this moment, countless people who had been eavesdropping erupted in cheers, their faces beaming with joy. Luo Yi could no longer contain himself. He strode into the room. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Luo Yi went straight to the bedside, looking at Lilia, who was soaked in sweat, his face filled with heartache. Lilia was utterly exhausted, her hair clung to her cheeks, and she looked as if she had been pulled from the water. Beside her, a maid gave her a potion to restore her strength, and a priest prayed for holy light to descend. With both efforts, Lilia's complexion finally improved. Loy held Lilia's hand and said, "It's all right, it's all over now." Lilia's smile remained gentle. "Look at the baby, our baby." "Yes. The baby. Where's my son?" As he spoke loudly, Butler Hoover had already taken a cleaned infant from the midwife and handed him to Loy. In both his past and present lives, Loy had never had a child. At this moment, his hands, capable of many incredible things, felt adrift. After gesturing for a while, he finally found the right way to hold the baby. He took him and saw a baby with rosy skin and a wrinkled little face, smacking his lips. Loy looked at him for a long time before saying, "He's really ugly." Butler Hoover smiled and immediately said, "Newborns are all like this. Look again in a couple of days, he'll look different." "Is that so?" Loy freed his left hand, extended a finger, and carefully poked the pink little face. His movements were very, very gentle, afraid of hurting his son. At this moment, he truly felt like a father. "Loy, let me see the baby," Lilia called out, and Loy quickly bent down and placed the baby beside her. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, I heard you had a premature birth because of excitement. Lelia hummed in agreement and added, you can go to Lady Linda and Lord Hill, they'll tell you. His thoughts raced for a moment, then Loy seemed to realize something. He suddenly looked up at Lelia and asked, could it be that, it's working, Loy still asked uncertainly, really, good. Ho ha. At this moment, Loy could no longer suppress his emotions and burst into hearty laughter. His laughter was so penetrating that even the guards and servants outside could hear it clearly. And indeed, just moments later, the old butler began distributing red envelopes to everyone in the manor. Then came the urgent gathering of ingredients to prepare a banquet, and bonfires were lit in squares throughout the city. They were quite experienced in organizing such large bonfire parties, and although the time was a bit rushed, it still went very smoothly under old Hoover's arrangements. Taking a break, Loy went to the Mage Tower, and on the 5th floor, he saw the giant that was slightly different from what he remembered. Its jet-black exterior reflected a cold metallic gleam, and intricate magical runes were engraved on every corner. When this behemoth was running, the flowing magical energy emitted a faint glow, further shrouding it in mystery. At one point, Loy finally turned his head and asked, how are you feeling? Since Lady Linda was still talking to Lelia, Hill Douglas answered. Hill had changed his clothes, his face beaming with barely concealed excitement, but he remained serious, saying, if you're asking about the design, you know better than I do. If you're asking about the experiments, it's already met expectations. If you're asking about improvements, then we'll have to take it out for more detailed testing. As for whether it can fight, he chuckled, we'll only know once it's on the battlefield. Luoyu also chuckled, don't worry, that day will come, hopefully soon. Luoyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can't you wish me well for once? He paused, then added, in a couple of days, I'll arrange for it to be tested in the wild. I'll go with you. Hill rolled his eyes again, saying, you want to try it yourself, right? You don't? Ahem. To be honest, I want to ride it and gallop through the wild. That feeling should be amazing. Then wait 2 more days. Of course, despite saying that, as Roy left, he still kicked the metal behemoth, snarling, it's this thing that caused Lelia's premature birth. You better behave yourself, or I'll tear you apart. Emerging from the lab, dusk had fallen, and the entire city of Brussels was unusually restless. Clearly, many had received the news, and Roy was preparing to push the atmosphere to its peak. He first went to the delivery room, brought the little one out, and then ascended the Mage Tower, floor by floor. Finally, as the first light of dawn faded, the Mage Tower shone with unparalleled brilliance. At that moment, the magic circles set up in the various squares were activated, the light projected onto crystals, then shifted into the air, forming projections just like in the days before. Then, everyone saw it. They saw Roy carrying the child in one arm, climbing the steps until he reached the highest point, beneath the chair representing power. He raised the infant high in his arms. Then, a booming voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, echoing in everyone's ears. This is my son, the new lion of the Raymond family, I, Loy Raymond, master of the Flower Territory, count of the Norman Duchy, have an heir. My people, rejoice. Dance. Unleash your passion for the birth of a new lion. Then, flames rained down from the sky, striking each bonfire, igniting a blazing inferno, bringing with it the singing and dancing of countless people. A surge of faith flowed into Loy's body, so much so that even with all of Loy's holy techniques activated, he felt a sense of overload. At this moment, Loy looked down at the still sleeping infant, somewhat troubled, and said, speaking of which, what name should I give you? Chapter 467, Practical Evaluation. Loy had to admit that for a noble family, an heir was incredibly important. With an heir came a legacy, a source of loyalty, and the possibility of a lineage that could continue for centuries, thus ensuring social stability. Since that man-made disaster, the Raymond family had suffered a decline in offspring, which led to Loy's rise to power as an illegitimate son. Even so, such a vast territory and so many benefits had attracted the covetous eyes of countless people. It was only through his skillful methods and formidable strength that he was able to hold on to it. Now, he had surpassed his father, naturally winning over the vassals and increasing their loyalty. But the problem was, without an heir, without a successor, people's hearts were always uneasy. Everyone feared what would happen to this vast empire if something happened to Loy. From this perspective, the child's arrival was timely. In fact, in the days that followed, even Loy could sense a different kind of stability and vitality throughout the Flower Territory. It seemed that even work, study, and cultivation had a greater sense of purpose. Of course, this was also related to Luo Yi's exemption of land taxes for a year. Given the current profits of the flower territory, the tax revenue from the land was negligible, and his generous gesture removed the greatest burden and shackles from the common people at the bottom of society. Their lives would be much better, and their loyalty to the Raymond family would naturally rise to another level. Luo Yi had wanted to do this for a long time, but hadn't had the right opportunity. This time, he used the birth of his child to benefit the people. However, naming the little one was a real headache for Luo Yi. He was terrible at naming things, there was simply no way to solve it. Finally, after discussing it with Lelia, they used dice. 6 sides, each with a different number, and each number pointed to a name they had already chosen. Finally, after many attempts, they settled on the name, Klein. Klein Raymond, the new lion, the future master of this territory, a man destined to bear immense power and heavy responsibility. In the following days, Luo Yi also adapted. Adapting to life with a child, adapting to being a father, despite having a large entourage, he was still quite overwhelmed. Klein was a first-time son, and Roy was a first-time father, so neither could laugh at the other. These past few days, Lilia's body had been recovering. After all, she was a professional, not so fragile. Moreover, she used top-tier recovery potions. What gave them the biggest headache was the child's crying. When they couldn't soothe him, it was incredibly frustrating and helpless. However, just a few days later, after everything was arranged, Roy led his men out of Brussels. He fenced off a piece of wasteland, preparing to conduct a real-world evaluation of the tank prototype, the first generation of the land warfare king. Roy didn't bring many people with him, but they were all his most trusted men: Guardian Olivera, Iron Knight Phil, Flame Sword Saint Otto, and Grand Knight Alfonso Zeke. The 4 of them occupied 4 positions, vigilantly preventing any intruders or wild beasts from entering. Lloyd wasn't idle either. He pricked up his ears, using the holy technique, ear of Lyman, to listen to the surrounding environment, ensuring nothing was missed. Lady Palacios acted as the recorder while also being responsible for magical attacks. As for Hill Douglas, he took on the roles of driver and machine gunner, while Lady Linda assumed the duties of gunner and loader. You ask how they could do the work of 2 people? Just kidding, none of the extraordinary mages are unintelligent, multitasking is basic, and with the hand of the mage, they were absolutely capable. Then, everyone saw it, a behemoth weighing 60 tons, galloping across the land. 70 miles per hour wasn't particularly fast, but this was a tireless steel monster. Ordinary potholes, slopes, and ditches were no problem at all, it moved as if on flat ground. Lloyd even arranged for a trench to be dug, but with its powerful engine, the tracks rolled over it without causing the slightest hindrance. As for the attack, the artillery was firing at full power, each roar obliterating everything in its path. Heavy machine guns targeted smaller, closer targets, their bullets sweeping across like scythes. Ordinary soldiers, and even extraordinary knights, were powerless against this behemoth of metal. Of course, Luo Yi's tests included various scenarios. For example, simulating a heavily armored knight, fully clad in armor, activating their battle aura as a defense, and then colliding head-on with a king of land warfare. The result was predictable, the 60-ton weight was utterly insurmountable, the heavily armored knight was crushed to dust. This meant that the strongest tactic of the knightly era, the mass charge of knightly orders, posed no threat to this king of land warfare. Of course, the agility of extraordinary individuals was also unmatched by heavy tanks. The power of a tank's cannon was useless if it missed. If they could fly, their advantage would be even greater. However, their most potent attack, the key slash, is ineffective against the armor of the Land King. At most, it leaves a 2 or 3-inch scar, utterly insignificant. Their best methods of destruction are actually targeting the wheel hubs, tracks, cannon barrels, or heavy machine guns. Anything that can cause damage and render the Land King immobile is far more effective. Therefore, against these flying units, a simple Maxim machine gun is insufficient, an anti-aircraft machine gun needs to be designed. In comparison, magic can inflict a wider variety of damage. Moreover, offensive magic is relatively ineffective. Spells such as fireballs, water jets, ground spikes, entanglement of vegetation, and wind blades still cannot penetrate the armor. However, if the flames were allowed to burn continuously, creating scorching heat, if the earth were to crack open, forming deep pits from which one could not escape, If water were to flood the machinery, causing a short circuit in the magical energy, if vegetation were to grow and penetrate the bearings, hubs, and cannons, slowing its movement, if strong winds were to whip up dust and obscure visibility, etc., these indirect methods of destruction would reveal the Land King's lack of countermeasures. Ultimately, it is purely mechanically driven, with all magical energy converted into power, leaving no other means of operation. Therefore, it becomes inadequate in certain situations. If a specially designed magical shield or defensive force field could be established, even just a deflection field, it would be extremely effective. Overall, this evaluation was quite successful. Although there were quite a few minor issues, the first-generation Land King demonstrated extremely high reliability. It traversed mountains and rivers with few problems, mechanical failures were minimal, and its design was extremely reasonable. Of course, because this is a world of extraordinary beings, individual power is often terrifying. Therefore, while tanks are powerful, they are not truly invincible. However, if dozens or hundreds of tanks are gathered, their effect on the battlefield is far more terrifying than dozens or hundreds of extraordinary powerhouses. They can almost completely destroy any fortifications and crush any enemy. In Luo Yi's view, this is a super upgraded version of the Heavy Knights, with both attack and defense reaching terrifying levels. When they strike, it's the moment that decides the outcome of the battle. Of course, while there are many advantages, there are also problems, and many areas for improvement have been proposed. First, the current armor has achieved the ultimate defense against physical attacks, but it is still far from sufficient against magic. Therefore, adding magic shields is of paramount importance. Secondly, there is the observation system. Originally, Luo Yi's idea was to use indoor observation goggles, similar to those on submarines, where one's eyes are focused on the observation goggles, and the lens can be rotated to observe the surroundings. In fact, they were installed, but the effect was extremely poor, the field of vision was limited, and it was completely impractical on the intense battlefield. Finally, a hole was opened at the front, and a window was made using fences and transparent glass, facing the driver's area. The driver could sit there and see what was happening directly ahead, but the field of vision was still severely limited, and they would become a prime target for enemy attacks. Actually, the most perfect solution at this stage is a combination of the magic eye and the magic mirror, allowing the driver to have a comprehensive view of the battlefield from inside the cockpit. Unfortunately, the technology for forging the magic eye and the magic mirror, while not exactly top secret, is only possessed by a few major powers, and Roy didn't have it. Most importantly, the magic mirror is quite fragile, it would easily be damaged by bumps and knocks inside a tank. It would be best to find a better alternative. Regardless, Roy had a lot of fun driving it. Driving this behemoth across the wilderness, flooring the accelerator, it was truly reckless and unrestrained. This scene truly stunned the several powerful warriors from the Calamity Realm. The more they observed, the more clearly they realized that there was no place for knights on the battlefield of the future. It would be a battle and competition of magically powered weapons and machinery. Ordinary soldiers are as fragile as ants. Even combat professionals, unless they've reached the 4th tier, are insignificant in the face of these magically powered weapons. Oliveira and Alfonso couldn't resist trying them out, having a blast. Finally, Lady Palacios wasn't spared either, displaying an astonishingly high learning ability and an almost supernatural imagination. She first used a water bag spell to stabilize herself in the pilot's seat, avoiding the jolting. Then came multiple mage hands, taking on all roles single-handedly. Finally, she used mechanical heart, allowing reason to replace emotion, thus multitasking and maximizing the prototype's power. At 60 miles per hour, it could rotate the turret 360 degrees, and in a leaping ascent, fired mid-air, accurately hitting the target. It truly demonstrated the heights this prototype could reach. Indeed, the strong are the strong, even in controlling machinery, they leave others in their dust. In the end, only Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto remained, their faces filled with regret and resentment. What could they do? They were the only two pure combatants. Without magic, they couldn't operate, and could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Chapter 468, Production Line and Magic Submarine. A real-world test concluded perfectly in the final, destructive experiment. It was Grand Knight Alfonso Zuka who, from 100 meters away, unleashed a barrage of aura attacks, relentlessly slashing with his aura until it reached a cataclysmic level, finally tearing through the frontal armor in one strike. The dissipated ore created splash damage within the internal space. Had the crew been present, they would have been instantly killed. However, this destructive experiment also taught Roy that even the king of land warfare must learn to respect a cataclysmic event. The prototype was destroyed, and the experiment ended. Based on this evaluation, the first generation of the king of land warfare was finalized, with only minor issues and minimal modifications. Further development could be based on previous records and battlefield experience, allowing for optimization. That was for the future. However, while the real-world test was over, it didn't mean the end. On the contrary, with development complete and the machine finalized, production and personnel training had to be put on the agenda. From raw material procurement to production line manufacturing, from factory site selection to worker recruitment, from the establishment of various workshops to professional technical training, and then to the final inspection of finished products and repair after damage. The more precise the machinery, the higher the requirements for finished parts, and the more numerous the upstream and downstream industries involved. It is only because flower territory already has a relatively complete industrial chain that it would be truly difficult to mass-produce this first-generation land warfare king. Moreover, this is not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part is that all of this must be carried out in secret, avoiding the eyes and ears of too many people. And this is only the production stage. After delivery to the army, qualified crew members must be trained. Commander, gunner, loader, driver, and machine gunner. These 5 positions seem simple, but in reality, to become proficient, one must undergo long-term and professional rigorous training. Starting from late March of New Divine Calendar 315, Luo Yi has been working on these 2 things. First, taking advantage of the implementation and use of the 3rd Industrial Zone in New Brussels City, he carried out a large-scale relocation of most of the non-military industries in the 1st Industrial Zone. From now on, this primary industrial zone, and even the supporting Hope community, will be under closed management, with strict access control and screening systems for entry and exit. The reason, of course, is readily available. This area produces magical weapons, cannons, bullets, and various types of shells, military equipment, so control is perfectly normal. In fact, Luo Yi has already converted a large portion of the vacated area into a tank production factory. The workers needed are all key personnel he's drawn from various state-owned factories. These key personnel refer not only to their technical skills but also to their background checks, criminal records, and daily conduct. This time, Luo Yi only wants clean-cut good kids, the original batch of locals trained in flower territory, the absolute best of the best. Their personal freedom will be subject to certain restrictions. For a period of time, everyone they encounter will be an intelligence agent's spies. But their treatment will be better, housing is a given, promotions are guaranteed, and even their wives, children, and families will be properly taken care of. All for the sake of secrecy. The selection of crew members followed a similar strategy, but this time they were chosen from the 1st Guard Legion of Flower Territory. Only the elite of the elite were selected, and all had passed political vetting with no blemishes. According to Luo Yi's plan, the first batch would consist of only 300 people, gathered together for specialized training by Ms. Palacios for a month. After a month, they should be able to manually construct 1 or 2 land warfare kings, allowing them to begin practical operation and be assigned to different roles. Their suitability for specific positions would be determined, followed by repeated training in professional skills. This group would also be the initial instructors, any subsequent expansions would be handled by them. What? You're asking why Ms. Palacios is in charge of training, and not Hill Douglas or Mrs. Linda. Well, naturally, because those two are busier. Lilia is in postpartum confinement and caring for her child, so she can't leave. The factory, machinery, production lines, production manuals, workshop divisions, process responsibilities, etc., are all Hill's responsibility. Worker selection, training, technical instruction, and classes, all of these had to be handled by Mrs. Linda, a half-baked expert. It was only thanks to Ms. Palacios, who displayed superb piloting skills, that Roy could have easily found someone to recruit. Of course, to get Hill Douglas and Mrs. Linda to work diligently, Roy not only promised them shares in the tank factory but also ordered 2 additional mage towers for them. Yes, their personal mage towers, paid for by Roy himself. Although they hadn't seen the actual towers yet, the order list had been shown to them, bearing the imperial seal. Otherwise, These two would have quit long ago. In Hill's words, "We're all friends, you can use them, but using them to the point of exhaustion, isn't that a bit excessive?" But when Roy placed the order for the 2 mage towers in front of Hill, his expression underwent a variety of changes. Finally, he grasped Roy's hand firmly and declared with boundless enthusiasm, "We're all friends, and friends should be there for each other through thick and thin. What's a little hardship? So, just give me any missions you have, don't begrudge my small frame." Indeed, this was the allure of the mage tower for mages, enough to bankrupt them. Even Hill Douglas in the Habsburg Empire couldn't secure his own mage tower. It required more than just gentle, it required connections and relationships. Moreover, the mage tower Roy had ordered for them this time was exclusively theirs, unlike the borrowed towers of those fourth-tier calamities. The ownership was entirely different. All of this was quite complex in theory, and the actual implementation would be even more so. Practice is the sole criterion for testing any plan. This principle holds true in any world. The problems encountered during implementation are unimaginable. Therefore, from the latter half of New Divine Calendar 315 to the end of June, for 3 whole months, Roy was busy identifying, solving, and implementing solutions to problems. By the end of June, both the production lines and military training were on track. Luoyi inspected the operations and, finding everything running smoothly, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, half the year had already passed. Indeed, time flies when you're focused and busy. As for the war between the Empire and the Allied forces, it remained largely a stalemate, though some changes had occurred. First, the Allied forces, led by the Kingdom of Sardinia, launched an attack on the Kingdom of Ottoman, employing amphibious landings at 4 locations, aiming to break through the defenses and then attack the Empire's southern provinces. The plan was, of course, quite excellent. Moreover, to increase its influence and dominance, the Kingdom of Sardinia was truly generous this time. The Empress's expeditionary force to the Bonaparte Empire was only 30,000. This time, however, they deployed 300,000. And that doesn't even include the troops from other nations. The total reached a staggering 500,000. The navy was even more formidable. Over 100 warships, even lined up end-to-end, could cover the entire coastline of the Ottoman Kingdom. Not to mention the pirates who came to plunder, the powerful warriors sent by various families, the strange and wonderful magical artifacts, and the countless magical scrolls that could fill the ship's hold. And then there was the newly formed magic-powered legion. This battle was richer than anyone could have imagined. According to everyone's expectations, taking down the corrupt and decadent Ottoman Kingdom would be a piece of cake, a simple matter. Unfortunately, war isn't just about paper strength, it involves too many variables. The Ottoman Kingdom was indeed corrupt and decadent, but to say they lacked the will to revitalize and strengthen themselves would be a gross underestimation of them. Several years ago, the Ottoman Kingdom even launched a national bond issuance, with countless people throughout the kingdom buying bonds. Those with money bought more, those with less bought less, collectively raising a large sum of money. Then, they used this money to purchase 2 large warships in the Kingdom of Sardinia, hoping to revitalize their navy. That's actually true, but unfortunately, the Sardinian cabinet seized the 2 warships as soon as they were completed. It was the First Minister of the Navy, Admiral Winston, who gave the order. The problem was, seizing the ships and refusing to return the money for their purchase was truly shameless. But that's the nature of great powers. When they're shameless, there's nothing you can do. This is also the origin of the long-standing enmity between the 2 sides. Perhaps because of this, the Ottoman Kingdom's resistance was more resolute than imagined. Add to that Istanbul, the famous holy city, and its ability to unite the people was equally extraordinary. In the early stages of the war, the Allied forces did achieve considerable success, with artillery barrages covering the ground forces as they advanced and established outposts. But on the Ottoman side, a formidable figure emerged, Colonel Mustafa. He only held the rank of colonel, but he had studied in the Habsburg Empire, possessed considerable strength, and was proficient in artillery command. His legion was a rare elite force, almost all of its members having entered the realm of meditation, accumulated magical power, and were skilled in using magical weapons. Under his leadership, relying on the terrain advantage and various fortifications, they managed to repel the Allied forces time and time again. Seeing his bravery, the Ottoman royal family directly promoted him and placed him in charge of the entire front line. Meanwhile, aid from the empire continued to arrive. Although no army was dispatched, The empire provided ample supplies, magical weapons, ammunition, and sent officers to help train the troops. At sea, facing so many warships, the empire was also powerless. The number of ironclad ships was too small, but the empire still unleashed its ultimate weapon, the magical submarine. Yes, the empire produced ironclad ships that could sail silently in the sea and were equipped with powerful mines. To be honest, the oceans of this world were not forbidden zones. There were diverse sea creatures, enormous sea beasts, and powerful humans could also explore the depths, so this magical submarine was not invincible. But when the Allied forces knew nothing about it, it was terrifying. With a single strike, it silently sank 10 large warships. The bizarre scene caused the other large warships to retreat and scatter, believing that the Ottoman kingdom had unleashed some powerful forbidden spell. It wasn't until later, when the Sardinian kingdom contacted the sea creatures and offered them substantial benefits to investigate, that they discovered a steel monster lurking beneath the water. Even so, the elusive magic-powered submarine still caused immense panic among the Allied forces. Chapter 469, The Battle of Gorlitz. The Gallipoli landings, which began in late February of the new divine calendar 315 and continued intermittently for several months until June, were a crucial test for the Kingdom of Sardinia. You can't say they weren't trying. Their forces steadily increased, and the fortifications they built after landing became increasingly formidable. To seize positions, extraordinary warriors led the charge, acting as the vanguard. Even the mage legions, when given the opportunity, were throwing magic scrolls around like they were free. Yet, despite the back-and-forth fighting, they couldn't capture any positions, or even if they did, they would be taken back. To say the Sardinian army wasn't trying, they suffered many casualties, is an overstatement. They simply lacked that final push. The Ottoman kingdom, on the other hand, committed everything it could. The various nobles and the royal family deployed their knightly orders and powerful warriors. Sardinia wanted to prove itself, and the Ottoman kingdom seemed to be proving that while they were weaker, they weren't incapable of being defeated. The result was a stalemate, a back-and-forth battle that dragged on intermittently for months without a clear victor. This outcome stunned many, leaving them bewildered. Frankly, at this point, the Allied counter-offensive had failed. They hadn't taken the Ottoman Empire immediately, the empire was prepared, and even the southern provinces weren't easy to conquer. But the Sardinian Empire had its pride. They considered themselves invincible at sea, and seeing the Bonaparte Empire weaken, they wanted to replace it and become the undisputed hegemon and leader. Now, they'd been stopped by a small Ottoman Empire. What a disgrace. So, they refused to admit defeat, refused to end the war. At worst, they'd retreat a short distance, relying on their absolute naval superiority to regroup and launch another amphibious assault. In short, as long as they hadn't admitted defeat and the war hadn't ended, no one dared say the counter-offensive had failed. This was likely the thinking of Her Majesty the Queen of Sardinia, and the reason the Gallipoli landings continued, and even seemed poised to last much longer. It's worth mentioning that the Ottoman kingdom officially formed an alliance with the Habsburg Empire. Leaving aside the issue of faith, they cooperated comprehensively in all other aspects. The Ottoman kingdom would fully learn from the empire's system, education, and economic model, while the empire provided a large amount of technology and machinery, preparing to support the Ottoman kingdom in developing its magic-based industry. This was the empire's first official ally. While the Flower territory emphasized its role as an intermediary, the Ottoman kingdom completely aligned itself with the empire. This seemed to set a bad precedent, with countless nations stirring with ambition, hoping to restore diplomatic relations with the Habsburg Empire. Meanwhile, the empire's counter-offensive against the Slavic Empire also began in mid-May. The empire organized 3 magic-based legions, nearly 400,000 strong, to directly invade the Slavic Empire from the left and right sides of East Pru province. To the left was the Slavic Empire's Caucasus region, a mountainous, forested, and complex terrain with high altitudes. To the right was the Slavic Empire's Galicia province, a flat and vast area. Such a large-scale mobilization could not be kept secret, and the Slavic Empire was naturally aware of it. They had already assembled most of their army, trained for a long time, so naturally they went straight to the front lines. The Slavs displayed their bravery once again, fighting fearlessly. Many charged forward with bloodshot eyes, even under artillery and heavy machine gun fire. Their inherent ferocity and warlike nature made them fearless. In fact, The wars waged by the Slavic Empire were notoriously crude, tactics and strategies often didn't work for them. They weren't particularly skilled, they just charged in headlong. Once close, their heads would be bloodshot, and they'd activate a pseudo-berserk. It was either kill me or I'd kill them. You could say they were true masters of chaotic warfare. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it was for them. Fighting them felt like having your intelligence lowered to their level, only to be defeated by their vast experience. This tactic was actually very effective in cold weapon warfare. The built-in infinite morale buff could cover up most of their weaknesses and shortcomings. But in the current magic-based warfare, that didn't apply. The Empire unleashed a barrage of magical cannons, obliterating a group of farmers who had only recently put down their tools and picked up weapons. Their bravery and recklessness vanished before they could even see the enemy. Then the infantry mowed down the battlefield, heavy machine guns sweeping across the land, decimating almost everyone who approached. The Slavic army crumbled almost instantly, utterly weak, while the Imperial legions relentlessly pursued and attacked. Had the Slavic Empire not constructed numerous trenches, barely managing to establish defensive positions, they would have been completely overwhelmed. Or, more accurately, they had already collapsed. They simply regrouped, only to be overwhelmed again, a cycle of resistance and retreat. Especially in the northern Caucasus region, the Imperial offensive was relentless and exceptionally fierce. This battle truly demonstrated what it meant to be a dimensional reduction strike. It was also in this battle that the Slavic Empire's true nature was almost completely exposed. Everyone realized just how weak they were. This even gave a kingdom to the south of the Slavic Empire an opportunity, and they attempted an attack to reclaim the land they had ceded. Unfortunately, they regretted it as soon as they started. Because the attack was sudden, they initially gained some advantage, but the Slavs, reacting quickly, launched a fierce counterattack. Then, this elite army of the kingdom was wiped out. Only 3 or 4 out of 10 escaped, a truly devastating loss. Even so, the Slavic army was still thoroughly outmatched by the Empire. At this point, everyone realized that it wasn't that the Slavs were weak, but that the Empire was too strong. It wasn't that traditional knightly tactics were ineffective, but that magical weapons were far more powerful. After this incident, countless kingdoms became even more focused on magical energy industries. It's worth mentioning that, to alleviate the pressure on the Slavic Empire, the Allied forces unanimously decided to intensify their offensive against the Ottoman Kingdom. Around late May, the landing operation in the Gallipoli region intensified, with over a dozen natural disasters even participating, clearing out an area and giving the Allied forces a significant victory. This startled the Empire. The importance of the southern provinces was self-evident, and they dared not gamble. Forced to slow their offensive in the Caucasus region, they redeployed a portion of their main forces to garrison the south of the empire. From this perspective, the Allied strategy was successful. Even though the Ottoman Kingdom recaptured the remaining positions, the distant problem was still solved. Unfortunately, while the left flank was forced to defend, the right flank continued unabated. The Empire's 8th Main Battle Legion launched a surprise attack on a small formation called Gaullets. Within a day, the defensive line was breached, and the Imperial Army pressed its advantage, forcing the Slavic legions to retreat. 3 days later, the Slavic legions retreated to the San River, engaging the Empire in fierce fighting again. After 3 days of stalemate, they were defeated once more. The Imperial Army crossed the San River and advanced eastward in full force. 6 days later, the Imperial Army launched a fierce attack, and the Slavic legions suffered repeated defeats until, 10 days later, the city of Lviv fell. Thus, in late June of the new divine calendar 315, the Empire achieved a great victory on the Eastern Front, perfectly concluding its counter-offensive and gaining vast territories. This battle is also known as the Battle of Gaullets. This battle showcased the Imperial Army's might and also told all the nations of the Old World that the Bonaparte Empire, had it not been for its shameless fails, would have been conquered long ago. Of course, Roy was merely observing. He no longer felt much of the reality of this protracted war. Although it was brutal, with at least millions dead, what did it have to do with him? The Empire was far away. As long as it didn't affect the Flower territory, it didn't matter. Of course, it wouldn't be accurate to say he had no connection whatsoever, because war brings immense wealth. As the largest arms dealer in the Old World, Roy conducted the entire continent's arms business without ever leaving his home. The fiercer the war, the more prosperous his business became. If it weren't for the support of the empire's vast industrial system, he would have been busy with existing orders for years. To put it simply, his profits from arms sales alone in the first half of the year exceeded the total revenue of the flour territory last year. This figure was so outrageous that even Luo Yi couldn't believe it. However, what Luo Yi didn't expect was that even though he longed for a peaceful life with his wife and children, he was still being targeted. Chapter 470, The Imperial Conference. This is an unknown, dark space. Silent, still, cold, and gloomy, it seems forever shrouded in shadow. Yet, no one knows that this is the legendary realm of kings. The old continent has a long history, marked by periods of division and reunification, witnessing countless kingdoms and countless kings. These kings rarely meet. The unspoken rule is that kings do not meet. However, under certain special circumstances, there are needs for them to meet and discuss matters, sometimes even requiring a face-to-face meeting, not through intermediaries. Where there is demand, there is a market, and it is unknown when this realm of kings was created. Legend has it that this is a special fragment peeled from the mechanical realm within the inner plane, likely torn apart in battle by some great beings. It is small in size and has no other practical use. However, it encompasses certain special laws of the mechanical realm, allowing it to accomplish things that the prime material plane cannot. Suddenly, light shone from the outside, swirling as if in reality, transforming into a source of light that dispelled the perpetual darkness. With this light, one could clearly see the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, dozens, even hundreds, of magical mirrors hovered in the void. Their shapes varied, some long, some round, resembling a forest of mirrors. What they all shared was that the frames of these mirrors were crafted from a rare magical wood, possessing excellent magic-conducting properties, and painted with gold and accented with red, displaying incredibly intricate magical patterns. Looking further down, countless fragments of magical mirrors lay layered upon layer on the dark earth. This realm of kings, also known as the Mirror of Kings, was created by each king who unified a region and established his kingdom. He was then qualified to craft such a mirror and place it into this dimensional fragment. Until the kingdom was destroyed, the mirror would shatter and fall to the earth, becoming mirror ruins. The purpose of this dimensional fragment was to facilitate face-to-face communication using certain characteristics of the mechanical realm. It could be understood as a magical version of video calling. This was the fastest method of communication before magical eyes and mirrors became widespread, and before communication arrays could connect the entire continent. Of course, by now, this has become a symbol. Only by placing the magic mirror belonging to one's own kingdom here can one be considered a true king. This is also the biggest difference between a kingdom and a duchy. A Grand Duke doesn't have this qualification. Then, the light source seemed to find its place, splitting into three and falling directly onto the three most prominent mirrors in the forest of mirrors. Then, the mirror light flickered, transforming the world into a different realm, like a reflection in the mirror, revealing a unique and magical scene. First to appear was a throne built from countless ships. Sails became flags, decks became steps, corpses and swords were embellishments, and ropes and coral bound everything. A woman, graceful and majestic, climbed the steps step by step, finally reaching the highest throne. It was a crimson throne, a glaring red, as if drenched in blood, exuding a pungent stench. However, when the woman turned around, even such a striking throne became mere embellishment, only serving to highlight her regal majesty. This one, the ruler of the Kingdom of Sardinia, a rare female supreme ruler throughout the history of the old world, the great Queen Victoria. She spoke softly, "Aren't you going to show yourselves? I don't want to waste any more time." As she spoke, the surrounding environment changed again. First, there was a staircase formed by countless knights, their armor gleaming, their weapons sharp, maintaining a high fighting spirit, yet their heads bowed. They were swords, weapons, loyal and pursuing glory. The staircase they formed stretched straight to the top, where a magnificent throne, though not large, had its backrest extending to the sky. It seemed to signify that his power was all-encompassing and all-powerful. Now, a person sat on this throne, his hair half black and half white, his skin smooth and supple, his features sculpted, and his appearance exceptionally handsome. His nobility and majesty were etched into his very bones, every move he made attracted everyone's attention. This one, the ruler of the Bonaparte Empire, the great Napoleon III, full name Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Then, another throne appeared, aloft by countless warriors. It was a group of muscular men, half-naked, brandishing weapons, their movements chaotic yet displaying an indomitable spirit defying fate. Their clasped bodies overlapped, eventually forming a wide, luxurious, and sharply defined throne at the top. A man walked onto it, wearing only a simple bearskin cloak that accentuated his imposing physique. He resembled a Hercules from mythology, embodying extreme violence and masculinity. Every movement seemed to proclaim boundless power. This was His Majesty the Emperor of the Slavic Empire, the most martial of the three kings, and the only legendary one. Of course, he preferred to be called the Tsar. The three mountains and the throne formed a triangle, presenting a confrontational stance. This was no longer a meeting of kings. This was a meeting of emperors, representing the three highest peaks of power in the old world. Although, at present, they were facing the most brutal challenge from the Hohenzollern family. The three met, each with their own distinct charm, yet none spoke first. One was lost in thought, head slightly raised, his mind wandering far away, pondering something unknown. Another sat upright, head slightly lowered, brows slightly furrowed, as if observing the suffering of humanity. And then there was the third, sitting crookedly, fiddling with his fingers without a care for appearances, occasionally glancing up, a faint, mocking smile always playing on his lips. The silence lasted a long time, until finally, the noble empress spoke again. "What did you think of the last proposal?" The Tsar sat up straight and said, "I have no objection. Anyway, failure will have the least impact on me, and success will bring me great benefits. However, speaking of which, Emir Count has kept the three of us discussing this several times. He deserves to die with honor?" Napoleon I raised his head and asked, "Have you considered that, regardless of success or failure, we will lose a most important channel? At that time, even if we are willing to pay more money, who will purchase magic weapons from the Habsburg Empire for us? What's there to be reluctant about with those outdated magic weapons?" The Empress's voice grew louder. "Don't tell me you haven't noticed that the weapons they sell us are all second-rate, outdated, far inferior to what they currently use. With these weapons, even if we build a magic legion, we will not be a match for them, and the supplies and gold we provide will actually reduce the burden on the Habsburg Empire. If this continues, the strong will get stronger, and the weak will get weaker. What do you think the outcome will be? Don't forget, this isn't just a simple territorial dispute, it also involves the foundations of our rule and our beliefs. We have no right to fail." Napoleon I was silent for a moment before saying quietly, "That's true, but have you considered what the papacy will think if we target this illegitimate count? How will the Habsburg Empire react? The papacy just granted him the title of Knight of the Templars, which is tantamount to acknowledging him. The empire has nurtured him for so long. Do you think they'll just let us reap the rewards? It's already a fight to the death. Why bother thinking so much?" This time it was the Tsar who spoke, leaning back to reveal his clearly defined eight-pack abs. "I only have one request. Whoever gets the talent and machinery keeps it, but the technology must be shared. Damn it, I only just realized how many twists and turns there are in the magic energy industry. Before, I was misled by the Vatican and didn't accumulate any resources. Now, if we want to develop, without technology, talent, machinery, or ability, it's practically impossible to move an inch. Victoria, don't give me those high-sounding reasons. To put it bluntly, we just want the technological accumulation in flower territory, don't we? Only by seizing it can we quickly accumulate industrial resources, manufacture our own guns and cannons, and break free from their control." This laid all their intentions bare, without any concealment, making the other two emperors lose face. Since no one's speaking up, let's vote. I agree too, then let's do it that way. However, we still need to discuss the specifics of how to proceed. That little guy isn't easy to deal with. We need a comprehensive plan. That brings us to the second issue. How should the three great emperors of the old world deal with a minor count? This was the Tsar's voice. After speaking, he actually chuckled, saying to himself, "This sounds almost magical. He who can withstand the pressure and firmly embark on the path of magical energy industry must have extraordinary abilities." Napoleon I's words were full of admiration, but then he changed the subject, saying, "Therefore, war is the last resort for plunder. If we want to take flower territory safely, the best way is to deal with Oi first. So, what do you mean? Which do you think is most suitable, the death curse, poison, or nightmare?" Chapter 471, Human Hearts and Schemes. A royal council lasted for several hours. After reaching a consensus, The three kings engaged in in-depth and detailed discussions regarding subsequent arrangements. Some matters were quickly agreed upon, such as the territory of the Flower Territory, which was too far to control and didn't matter to anyone. Another example was that Raymond's family should not continue. A 1,000-year-old family's legacy was hard-won, but in their eyes, it meant nothing. They had personally destroyed more than just 1 or 2,000-year-old families. However, on other matters, they argued vehemently and refused to budge. This mainly centered on the deployment of troops, the number of experts, and the subsequent division of spoils. The Flower Territory was too wealthy. Besides its complete industrial system, there was still too much wealth to exploit. At this point, the more troops and experts you deployed, the more you could plunder later, which would certainly displease others. However, if you deployed too few troops and failed to control the situation, it would be a major problem. Therefore, the deployment of troops truly caused the three kings to argue for a long time. Of course, there were also some unspoken schemes and plots, which need not be discussed. After the discussions concluded, darkness had completely fallen. In the palace of Lucha, Napoleon III emerged from a secret chamber and descended the steps. He felt his legs buckle and nearly stumbled. An arm reached out from the side and steadied him. He heard the voice of Grand Duke Carlisle. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Napoleon III closed his eyes slightly, waited a moment, and felt the dizziness in his head gradually subside before replying, "I'm fine." With that, he grasped Grand Duke Carlisle's hand and led him forward. "Time waits for no man. I am no longer what I once was." This was Napoleon III's lament, his face revealing undisguised sorrow, resentment, and helplessness. Before this war, he was still the overlord of the old world. A single command could command the obedience and obedience of countless nations, who dared not disobey in the slightest. He had originally believed that he had diligently governed and led the Bonaparte Empire to a new peak. But who could have imagined that a war would cause all of this to vanish like a dream? In the past year or so, he truly felt what it meant to be powerless, to have the will but not the strength. He felt he had worked countless times harder than before, yet he still couldn't stem the empire's decline. He even had the illusion that he was an insect under a wheel, struggling desperately but unable to stop it. Long ago, he could arrogantly declare, "What is an era? I am an era." But at this moment, he felt most deeply that he was about to be drowned by the tide of the times. However, he refused to give up, and even more unwilling to relinquish the glory of the Bonaparte royal family. He was like someone grasping at the tail end of an era, desperately trying to catch up with the tide. He waved his hand, sending the surrounding guards almost away, creating space for a private conversation. Furthermore, a court mage intervened, creating a silencing field to ensure that not a single word would leak out. Bonaparte III, still holding Archduke Carlisle's hand, spoke as they walked forward. "You've been waiting for me here, probably to know the final outcome, haven't you?" Archduke Carlisle revealed his naive side. Bowing slightly with a fawning smile, "Your Majesty, you understand me, so what? It's decided, the Flower Territory must be taken." But, Archduke Carlisle's face showed anxiety, stammering as if trying to express something. "There are no buts. Even if I didn't agree, they would still do it. Since we can't stop them, the best way is to get involved. Besides, the industrial system of the Flower Territory is too important to us. It's our only chance to catch up with the Habsburg Empire." As he said this, Napoleon III paused and looked at Grand Duke Carlisle, saying, "What? You're still reluctant? As far as I know, your Carlisle family and the Raymond family have a deep-seated feud. Back then, you were extremely unwilling to let me contact Lloyd." "Yes, you're right. I still remember getting a good beating from him on the Silver Sea. Thinking about it now, it still hurts." Grand Duke Carlisle didn't try to back down. He simply changed the subject and said, "But there's a saying, times change. Getting on this front has indeed brought huge benefits to the Carlisle family. With benefits in sight, all the past is naturally forgotten." Bonaparte III asked, "Since it's just about benefits, what are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid. I'm just, well, I admit, I'm a little afraid." Grand Duke Carlisle paused for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, all the orders were negotiated by me and Loy. Nominally, it's a transaction between the Carlisle and Raymond families. If something goes wrong, many people won't receive their goods and will come after me." "You're afraid of that?" "Of course not just that. Most importantly, that bastard is no simple character. I'm afraid of getting bitten instead of killed." I fought that kid twice. The first time, I was a fourth-tier cultivator against a transcendent being, and I didn't gain the upper hand. The second time, I was beaten black and blue, but I didn't hold back. I was simply no match for him. The interval between the two battles was so short. Judging by that, his cultivation progress is astonishing. If that kid escapes, if he's no longer bound by his territory, if he becomes a legend and seeks revenge, I'm afraid. Before His Majesty, Grand Duke Carlisle made no attempt to conceal his selfishness and fear. He had originally expected a reprimand. A Grand Duke, backed by the most powerful nation in the old world, could he possibly fear one person? If this were the old Bonaparte he would certainly have reprimanded him like this. But this was Bonaparte nearly 2 years into the war, and his thinking had changed. He actually nodded in agreement. What you say makes a lot of sense. Grand Duke Carlisle's expression froze. He abruptly looked up, meeting Bonaparte eyes, and asked, "Your Majesty, what do you suggest I do? You're willing to listen to me, of course, then let's show some consideration." Bonaparte's voice was very soft, so soft that only Grand Duke Carlisle could hear it. Grand Duke Carlisle was taken aback at first, then seemed to understand something. "You mean, leak the information to Lloyd? Remember to do it discreetly. If the bastard is dead, no one will say anything. If the bastard isn't dead, there's still consideration, and there's room for maneuver in the future." If this were the former overlord, he wouldn't have been unable to think of such a win-win solution, but rather he would have disdained to use it. But now, he had arranged it this way. He was the one who proposed the curse and poison, intending to exterminate them all. He was also the one who leaked the information, such is the unpredictability of the human heart. After patting Grand Duke Carlisle's hand again, His Majesty turned and left. He had too many things to arrange. Grand Duke Carlisle was left standing there, motionless for a long time. A dozen days later, in the restaurant of Lion Manor, Flower Territory, Lloyd was reviewing the documents in his hands. His eyes gleamed with the blue light as various pieces of information converged, were refined, and displayed one by one. He was currently reviewing Flower Territory's export orders for the first half of the year. The orders were diverse and numerous, covering more than 20 industries and hundreds of categories, including arms, potions, machinery, vehicles, mining, and metals. Of course, the largest volume for the Allied forces was arms, primarily secret medicines and firearms. It had been proven that in war, ammunition was the consumable. No matter how much you had, it was never enough. The secret potion is popular because it's widely recognized as the most cost-effective and highly efficient meditation potion, bar none. Its exceptional value has led to a surge in sales, even boosting the sales of other potions like Warrior's Elixir and Recovery Elixir. Exports to the Empire primarily consist of high-precision processing machinery, supplemented by orders for heavy machine guns, grenades, and other high-end weaponry. Compared to arms, the Empire values high-precision processing machinery most from the Flower Territory. This is considered the Flower Territory's flagship export product. Through these orders, Lloyd could see that the war was far from over. Both sides were accumulating strength, preparing for a major conflict. This time, it wouldn't end without a decisive victory. For an arms dealer like Lloyd, this was naturally good news. Sure enough, in early July, a huge order arrived from the Carlisle family. How big was this order? It was almost the total amount of arms needed for the first half of the year. Even Lloyd couldn't immediately calculate the exact amount in gold tires. "Your Excellency, is dinner served?" old Hoover asked. Without looking away, Lloyd replied, "Yes, food was served in abundance." After Lloyd repaired his dimensional sack, he ate 20 times more than a normal person each day. His stomach storage capacity was virtually limitless, so he naturally preferred to accumulate more bioenergy over time. However, after taking a sip of the mushroom and fish soup, his expression froze, as if he had sensed something. Then, seemingly in disbelief, he took another sip, chewed carefully for a moment, and finally his face changed. Olivera, a flash of lightning, and Olivera appeared before him, her eyes full of inquiry. "Pass the word, no one is eating dinner. It's poisoned." Olivera's eyes narrowed, and she instantly vanished in a flash of lightning. Behind Lloyd appeared another person, the intelligence chief, Hank. Lloyd finally looked away from the data, his eyes as cold as knives, and said, "Block it." "Yes, sir." Chapter 472, Poison, Orders, and Letters. Half an hour later, the entire Lion Manor was under complete martial law. Countless black-clad swordsmen appeared, their expressions cold, their eyes sharp as knives. They wore black cloaks, through which rapiers were faintly visible, along with magic-powered pistols at their waists. They guarded every corner, strictly prohibiting movement. Even the original night guards, under Butler Hoover's orders, had gathered together. These night guards were naturally resentful, even harboring an impulse to challenge these black-clad swordsmen. But when Aang appeared, a single cold glance extinguished all their arrogance. Throughout the entire Flower Territory, everyone knew that the Earl secretly maintained an all-pervasive intelligence network. There was almost no information they didn't know, and no one they couldn't kill. And their leader was this young man, even younger than the Earl. Rumors circulated that this young man never smiled, always wearing a cold face, signifying that he was ready to draw his sword and kill at any moment. But this wasn't his most terrifying moment. His most terrifying moment was when he smiled at you. It's worth mentioning that there was another person behind Aang, an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was plainly dressed, plainly handsome, plainly tall, and plainly behaved. You could say he would be easily overlooked you if he stood right in front of you. But only those in the know would marvel at the brilliance of his stealth and invisibility. This man was none other than the faceless assassin Ulysses, the latest fourth-tier calamity assassin recruited by Loy. Aang was a studious man and never felt ashamed to humbly ask for guidance from the strong. Therefore, when the faceless assassin Ulysses appeared before him, he took him under his wing almost without hesitation, seeking his knowledge of everything in the dark world. From assassin skills to stealth and invisibility, from personnel development to intelligence organization and management, his humility and patience were the foundation of his rapid growth, and the faceless assassin Ulysses, who had originally intended to retire, was naturally willing to teach. He handled the situation at hand with remarkable clarity. Sealing off the manor was the first step, to prevent anyone from escaping in the chaos. Following the trail of this mushroom soup, from the maid who served it to the chef, to the procurement, cleaning, and processing of the ingredients, and everyone he could come into contact with, along this line, he could uncover the poisoner and discover the hidden secrets. Aang appeared calm on the surface, but a raging fire burned within him. He didn't even want to imagine the consequences if Roy were poisoned. He felt it was his mistake, and he had to correct it. He had initially thought that whoever dared to poison the Earl's food must have had a well-thought-out plan, but just over 10 minutes later, he learned who it was: Jonas Kaufman, the chef of Lion Manor, in his 50s, who had served the Raymond family for over 20 years, specializing in various thick soups. He was a gentle, kind old man, affectionately known as Uncle Jonas. But Aang couldn't get any useful information from him, because he was dead, poisoned. Beside him lay a small bottle of poison, its remaining residue shimmering with a ghostly blue light, yet emitting no odor. The faceless assassin Ulysses's expression changed drastically. He abruptly stepped forward, picked up the bottle, and with a slight twist, witnessed the ghostly blue liquid within shimmering with iridescent light. His shock was no longer concealed. This is the king of poisons, the tear of Reese. A moment later, Loy finally stepped out of the living room and walked along the manor path towards the kitchen. The sky had completely darkened, and the magical crystal lamps were lit, emitting a bright yet soft light. But the light cast a shadow on the faces of the servants around him, a palpable tension of fear, apprehension, and anxiety, causing Loy to squint slightly. Olivero was the first to return, bringing good news. Lilia's meal was a specially prepared pregnancy meal, without the mushroom soup. As for Klein, he was still breastfeeding, so it didn't matter. This relieved Loy. Then came the return of Aang and the faceless killer Ulysses, who brought Roy more detailed information. The Tears of Rise, a special poison of the Church of the Thousand-Faced God, is said to be made primarily from the venom of a deformed three-headed serpent, refined using secret methods, earning it the title of King of Venom first. Its toxicity is extremely high. Even a tiny amount will quickly destroy the blood structure, damage organs, and cause the body's circulatory system to collapse, resulting in instant death. Second, because it damages the blood, even the strongest battle key will have no effect without blood circulation. Even the most healing holy light battle key is useless. In other words, even a legendary figure, if poisoned, will die regardless. Furthermore, this poison is colorless and odorless, able to infuse into any food. Even the most sensitive paladin nose cannot detect any unusual taste. Therefore, even if someone dies from the poison of Rise, they won't even know how they died, The outward manifestation is organ failure. As for whether there is an antidote, yes, and it is widely known, the gallbladder of the deformed three-headed serpent is the antidote, but it must be extracted while the victim is alive. No one can survive more than 10 minutes after being poisoned, let alone find such a deformed three-headed serpent. Luo Yi finally asked, so, this poison is very rare, isn't it? Not just rare, but extremely rare. After all, the thousand-faced god has fallen, and the ancient texts recording his name have survived for hundreds of years. As for his followers, they are all extinct. The existing tears of Reese are all stockpiled from countless years ago. As they spoke, they arrived at the kitchen. After passing through a corridor and a warehouse filled with vegetables, they reached a room. Here, black-clad swordsmen stood, completely surrounding the room, but inside, there was only one corpse. A 50-year-old middle-aged man lay supine on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes clouded with a gray hue, his expression a mixture of pain and rage. Beside him, an open bottle of medicine emitted a bewitching, pale blue light. At this moment, Loy finally asked, since the tears of the eye are so rare here, who has them? Aang didn't answer, but looked at the middle-aged man beside him. The faceless killer Ulysses picked up the conversation. As far as I know, the major royal families should still have some in stock, but I've never heard of any others. Have you seen them? I saw them in a book collected by an old wizard while I was studying. To be honest, if it weren't for my unique method of identification, I wouldn't have believed my eyes. As he said this, he looked up at Loy with a strange expression. He knew that Loy had eaten that pot of thick soup. Even just 2 sips would have been fatal. But looking at Loy, there was no sign of poisoning whatsoever. So, he was very curious about how Loy had detoxified himself. Of course, curiosity aside, he dared not ask. This count was shrouded in mystery. Of course, Luo Yi wouldn't tell him that the dimensional pouch detected harmful substances and decomposed them, much less that the stone kidney filtered out the remaining residue after decomposition and excreted it from the body. A secret sacred technique against a legendary poison, a complete victory. Crouching slightly, Loy looked at Jonas, whose eyes remained wide open in death, and asked, is it possible that he was forced to drink the poison? We examined him. There were traces of mental magic residue on his body, but no external injuries. His wife and children are also dead, their necks broken, their bodies found in their home outside. So, our initial assessment is that someone used his wife and children to blackmail him, planting a curse on him and then forcing him to poison himself. After that, they manipulated him into committing suicide by swallowing the poison. So, we still don't know who did it. Please give me some time. Aang said this, then suddenly took 2 steps forward and whispered in Loy's ear, just now, I received a letter. A letter, yes, a letter from Grand Duke Carlisle, but not through the usual channels. It was delivered by that tavern owner. Give it to me. Aang pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it over. Loy took it, casually opened it, pulled out a letter, shook it, and then looked down at it. The letter was long, a full 3 pages, but it was rambling and incredibly verbose. Loy read it once, but couldn't grasp the main point, feeling like he had no idea what the author was trying to say. But that was clearly impossible. He narrowed his eyes, a blue light flashing within them, and scanned it again. Led by his deep blue gaze, he analyzed various points, finally settling on the last sentence. Loy, are you satisfied with my large order? This reminded Loy of the order that had just arrived, a massive order, the quantity of weapons required equal to the total for the previous 6 months. Previously, he hadn't given it much thought, simply assuming the war was escalating. But now, Loy suddenly realized something. Was this order too large, abnormally large? Even going so far as to write a letter to boast. But this wasn't Grand Duke Carlisle's style, and their relationship wasn't that good. So, if this letter wasn't for boasting, then it was a warning? At this moment, Loy's thoughts cleared. The tears of Rise, the large order, the warning in the letter. What did all this mean? This meant that someone had finally lost their temper and was going to make a move against the Flower Clan. At this moment, even Luo Yi's anger subsided considerably, and she even felt a sense of relief, as if she had been waiting and waiting, until the flowers had withered. But what was bound to happen had finally arrived. So what should she do now? Of course, she should lure the snake out of its hole. Aang, Your Excellency, what are your orders? Continue to seal off Lion Manor, and then spread the word that I, Luo Yi Raymond, have been poisoned and my fate is unknown. At this moment, Luo Yi's tone was resolute. I'd like to see who will be the first to jump out. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, The Storm is Brewing. As the power center of the Flower Territory, Lion Manor is undoubtedly a place of immense public attention. Every order issued from here involves enormous interests, affects the lives and destinies of countless people, and can even influence market fluctuations and price volatility. Therefore, countless people throughout Brussels keep a close eye on Lion Manor, day and night, paying close attention to every piece of news emanating from it. About a 10-minute walk east of Lion Manor lies an entire street inhabited by envoys from various countries and noble families. They relay every piece of information they gather to their patrons in the shortest possible time, allowing for adjustments as quickly as possible. Such prestige is unmatched by many kingdoms. After all, while there are many kingdoms, only the Flower Territory might operate with 3 different entities. But tonight, before dinner was even finished, something terrifying happened. Lion Manor was placed under martial law. Black-clad swordsmen surrounded the manor, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. In any other place, this would be considered a coup d'état. Unfortunately, the Flower Territory only had 2 powerful figures, one of whom was still immature and lacked the capacity for a coup. Yet, martial law was still declared. These professional intelligence gatherers possessed an extremely keen sense of smell and were almost certain that something momentous had occurred. They acted almost without hesitation, each leveraging their connections to try and uncover deeper information. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time. The Lord's Manor was the first to riot. Note the use of the word riot here, indicating the intensity of the subsequent actions. First came the martial law decree. The entire city of Brussels was placed under curfew, something almost unprecedented. Large numbers of police were driven into the streets, leading the knights of the Lord's Manor and soldiers of the Imperial Guard, forcing everyone on the streets to return home. Then came the deployment of a large number of black-clad swordsmen. They were like an undercurrent in the night, surging through, precisely locating locations, breaking down doors, intimidating, and arresting. With the development of the Flower Territory, it was teeming with spies, almost relentlessly digging into the secrets of the Raymond family. The Brotherhood actually knew all this, but in the past, they felt there was little point in capturing them. Why bother? They could just send in even more capable people, hiding them even more discreetly. So, at Luo Yi's instruction, they turned a blind eye, occasionally leaking information for these people to take back and report. These people weren't stupid. Since Flower Territory was willing to coexist, they were even more willing. The mission from above was important, but their lives were their own, so with this tacit understanding, things remained peaceful. But today, this tacit understanding was shattered. The Lord's Mansion launched a powerful attack, almost like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves, aiming to capture all those with ulterior motives in Brussels. It should be said that the long period of peace had lowered the guard of many spies, who were captured with little resistance when facing the black-clad swordsmen. But some strong individuals chose to fight back. The light of battle aura illuminated the night, and ripples of magic spread, accompanied by occasional roars and howls, as if venting their discontent. But this was Brussels, the heartland of the Raymond family, where most of the powerful only obeyed the Lion King's commands. Thus, the long peaceful city of Brussels was now marked by battle. In the alleys, on the streets, on rooftops, under the sky, and even in the Ruhr River. The turmoil caused by fighting occurred frequently, but it was quickly quelled by the powerful suppression of the Flower Territory. This situation lasted for 3 full days, during which a 4th-tier battle even broke out. It was a 4th-tier calamity who had come to apply for a job, but he arrived late and missed the deadline, already harboring a grudge. Coupled with his sensitive and clandestine identity, he became thoroughly enraged by a few words from the patrol. Then, he attacked, injuring many black-clad swordsmen. He still retained some rationality, only injuring people without killing them, but even so, he stirred up a hornet's nest. First, 3 mage towers activated, their magical light enveloping half the city, forcing him to flee at top speed. But he faced an attack from 3 scourges. The turmoil caused by the fighting could be felt even miles away. In the end, he was dragged back, like a dead dog, blood dripping from his path. This scene undoubtedly dampened the impulses of many. However, by this time, things had escalated significantly. Everyone could see that the Lord's mansion was clearly searching for someone. Or rather, certain people. At this moment, the familiar script returned, with various versions of the story circulating wildly. Some said the Raymond family had lost some precious treasures, the reason Flower Territory had reached its current state. Others said Klein Raymond had been assassinated. After all, some people didn't want to see Flower Territory without a successor. Loy was too strong, killing many, but Klein had no power to resist. If he died, Flower Territory would inevitably fall into turmoil, just like it is now. Of course, some people said that Countess Raymond was assassinated. Only if this lady was injured could the Count be so enraged as to cause such a commotion. But all of this was completely suppressed after another piece of news came out. Count Loy Raymond, a Templar knight, the Lion King, the restorer of Flower Territory, the man who single-handedly created the prosperity of this territory, was poisoned and seriously injured, his life hanging in the balance. The Lord's mansion is now hunting down those who poisoned him. When this news first came out, many people still couldn't believe it. After all, the physique of a fourth-tier calamity expert had reached inhuman levels. Moreover, Loy cultivated the Holy Fire Battle Key, which had the best healing effect. How could a small poison cause harm? This was also why many people didn't think of Loy. They preferred to believe that Klein or Lelia had been assassinated. However, when the name Tears of Rise spread, everyone fell silent again. Other poisons were unlikely, but this king of poisons was another story. At this moment, Flower Territory displayed a polarized situation, a calm surface masking turbulent undercurrents, gradually building tension throughout the city, like the calm before a storm. At this point, the Lord's mansion stopped hiding and publicly stated, yes, someone had indeed poisoned them, and it was indeed Tears of Rise. But Earl Loy was not in mortal danger. He simply couldn't show his face for the time being. Furthermore, the Lord's mansion called upon all citizens to carefully observe their surroundings, and if anyone seemed suspicious, to report it directly to the Lord's mansion. Once confirmed, rewards would be given according to the size of the contribution. This order demonstrated the cohesion of Flower Territory, with countless reports being submitted to the Lord's mansion. Of course, a large portion of these were innocent, and some were even driven by ulterior motives and personal revenge. But many well-hidden spies were also exposed. They thought they could blend in with ordinary people by changing their appearances and identities, remaining undetected. But while they could fool the police and gangs, they couldn't fool their neighbors. That's how the poisoners were caught. They were a trio. One was a nightmare mage, weak in direct combat but skilled at manipulating minds and confusing the intellect. Another was a fourth-tier shadow assassin, an expert in stealth and movement, capable of moving through shadows and killing silently, the key figure in the operation. The last was a professional thief, skilled in lockpicking, disguise, and impersonation, possessing unparalleled mastery of disguise and makeup. While magic exists to change appearances, magic always has its fluctuations. His disguises could transform you into someone else without leaving a trace. After successfully poisoning the victim, the three impersonated a family of three, hoping to slip through the cracks, avoid the most dangerous moment, and then find a way to escape. Unfortunately, after being reported, they were ambushed by a formidable force. The thief and the nightmare mage were captured on the spot. The shadow assassin wanted to give them a quick death, but was stopped by the faceless killer Ulysses. Olivera attacked without restraint, her speed and lightning flashing, giving him no chance to breathe. However, being a fourth-tier calamity, his single-minded pursuit of crowds made the Flower Territory hesitant to act, fearing that a single mishap would cause too much destruction and death. Just as the shadow assassin was gloating, a ball of holy fire was thrown at him, and the powerful fourth tier was burned to death. The thief and the nightmare mage, seeing this scene, especially upon seeing the newcomers, were terrified and no longer concealed their identities. They came from the Kingdom of Sardinia and were under the command of Her Majesty the Queen. At this moment, Loy finally lost all hope. He knew that the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Bonaparte Empire had made their move, but he didn't know if the Slavic Empire was involved. That was his initial thought, but within a day, he realized the Slavic Empire wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. On that very day, within the Duchy of Normandy, Marcus Castro, Marcus McKinley, and Marcus Carlyle formally submitted a declaration of war to the Flower Territory. They had launched a noble war. The reasons were readily available. The Carlyle family hadn't won in the past, and now that they'd seized the opportunity, they were determined to fight again. But almost everyone knew they were merely puppets, using this as an excuse. The real power players were the three empires behind the three noble families, who intended to carve up the flower territory completely. Such an era truly felt like a whirlwind of change, leaving one breathless. Just a few days ago, they had organized an inspection team, requesting guidance on the development of the magic energy industry, and engaging in trade. It was quite a lively affair. But now, they were turning their backs on them. Chapter 474, The Magic Mirrors Council. Greystone Castle, Marcus Carlyle's domain. This fortress, perched atop a mountain, is entirely carved from greystone. Though small in size, it is exceptionally sturdy. The unique greystone possesses excellent elemental annihilation properties, offering strong resistance to magic and martial arts. Combined with its strategic location, breaching it is virtually impossible. The future is uncertain, but since the castle's completion, it has never been conquered. Therefore, the Carlyle family's rule over this territory is impregnable. Even when they show weakness, as long as the castle remains, the Carlyle family is not considered defeated. This is why great nobles love building family castles. Their defensive capabilities are truly formidable. However, at this moment, the owner of this castle and this vast land, Marcus Theron Carlyle, feels as if he is about to shatter. One characteristic of the Carlyle family is that, regardless of their past, once they become lords, they begin to expand horizontally. Obese, broad-shouldered, bald, with a menacing face, he habitually smoked a cigar, holding one between his short, thick fingers, occasionally taking a puff, a truly imposing figure. But now, facing the Duke Carlyle in the magic mirror, who bore an 80% resemblance to him and possessed an even greater air of menace, he felt his cigar tasteless. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his courage and said, "Your Excellency, I don't think things should be done this way." "What?" Scared, Duke Carlyle's voice came from the other side of the magic mirror. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unconsciously tilted his head, feeling an overwhelming familiarity with the tone. Not long ago, a king had asked him the same question. Marcus Theron nodded without hesitation. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. The flower territory is not what it used to be. They have a magic-powered legion of nearly 10,000 men. They are all well-trained magic gunners, equipped with the best magic cannons, heavy machine guns, and plenty of bullets and even more shells. Just that alone, I don't know how to fight them. And that doesn't even mention their powerful figures, dozens of third-tier transcendents, and several fourth-tier calamities. Are you sure you're not sending us to our deaths, Grand Duke, Patriarch, Clan Chief?" He changed the titles 3 times in a row, then said, "The flower territory is really not what it was 2 years ago." Grand Duke Carlyle knew he was putting him in a difficult position, so he could only reassure him, "Isn't there some good news? That kid Lloyd has been poisoned. The Tears of Rise, the elite poisoning squad sent by the Sardinian royal family, should have succeeded. Perhaps that kid is already dead. The flower territory is now leaderless, and with the enormous interests there, it will only erupt into more serious internal strife." Marcus Theron pressed directly, "You're right about everything. But just one thing, are you sure he's really dead? A bastard son who was a Templar knight even the Holy See was eager to acknowledge. You believe he's just dead like that?" Before the Grand Duke could speak, Marcus Theron immediately interrupted, "If, and I mean if, he's dead, there's still Klein Raymond. Even if he's just an infant, his very existence can rally people, and he'd be more than capable of defeating us. But if the bastard son isn't dead, he'll likely unleash his fury. And you might just witness that Greystone Fortress isn't invincible. So, what exactly are you talking about? I know the declaration of war has been issued, there's no turning back, but what about reinforcements? Soldiers, superhumans, natural disasters, weapons, magical weapons, or even knightly orders, magic scrolls, anything goes. I'd be even happier if you could send 1 or 2 legends." Marcus Theron sighed deeply and said, "At least give me a glimmer of hope for victory." After so much pleading, Marcus Theron had finally revealed his true intentions. He knew perfectly well that they were merely a knife, held in the hands of those behind the scenes, utterly powerless. All he could do was try his best to fulfill the duties of this knife. He believed his performance was convincing, and everything he said was true, which should have some effect. But Grand Duke Carlyle's next words extinguished all his illusions. None of what you've said is true. Marcus Theron's expression froze, remaining fixed for a long time before his face suddenly fell. He even knelt directly before the magic mirror, trembling. Patriarch, please save us no matter what. Even disregarding the benefits we bring to the family, just for the sake of our bloodline, you must give us a way out. Grand Duke Carlisle remained silent for a long time, until Marcus Theron was almost collapsing to the ground, when he finally said in a low voice, "You are the blade, but what about me? Do you think I still have the right to influence this situation? Then what should I do? Fight with all your might. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope, or at least a glorious death. Don't worry, I will send people. There's no turning back now. I will do my best to save some people." With these words, the magic mirror flickered, and Grand Duke Carlisle was truly gone. Only Marcus Theron remained, completely collapsed to the ground. The same thing happened to the McKinley family and the Castro family. The difference was that the Castro family was backed by the Kingdom of Sardinia, and Marcus Theron received a bunch of promises, but they were just promises, empty checks. Behind the McKinley family lay the Slavic Empire, whose daughters had married into the icy lands and established themselves there. This network, once a source of pride for the McKinley family, now seemed to have trapped them, dragged along helplessly. The Tsar, however, was more generous, promising the McKinley family a territory, regardless of success or failure. The problem was, everyone knew Slavic land was worthless. Going to that frozen wasteland to grow potatoes? Even a foolish lord wouldn't do that. Almost simultaneously, the three connected again, furrowing their brows as they discussed countermeasures. Someone, it's unclear, started a tirade of nationalistic sentiments. These bastards. They want benefits but won't do it themselves. I just want some aid, and they're making excuses. Tell me, how shameless do they have to be to do something like this? How, mine's a bit better than yours. They made quite a few promises, trade routes, tax exemptions. They were so serious I almost believed them. But when it comes to the actual stuff, they're quick to shirk responsibility. Now I finally understand why they became so powerful. Purely because they're ruthless, and even more ruthless, compared to you, I seem to be better off. At least someone's backing me up, willing to give me more territory. But the territory of the far north ice plains, I heard that if you urinate slowly, it can freeze into an icicle? I'm just thinking, what if I go there and my little brother freezes off? This was definitely not a funny joke, but it successfully amused the other two marquises. However, only they knew how much helplessness and resentment was hidden in that laughter. Even so, they still dared not resist, nor did they have the right to resist. Meanwhile, in the flower territory, inside Lelia's mechanical mage tower, Lloyd was also in a secret chamber, connected with her two allies. A magic mirror hovered in the air, its frame visibly flowing with magic, reflecting rapidly on its surface before splitting into three, finally revealing the figures of Lloyd, Grand Duchess of Fra, and Marcus Floyd. Lloyd didn't look up, but instead looked at the three challenge letters in her hands, reading one after another, carefully examining them with a playful expression. After reading it twice, Luo Yi finally spoke. "It's all right, at least it has a just cause, bringing up the conflict between the flower territory and the Carlisle family without resorting to brute force. They are, after all, the overlords of the old world. Their actions can't be like bandits. They need some semblance of decency." Grand Duchess of Fra said this, then abruptly changed the subject. "Luo Yi, you shouldn't have faked being poisoned. You mean, poisoning is too heinous. You could have brought it out into the open, used it as an excuse, and displayed extreme rage. With that rage, you could have imposed a curfew, raided the city, and killed those spies and assassins. But you shouldn't have spread the news of your poisoning, and you certainly shouldn't have kept quiet. You should have appeared before everyone, told everyone you were perfectly fine, without any injury. Only then could you intimidate people and maintain your business, instead of using some kind of bait to create unrest." Loy nodded slowly, then shook his head. "You're right, but I don't want to wait any longer. I want war. Since they've been targeted, why not drag them out and give them a good beating?" Old Marcus Freud finally spoke. "Theron and his two companions are nothing, but behind them are three great empires. Even if their fighting is still fierce, if they spare a portion of their forces, you can't withstand them. Loy, I know you're confident, and the flower territory's strength has surged, but that's a difference in scale. Or, are you planning to ask the Habs Empire for help and completely side with the Empire?" "I don't intend to do that, but I still want to clash with them." Loy's words were calm, making old Freud's expression increasingly ugly. Even Grand Duchess of Frau rebuked him. "Loy, confidence is a good thing, but arrogance will kill." Loy grinned and said, "All right, this war is my own insistence. You don't have to fulfill the alliance, you don't have to participate. However, I have only one request." "What?" "I can stand by and watch, but I won't tolerate betrayal. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." As she spoke, Lloyd's expression remained calm, but her voice was like a biting northerly wind, chilling to the bone. Old Lady Lloyd's cheeks puffed up with anger, and Grand Duchess of Frau looked hesitant to speak. Finally, they could only speak and offer their promises. "Fine, I agree to." Chapter 475, Pre-Battle Speech. A moment later, old Freud closed the magic mirror, leaving only Loy and Grand Duchess of Frau to talk face to face. If the previous conversation was between the leaders of the two families, now it was a mother-son exchange. The two, mother and son, looked at each other, silent and speechless. After a moment, Grand Duchess of Frau spoke first. "Loy, I hope you can understand that this choice was made because of the heavy burden we bear. We each have our families behind us, we have no right to be willful." Loy nodded. "I understand." Grand Duchess of Frau's face darkened, but she still mustered her spirits and asked, "How confident are you in this battle?" "Who knows until we've truly fought." Loy finally shook off her emotions and smiled, saying, "The three great empires have joined forces, and your choice is correct. However, my flower territory has become the fattest fish on the chopping block. If we don't make a name for ourselves in this battle, who knows how many people will covet it in the future, so, let's not try to persuade you further. If you've decided, then do it." "What can a mother do for you?" Loy was about to refuse, but then seemed to remember something and abruptly asked, "I heard the Norman family has a legendary powerhouse." Grand Duchess of Frau hesitated only for a moment before nodding. "Yes. This is the foundation of the duchy. Can you contact him?" "We can try, if possible. I hope Mother can help me make contact. Just say I want to ask him for a mission." "That might not be easy. A legendary expert isn't so." 1,000,000 gold tires. Ahem. The commission is 1,000,000 gold tires, and he doesn't need to fight to the death. He just needs to show up at a crucial moment to intimidate any potential legendary experts of the same level. Even Grand Duchess of Frau was taken aback when she heard about 1,000,000 gold tires. That appearance fee was enough even for a legendary expert. Back then, when Count Karl Raymond asked the Empire to help develop the magic energy industry, all the projects combined only cost him 500,000 gold tires. But now, Loy casually pulled out 1,000,000 gold tires. Grand Duchess of Frau couldn't ignore this amount. She paused and said, "Shall I ask him for you?" "Okay." The conversation ended, the magic mirror went out, and it became a mirror surface. Thus, only Loy's image was reflected in the mirror. After a long silence, a smile appeared on his lips, tinged with a hint of sarcasm, helplessness, and self-mockery, but mostly with a sense of nonchalance. In this era, and after preparing for so long, wasn't this the day he'd been waiting for? Though he dared not claim certain victory, he was confident that anyone who came would suffer a crushing defeat. With renewed vigor, Luo Yi emerged from the secret chamber, stepping onto the magic carpet and descending to the first floor before striding outwards. His back, initially showing a hint of dejection, bleakness, and trepidation, transformed with each step into unwavering resolve, imposing presence, and fearlessness. Fear is human instinct, and that's undeniable, therefore, only courage truly sings the praises of humanity. At this moment, even without activating Lion King, his soaring fighting spirit completely dispelled the gloom in his heart. And the direction he headed was none other than the council hall. The council hall was packed with people, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive, yet within that oppression lay a restless heart. Since news of Luo Yi's poisoning spread, the powerful figures and administrators stationed in various locations were the first to become restless. They knew better than anyone how extravagant the profits in the flower territory were. As part of that interest, they absolutely did not want this powerful entity to fall. Almost as soon as they received the news, they sent letters to Lion Manor. Perhaps the only thing that reassured them was the timely reply from the Lord's Manor. They didn't even give them empty words about staying put. Instead, they were given orders to arrange their affairs before returning to Lion Manor. Then, almost everyone chose to put aside their current tasks and return to Brussels as quickly as possible. However, they didn't see Luo Yi immediately. Instead, they were provided with accommodations and told to wait patiently. To be honest, This ambiguous attitude easily aroused suspicion. Countless people were secretly uneasy. Some tried to find out more information, some sought connections to find out the truth, and some were even considering their escape route. Especially the newly recruited extraordinary individuals and those affected by natural disasters, under the circumstances, had the most complex thoughts, exhibiting a wide variety of behaviors and reactions. As the saying goes, the human heart is most vulnerable to test, and Luo Yi never intended to test people's hearts. Tap tap. Tap tap. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the quiet council hall, not heavy, but clear and distinct, drawing everyone's attention. Even the most oblivious person could sense the overwhelming and terrifying aura rising and permeating the vast council hall, filling it to the brim, and making everyone feel the irresistible solemnity and immense power emanating from it. Luo Yi entered through the main entrance of the council hall. He walked forward step by step. The benches on both sides were already full. With the growth of the flower territory, the number of powerful individuals above the extraordinary level and various levels of management had increased significantly, filling the council hall to capacity, even making it slightly crowded. Yet, even so, a glance revealed a clear division of rank. For example, to Roy's left were mainly third-tier transcendents, with the older members of the Flower clan seated further ahead. Led by Vincent Ackerman, the failed breakthrough Thordine, the magic captain Walter, and Leon Vasquez, along with Cole Isaac, Tanya, and more than 10 others. Further back were more than 10 people recruited by Roy, but they lacked a strong foundation and were mostly united around the current police chief, Sid Francis, and the successful breakthrough Hector Hunter. To Roy's right were primarily civilian officials, divided into 4 groups. The finance department, led by Mira Greenman, included members recruited by the Empire as well as some scholars from the Raymond family. The Magic Energy Factory department, led by Maruna, oversaw the production of various magic energy machines, with members transferred from the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group and later cultivated talents. Then there's the construction department, headed by Lord Hickruz. They completed almost all the railways and mines. His main personnel were natives of the Flower territory, but those in high positions were mostly professionals dispatched by the Empire. However, they weren't suited for this occasion. Hence Hick's team was the smallest and appeared the oldest. This old man was focused on getting things done and didn't crave power. Finally, there's the new city construction department, headed by Julius Martin, overseeing the construction of the 2 new cities, a veritable money-devouring entity. His team consisted primarily of his classmates, friends, and recruited professionals, including some poached from other renowned architects. After all, while the architects weren't short of money, the quality of their subordinates was questionable. The actual work was often done by these subordinates. In fact, Lloyd also had 2 other groups under his command. One was the intelligence department, the Axe Gang, led by Eng, and the other was led by Butler Hoover, involved in many traditional industries. However, they all considered themselves servants of the Raymond family and were unwilling to compete for a seat in such an occasion. Further forward on the bench, closer to the head of the table, were the seats for the 4th-tier Calamity powerhouses. To the left were the traditional retainers of the Raymond family, Guardian Olivera, Iron Knight Phil, Flame Sword Saint Otto, Water Mage Lady Palacios, and the newly promoted 4th-tier Alfonso Zeke. They enjoyed Roy's deep trust, participated in numerous secret events, and held shares in the Raymond Group. Their annual dividends alone were enough for their cultivation. They were deeply bound to the Flower territory. To the right were the newly arrived Calamity powerhouses, Half-Giant Bane, Faceless Killer Ulysses, Ice Hunter Jude Stevens, Mechanical Monster Nehemiah Von Braun, Great Alchemist Benito Freud, and King of Fury Silas. They had just joined, had not yet achieved anything, and were most eager to prove themselves. Even Silas, the King of Fury, dared not disappear into the forest as he had before. Upon receiving the news, he set off almost immediately, riding his griffin leader back. Perhaps due to the bond forged in battle, he held Loy in high esteem and refused to believe Loy could be poisoned, insisting on barging in. Olivera and the others couldn't stop him at all, and in the end, it was only when Loy stepped in that he calmed down. Loy's short journey of a few dozen steps felt like an eternity. Wherever he passed, everyone stood up in unison, their eyes following his every move. Reaching the high platform, Loy turned, his gaze sweeping over everyone, meeting their eyes. Then, his booming voice rang out, "I know your confusion. I can tell you frankly, I am poisoned by the tears of Reese, but this little poison is harmless to me, The reason I let the rumors spread and the people panic was to see where my enemies are. Whether they are internal or external, I am very satisfied with you all. Perhaps there are concerns, but no one has done anything out of line. Those outside haven't disappointed me either. Those who wanted to jump out have all jumped out. Saying this, Loy picked up 3 challenge letters and said, since they want war, then I will grant them war. I will use swords and cannonballs to tell them that the Lion King's territory is not a place they can covet. I will tell the entire world of Herka that the flower territory will never be bullied. There is boundless wealth here, but if you want to acquire it, you must abide by my rules. So, tell me, can you fight? The last sentence was roared out by Loy, the Lion King, title exploding with a thunderous roar, stirring the emotions of the entire council hall. Fight. 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 The roars, initially scattered, eventually merged into a unified roar, the booming sound sweeping across the area and even reaching outside the Lord's Manor. From that moment on, martial law was completely lifted at Lion Manor, followed by a massive military buildup. After so much preparation, Luo Yi felt that the lion was finally about to bare its fangs and claws. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.